Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Главный чемпионат страны по дрифту возвращается в Москву. 29 и 30 августа. Яркий динамичный финал сезона вновь принимает гоночная трасса Moscow Raceway. Ищите билеты на этап РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ и не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to the famous Red Ring Circuit. Welcome to the 5th event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026. The weather is amazing. We've got the best audience in the world and, of course, the best contenders ever. And I'm going to introduce them to you right now. And we will begin with the youngest drivers, with the competitors of the RDS Bootcamp organized by the IMOL Young Drivers Support, IMOL Junior. Roman Lovkis is the winner of the Winter Bootcamp. He took part together with the adult drivers and he was the best ever. At the previous event in ADM Raceway, this little guy joined our championship. This is Luca Migal here. A well-familiar driver to all the drifting fans who has taken part in lots of our boot camp events and even won them, Timofey Kolobov. And especially interesting it is to see them all together, because this driver won all the boot camp events of RDS GP this far, Arseniy Tsaregradsev. And the previous season in the personal competition was won by the two-time champion of RDS GP, the vice champion of the world, the winner of RDS Siberia, the founder, the head of System Electrica Одержимый Motorsport team, Arkadiy Tsaregradsev. With the support of the team, he is with us in this season, Anton Dmitrienko from Irkutsk. And here are the teammates of Arkadiy Tsaregradsev in System Electrica Одержимый Motorsport, the winner of the qualification events of RDS GP, Vladislav Popov. And the driver who finally caught up with his brother in the number of victories this season, Ilya Popov. You know, until today, I thought that comebacks can be of two kinds. Unexpected and expected, but sometimes there can be a combo thanks to this driver from Brno who became a co-author of 3 team victories, Ivan Nikulin. Let's move on. The team, which is the reigning champion of RDS GP, Takayama Forward Auto, consisting of the 4-time champion of RDS GP, 2-time winner of the Intercontinental Drifting Cup and the Russian Drift Cup winner, and also the winner of RDS Siberia, Georgy Chivchan. 5-time champion of Kazakhstan in various motorsports disciplines, the Master of Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and the winner of the Central Asian Drift Show, Pyotr Borodin. The reigning holder of the Russian Drift Cup and the winner of the Russian Drift Series GP events, Roman Tivadar. The driver who got his first event victory almost a year ago, the current winner of RDS Open in the next competition, Timofey Dobrovolsky. The team, which has been the undisputed leader of the competition after the 4 events. And here is the founder of the amazing team, Denis Migal, Fresh Racing. It looks like we have known this driver for several years already, but it still feels like this is his second debut. We often speak about the second youth, but it looks like his first hasn't been completed, but he's so successful. Now let's greet the driver who got his first qualification victory in the previous event, Sergei Kuznetsov. And since we're speaking about youth, looking at this driver, it's very hard to believe that this is his 60th event of RDS GP in his career here at the Red Ring Circuit, his home venue. A very long time ago he started his motorsports career, but he was driving a tractor like the one you see out there. But he is already an absolute champion in the number of qualification victories, a 2-time vice champion of RDS GP, and the name is Damir Idiatulin. The driver that I really feel awkward to say that he's a rookie. He is a very confident leader after the 4 events, and this is the record in the gap from his nearest contenders. Here's the champion of Ireland and the winner of the Oman drifting competitions, Tommy Kiley. And this guy is still all alone defending the colors of Heat Carbon Racing Team, the winner of one of the qualifications of RDS GP, Anton Klimko. And now we smoothly proceed to Carville Racing Team from St. Petersburg, represented by the winner of regional championships, Dmitry Sherbina. Prize winner of regional competitions and the winner of a whole series of podiums in RDS Europe, bronze prize winner of the Russian Drift Cup, Ivan Palmin.
Иван Пальмин, конечно же. Все бывает, все бывает. Показываем одно, говорим другое. Так все устроено.
And now let's welcome Artyom Letis, a driver from Sortavala town and the prize winner of regional championships, a driver with enormous experience. Here is the leader of the team and one of the leaders of the personal competitions, the driver who at the previous event on his own birthday finally got a long-awaited victory. The champion of RDS West and RDS Europe, vice champion of RDS GP, Anton Kozlov. Vice champion of RDS Open in the next competition, and the Moscow Drift Cup winner Artur Zeleny. Starper Stars are a mall team today is represented by two drivers, and the first one is the regular driver of the team, Dmitry Putilin. And keeping him company is the driver from Yekaterinburg, who at the previous event of RDS Open, almost simultaneously with his own birthday, also got a victory, Sergei Korneev from Yekaterinburg. The winner of RDS Open events, one of the most experienced drivers of the junior series, and now he's a rookie of the senior series, Mikhail Davidyants. A legend of drifting, four-time winner of RDS East and the winner of FIA Motorsport Games, Ilya Fedorov. And the drivers of Lukoil Racing Drift Team. Number 21 is the winner of RDS Asia and RDS Europe, Grigory Gusev. The winner of RDS Europe events, Danila Vorobyov. The winner of RDS Urals and the bronze prize winner of RDS Siberia, Andrei Astapov. We thank all the drivers and all of the spectators for your applause. Thank you and thank our sponsors and partners. The general sponsor of RDS GP is VTB Bank PJC. The official sponsor of our competitions is Premium Motor Oil Manufacturer iMall Company. Do not forget about RDS Shop, which is also available here in the spectators zone and online at shop.drifter.ru. And now here are the people who we see very seldom, but their work is impossible to overestimate. The director of the race, all-Russian category judge, Vasily Karachkov. The sport director of RDS, the all-Russian category judge, Svetlana Shakhova. The CEO of RDS and the all-Russian category judge, the operating driver of RDS Open, the chairman of the drifting committee of the Russian Automobile Federation and a member of the RAF Federation, the master of sports, Dmitry Dobrovolsky. Here's the microphone for you. Hello, Krasnoyarsk. Let's try it the other way. Hello, Siberia. Yes, now it's much better. Look, just as always, I want to thank you for blowing all the clouds away. I hope your energy will be enough for the next 2 days, and from my side, I promise to show you the best drift ever. Are you ready? Let there be drift! This is Dmitry Dobrovolsky, and at the end of the opening ceremony, as usual, we all rise to the national anthem of the Russian Federation. We are proud of you, Russia. With great pride for our country, we declare the 5th event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026 open. Happy New Drift! Happy New Drift, Russia! And yes, really, happy new drift. Hello and welcome everyone here at the grandstands of the Red Ring Circuit. And I welcome all those watching us online on RDS TV and other platforms. And this is the qualification round of the 5th event of RDS GP, and it's gonna start very soon. This event is the critical one, because here we will see whether we have a early champion or not, and we will begin with the driver who got #1 at the yesterday's draw, and this is the winner of the previous event here at the Red Ring Circuit last season, Timofey Dobrovolsky, driver from Takayama Forward Auto, which this season is driving a Forward Racing Z. Approximately 200 meters of run-in, and then there are 2 touch and goes. One, here they are, 1 and 2, almost without angle gain, and then wow, what a wide line it is, and Timofey hardly gets within the borders of the track. This is the actual border, even though it's drawn in the middle of the asphalt track. Then the very precious touch and go number 6, 2 sevens, and then he shifts inward. This is the double penalty zone, and this is the finish. Timofey nailed it. In terms of the line, there is only one inaccuracy, and it is very unfortunate. It looks like there was too much speed in there. As far as the touch and goes and their values are concerned, the inner ones are the most precious ones. And TG6 goes only 2 points. But it's very... There were some corrections. In this spot, the judges were pretty loyal about the angle variations, because there is a natural bump with the asphalt, which makes the car body make some movements in a natural way. So our panel of judges makes a discount for this moment. Our judges are Andrei Pauli, Anton Novikov, and Dmitry Yermohin. This threesome is now on the tower located in the middle of the main sweeper, and they can see everything perfectly from there, which means that they're very comfortable there. And the angle you can only assess visually, because the cameras do conceal all the secrets and adventures of our contenders, I mean corrections, that sometimes are not visible through the camera. I was trying to make some phone videos to see whether there are any corrections, but no, through the phone, through the camera, you don't. But with your eyes, you do. Because the cameras that make videos, they kind of smoothen everything out. They do not show you 100%, unlike our judges, who will definitely penalize Timofey for this 96-degree angle that was literally a backward and touch and go forward, and he had to reduce it to 54 degrees. Please notice that it still remained large, because the border of the medium and large angles is 55 degrees. So even after a correction, quite a significant one, Timofey still remained on the border between the medium and large angles. And yes, you could see the aggression. He was trying to beautifully float into there, but it was beautiful. I cannot tell you anything about the values, about the score, but this is one of the cases that remind us that this is not a beauty contest. But the main thing is where there's going to be any serious angle penalty, because the transition has to be done into a large angle, but then it naturally falls to medium. And it looked like this movement does conform to the angle criterion, but 96 degrees is too much. And if it was the initiation, there is a top limit. It must not exceed 90 degrees. As far as the speed restrictions are concerned, we do have one. The drivers cannot move slower than 136 kilometers per hour, but the drivers do outperform that. Timofey Dobrovolsky had a speed of 140, and that was pretty enough for him to initiate, fix the angle, and run through the first 2 touch and goes in a very beautiful way. As far as the bottom line is concerned, touch and go 4, it is the place where the speed is the slowest, but for Timofey Dobrovolsky it was only 42. in the run-ins. Sometimes we've seen drivers gaining the speed of 162. -6 for the wheels, -5 for the style. This is a touch and go 4 with the large correction. It really ruined the entire picture. Let me remind you that the style was very close to the maximum. 80.5. This is a very good first attempt, which also gives Timofey a right to prepare for top 32, but I'm sure that for Timofey the sky is the limit. Now Vladislav Popov from System Elektrika Держимый Motorsport on board his Nissan 370Z is going on his first attempt. And once again, this is the run-in on the left lane, then he shifts to the right. There's a dotted line which regulates the movement of the leader and the chaser. Now he makes a transition to touch and go 2. The line is far too wide, but on replays we will see if he got or didn't get touch and go 3. Then without any angle fluctuations or corrections, he takes touch and go 5. Then he jumps over the little bump on the asphalt that I told you about earlier. Now he licks the no-go zone and goes around the last one near touch and go 10. A very smooth, a very solid run. Let's check out the scores. Here's another very important thing. First of all, for the first time, we do have the double penalty in the inner border of the track, not on the outer one. Secondly, the transition from touch and go 5 into touch and go 6 that we're gonna see on replay right now. From 5 to 6, yes, from 5 to 6. The transition has to be smooth. From touch and go 6, touch and go 7. The transition has to be smooth without letting the accelerator go. If you do release the pedal, you get a deduction. But you see, the judges do consider various extreme situations that can make an obstacle for the chaser. But yesterday, almost 70% of what I've seen was totally conforming to the judge's assignment. For some reason, I especially remember the runs of Arkady Tserigradzev through this touch and go 6, touch and go 7 section, because he was running on a very smooth acceleration. The transition was pretty dynamic. It doesn't have to be sharp according to the assignment. And this is one of the most favorite spots of Arkady Tserigradzev from this circuit. Back in RDS Siberia many years ago, he used to do this transition in a very beautiful way as a chaser, exactly according to the judge's assignment. The assignment in the current edition, it has always been very smooth, with the smooth acceleration, so that you can get very close to the leader as a chaser. We can now compare the two runs, and now you can see Arkady Tserigradzev warming up. Vladislav Popov had the bottom speed of 48 kilometers per hour, which is not much faster than the 42 that Timofey had. But if you imagine a tandem run, this is a situation that would be very hard for the chaser. As far as the speed is concerned, if you try to compare the speed diagrams, Timofey was much faster on the way from touch and go 2 to touch and go 3, and therefore he had to reduce the speed considerably. But Vladislav Popov had a different style. So he's running slower through 2 and 3, but then he's faster in the 4, and he's more careful with the angle. So if you take the case of Timofey, who had a higher speed, this is quite okay. And he generally missed touch and go 3. Vladislav was somewhere near with the right front wheel, and I remind you that the inner clips should be taken exclusively with the certain front wheel. For touch and go 3, it must be the right one. And the outside touch and goes, you can use any wheels, the front, the rear, but any of the 4 wheels must be there, and you've got to cut the touch and go in 2 with your wheel. And if one of the wheels slips out, but one wheel still remains within the touch and go square, this is a penalty of 2 points for the slipping wheel, but the touch and go is counted. But if not, then you get -5 for 2 wheels, and also get a deduction for the missed touch and go. So you're literally shooting yourself in the knee. We're now waiting for the qualification score for Vladislav Popov, the first representative of System Elektrika Держимый Motorsport. And I remind you that 80.5 is the result of Timofey Dobrovolsky. And now the reference point is gonna get higher. Yes, we've been expecting a 90+. if you hit touch and go 3, you will get much more. And this is 94 points. What a super result, 94 out of 100. It could have been 98, but there is one more run to do for Vladislav Popov. And here comes Anton Klimko from Heat Carbon Racing, representing the city of St. Petersburg, on board one of his BMW's F22, a 1000 HP billet block and some Sonos transmission, and all this ensemble is going on the run-in. Anton Klimko has tasted the qualification victory. The run-in is not absolutely straight here, and then carefully reducing the speed, he is getting the touch and goes. Now he begins getting through the slowest part of the track, the touch and go 5 and the inner 6. It is smooth but aggressive transition. Then he tries to correct the line using the left foot brake, but unfortunately doesn't work out, and the line is far too wide in around touch and go 9. But once again, the dynamics is there, and the inaccuracies can be definitely corrected. The transition from TG6 to TG7 was a little too sharp, and the entire line got shifted in one and the same direction. You will see it now on replay. Until that moment, everything was running greatly. TG5 was taken brilliantly, then confidently he took TG6. This is the sharp transition that he misses to TG7s, and then he was very close to the no-go zone in TG8 and then TG9. Also, since the entire line was shifted to the right, this is where all the mistakes come from. This is the red ring circuit. If you miss one clip, everything falls apart. Or you can follow the right rhythm. But this is what we call overcooking. Don't try to overcook it, because otherwise you will be in trouble. There will be some deductions. There won't be the 5-point deduction that I told you about for the slipping wheels and the missed TGs. There is far too much aggression, because red ring circuits stimulate the drivers. All of them want to show their best here at the mecca of the Russian drifting. Do you remember how happy James Dean was when he defeated all the Siberians here in Siberia? As far as Anton Klimko is concerned, I remind you that for the second winter in a row, he literally lived here in Krasnoyarsk on board his Lada. So for him, this is a special place that feels like home already. Imagine this picture, the snowy red ring, the blizzard, the snowstorm, and Anton Klimko on board a Lada is flying through all this. But okay, I'm kidding, but he really did have a lot of practice, a lot of training, and all of this gave its fruit. And now coming back to James Dean here, he had a double victory of the qualification and the personal competition. In 2023, Charles Eng got a victory here, and also this is his birthday today. Too bad he could only take part in the first event of RDS GP this year, so we are looking forward to see him again. And now we're waiting for the score of Anton Klimko and to seeing the first attempt of Arkady Tseregradzev, whose relationship with the red ring was going so wrong. And then finally in the year 2022 and 2024, he got 2 victories here, and he's got more victories than anyone else here at the red ring circuit. Timofey Dobrovolsky, Damir Diatulin, and György Chivchan have got 2 each. And we've got 2 more winners here, Evgeny Losov and James Dean. For the 8th time, we're coming to the red ring circuit to hold the All Siberian event of Russian Drift Series. And here is the score of Anton Klimko. Touch and go 7 -6, -2 for TG9. And for example, Vladislav Popov had his score compromised because of the last transition, which was too smooth. But generally, this is quite a good score. We also understand that the most obvious criterion, which is the line, was definitely compromised, but also this is the easiest thing to correct. So we wish that Anton Klimko corrects it all. 83, let me say it out loud once again for the protocol, for the record. Now Arkady Tseregradzev from System Electric Energy Motorsport, the driver who has been a winner here before that. He used to be a director of this venue, and also a 3-time champion of RDS Siberia, if I'm not mistaken. The run-in And here begins the movement of the scored section of the track. Arkady Tseregrazov, he perfectly fixes the angle, then touch and go 1, no questions about touch and goes 2 and 3. And then with quite a sufficient reserve, he slides along the white border of the track, and once again, on the way to touch and go 6, he performs a beautiful transition to touch and go 7, and then through 2 inner clips and through the last 10 meters towards the finish, which was moved to 2 meters ahead. So now the overall length is not 705 but 703. Yeah, it was moved a little bit closer because very often the drivers would straighten out a little too early, so the judges decided to move the finishing line so that the drivers do not lose the motivation on the way to the finish, so that everyone finishes correctly. Moreover, you can also perform an opposite drift if you release the accelerator and your car whips out, and this is also very torturing for the judges. They've got to look into the drift dynamics data to understand if there was any angle or not, because you cannot count it as a zero, and the judges hate zeros, and so do we, right? Here's an important thing for us to pay attention to. Yes, there is the acceleration line, the full throttle line, and the judges called all the drivers to be very careful with acceleration. But at the initiation, you don't have to run pedal to the metal because there is nowhere to run. There are 2 very fast transitions, and the vehicle is running with the inertia on the entire way to touch and go 4. The speed is supposed to be naturally decreasing, but you've got to propel your car forward with the accelerator pedal. Help it move dynamically and efficiently. And then after the transition touch and go 4, there is an additional deceleration, after which a very consistent acceleration begins. So this is a little pin from touch and go 4, touch and go 5, but this is not a pin, this is actually a curve. And so we do the initiation, then there is a snake, a zigzag, and then 2 sweepers with a little appendix that I refer to as a pin. So this is how you can describe this configuration. Here is Arkady Tseregrazov showing his thumb up to himself, perhaps. But this is the first run in the qualification with the absolutely perfect line. 30 out of 30. I guess every one of you can imagine being a judge now, because Arkady Tseregrazov has collected all the clips and he's looking at himself. This is called the recursion. And this is the best audience in the world. Hello, everyone. Greetings to all of you. And Arkady Tseregrazov has just given a big challenge to the judges, because it takes the judges far too long to think when the run is either very bad or very good. But I cannot call it very bad. Here is Artyom Letis, and what is there on the sides of the ducktail? This is the logo of the garage, or the workshop, the car service of VS garage, where the car of Artyom Letis was built. Because in the 21st century, everything has a logo. Every garage has a logo now. You do hear this vibration. It sounds like a tectonic. I was about to compare drifting to ballet, but this sound really holds me back. This is very beautiful. This really was. This is what Arkady Tseregrazov did several times yesterday during the practice. He did some tandem runs, did some solos, and they were all very similar to what you have just seen. So if you watched the practice yesterday, I don't think that there are too many, but those who did say it were very happy. I would probably try to make a no-look challenge among the Siberian drivers like Damir Diaturin, Arkady Tseregrazov, Georgy Chivchan, and see what happens. Artyom Letis is now waiting for his turn. The first group is all Nissan Zs. Only Damir is not driving a Nissan Z. Ivan Palmin and Anton Klimkov also have different vehicles. We've got 4 groups, and also we've got a junior group that will also join the qualification twice, for the first attempt and then for the second. But it will be all after our lunch break. We will begin after the end of the second qualification group. So the lunch time depends on the timing of the judges' verdict. But I've got all the grounds to suspect that the judges are trying to find something to deduct from Arkady Tseregratsev's score, but they cannot find it. They cannot find it. Probably Mikhail Davidians failed to teach his colleagues properly. By the way, Arkady Tseregratsev has never won a qualification round here at this venue. But I also very well remember what Arkady said in 2022 on the way to his first championship title. He said, okay, I finally won my first home victory, because we had some Sochi Autodrome events, those old times when there were dinosaurs wandering around. Many million years ago, we had races in the territory which is now called Sirius. Arseny, the son of Arkady, is looking carefully what result he's gonna outperform, because now this is 3 out of 3 in favor of Arseny in their little family competition. Because these juniors have very good results. Arkady puts his helmet back because the sun is very bright, I guess, and it's too early for him to go on the second attempt. He is still waiting for his result. But we've got the decision of the judges. Yes, at last. Your attention to the screen. Come on, do it. And here it is. Perfect line and perfect style. 2 little flaws in the angle were detected by our angle judge. And this is the result, 30, 33 and 35, and the total is 98. So the school of Mikhail Davidians still maintains its traditions. Artyom Leitis from Carville Racing right now is going on his first run. Nissan Fair Lady Z representing the town of Sortavala, the Republic of Karelia. He had some transmission problems after the morning practice session. It always is very bothering if something happens in the morning. So if it breaks, let it break on Friday so that the drivers have the time to maintain it. With Artyom, we are running through the run-in and then we shift to the right. And this is how Artyom gains the angle. And wow, he visits a no-go zone, and the next one too. And here he doesn't visit touch and go 4. And touch and go 4 should be very sad about it. This is what we need to tell all the drivers about. And now Artyom is doing his transition into touch and go 7. And here is the very beautiful line in the 3rd sector. However, touch and go 9 still is under a question. Would there be anything left for the line after such a run? Because there's a lot of penalty, I can tell you for sure. Plus, these no-go zone visits are also intermittent with missing touch and go. So this is not -5 or -4, this is -7 and -6, which is -13 out of 30, just like that, in the 2 curves. But I believe that this little nervousness is caused by the technical problems that can always influence the emotional state of the drivers, and they can still regain their confidence. Now the run is productive, there is a score, so it's okay. And then the great random will still find a place for everyone in the top 32 bracket. Now let's recall ADM Raceway with everything went upside down, but the bracket was still more or less similar to what we are used to. But everyone who is usually on the top found themselves on the bottom and vice versa. So that's okay. The main thing is that everyone was in top 32. Mikhail Davidians was in the by-round zone. That was his great success, a great rookie success. But it is also important to remark that it wasn't easy. And the judges also drew the attention of the participants to the fact that many of them do not attentively listen to the judges during the briefing, and then they get surprised where the score comes from. Because there is a certain assignment and you've got to stick to it, and this assignment is also designed for a reason. And first of all, when the judges prepare for an event, they watch the tandem runs of the previous event. Oh yeah, as I suppose, too many penalties. Only 14 for the line, 30.5 for the angle, and 27 for the style. The angle doesn't look that bad against such a background, so this is the result. Yes, this is a successful attempt, 71.5, but this is not something Artem Ledis was counting on. But he's got another run to improve his result. And by the way, speaking about the judges' assignment, traditionally we will see some evening practice and we will speak to the judges and we will ask them about this as well. Now, Damir Idiaturin, who's got 14 qualification victories, a driver from Fresh Racing, and he takes his Toyota Supra A80 and he goes on his first attempt. Two-time vice champion of RDS GP. He's a bronze prize winner, so there's only one trophy that is missing. And now Damir Idiaturin is collecting touch and go 2, touch and go 3, and then makes a transition to touch and go 4 very carefully as he drives his car through this clip and then through the sweeper, which is pretty narrow. And here are the sevens, beautiful along the outside border of the track. And now the last one, touch and go 9, no questions whatsoever. And here's a very interesting manner of driving through touch and go 4. I wouldn't say that this is a mistake, I wouldn't say it's too slow, but this is something very different from what you have seen this far. But there will be something about the speed loss because Damir wasn't working smoothly with the acceleration. He let go of the accelerator after touching go 4 on the way to TG5. Somehow it didn't work out correctly in terms of the line, so he had to make a correction to stay within the track. But we all know that if you make any action that corrects your line, it usually causes some score deduction for the style. But once again, this is only my opinion about the situation, because the judges see it better, they hear it better, they definitely know it better, and therefore they can judge better. And we are only looking at the runs just like any other broadcast spectator. And let me also repeat why my attention was drawn to touch and go 4. This is because if we take a look at the speed diagrams of Damir Idiaturin and Arkady Tseregradtsov, they are absolutely the same. There's only one little difference, maybe some little tiny ones, but still there's no difference by more than 2 kilometers per hour. But we all remember that style is not only about the speed, but this is also about the pace, about the acceleration operation, and this is what is the foundation of it. So if we use the reverse engineering method, if we apply it here, if we understand that Damir is running at the same pace as Arkady Tseregradtsov, he was also doing everything correctly. But once again, it's very interesting, especially before the tandem runs. Of course, this is the level of the drivers that we want to see, and we hope that we see them in the semi-finals or finals. But anyway, it would be exciting to see their tandem runs. Maybe during the practice we did, because yesterday I didn't see any runs of Arkady Tseregradtsov and Damir. I don't know if there have been any. Unfortunately, I cannot watch all the 100% of the practice. But in 2022, when Arkady won his final with Damir, they were competing with each other for the event victory, and they were using all the opportunities they had. They had 2 more times, and it was all decided by only one inner clip number 2 that Damir missed, and Arkady didn't. And this is why Arkady got the victory. Yeah, so there is a style deduction in the first sector, in the second, and in the third. So Damir was probably too careful as he ran through touch and go 4. He was a little late with pressing the accelerator, but the result nevertheless is very inspiring. This is 9-1, and we're speaking about all the details because the overall picture was very good. And you can see that there is a great potential for the improvement, and we continue watching. There's only one driver we haven't seen this far in the first group, and this is Ivan Palny from Carville Racing. Toyota Supra A90 Carville Racing, and he is now going on the distance. Go, go, go! And the Supra A90 initiates, touch and go 1 in 2 parts. Then TG2 without the no-go zone, then a transition to touch and go 4, and very carefully, very slowly, the smoke is coming out from the rear wheels. We will see how it influences the style score. Then a transition with the acceleration exactly as prescribed by the judges. Then the last transition and the last touch and go 9 and the finish. This is just the second attempt with the perfect line. We have just seen it. Unless there is anything in touch and go 2 that the judges saw and I didn't. Out of the 7 contenders, only 2. Sorry, this is the third one. RDS GP, Demir Gyatulin, and Ivan Palmin haven't had any line flaws. But let's return one step back. There is a transition to touch and go 6, touch and go 7. And all the problems are about this. But let me explain why the Demir Gyatulin got a penalty in sector 1. This counter shift before the initiation, which Ivan Palmin just did. There's also a restriction. I don't remember having such a restriction before, but now we do. You've got to stay within the limits of the small angle, under 45 degrees. 45 degrees is quite a lot. This is something that you can easily see with your eyes. But as the judges say, Damir did a counter shift that broke the run-in speed, and the style judge made a penalty deduction for this reason. And all these space problems continued until in a touch and go 2, and this is why Damir couldn't get something around 100. Any assignment for the style begins one and the same phrase: efficient running. What does it mean? It means that until the moment of spinning the car axle at the initiation, the vehicle must be gaining speed. The counter shift is not the spinning moment, and if at this moment the speed is not fixed or if it's falling, this is equalized to an inefficient run-in. This is a very important thing. So yes, you do load your inner part of the vehicle, but you shouldn't start drifting back there because the micro angle occurs on its own. But there you do not go sideways. You are kind of directing the car towards the traffic lights and gain speed in order to spin it around more efficiently and to throw it to the TGs later. This is how it works. But RDS GP and Ivan Palmin both had an angle of around 20 degrees and Damir had 34. That is far too much, even though still this angle is not penalized. But if it influences the speed and the judges considered it influencing the speed, then there shouldn't be surprises. We will try to study it, we will try to figure it out, and we will report to you about the results, because these are the thin matters, but without such thin matters you just cannot rank the drivers of such levels. This is what you do. This is the only way of determining who is better and who is not. Timofey Dobrovolsky is waiting for his second attempt. Ivan Palmin also has 1 point penalty for the style and a little penalty for the angle, where he was changing the angle from the medium to the small, but it is supposed to be large and medium. But still, this is a great result. Congratulations. 96.5 in the first attempt is very, very impressive. And this is ranked 2 immediately after RDS GP. So now the reference point is clear to Timofey Dobrovolsky. He's got to get something higher than 98. The question is if the driver of Takayama Forward Order from Moscow can do that. I remind you that last season Timofey Dobrovolsky got a victory here at the Red Ring Circuit in very challenging weather. This time he is driving a Forward Racing RZ34, and last year that was a Nissan Silvia S15. And now here's the run-in performed by Timofey Dobrovolsky. Timofey is very charged because he can afford some risk, and he does risk it. This time he collects TG3, running at a very good speed, aggressively steps on the right foot pedal exactly on the dotted line. There is touch and go 6, and look at this transition. I just hope that he keeps the angle, but there are some corrections. TG8 and TG9 with 1 single stroke. This is a very good run, but this sharp transition touch and go 7 looks like overcooking the plan. I don't think that this is the best solution. This is quite a mysterious matter. The judges say, and yesterday they also did, they say that this smooth transition is prescribed to help you, because this makes your run more stable. But Timofey Dobrovolsky decided to risk it. And it caused a whole series, a whole array of problems afterwards. So if on the broadcast you see that the angle fluctuates, it means that you definitely also see it on a drift dynamics diagram, and it will be pretty solid one around 15 degrees or even more. Or even 20. Yeah, I just did look at the diagram. 15 or 20 degrees. This is a correction that you can see with your eyes. Everything below 10, you cannot visually detect it. Or you can if you are not looking through the camera. He also had to use the left foot in order to direct the car into touch and go 7/2. And here is a question, if the rear left wheel got there. This car should be called 34Z, RZ, because R is the index of the engine. Because it's VR30, the initial engine. So VR is the engine index. So it's supposed to be a ZZ. I'm sorry. It looks like I'm lost in the alphabet. So VR and RZ. R comes from the engine index. And the GZ, so we take a Z from the engine, and a Z also is the index of the chassis. So this is like ZZ Top, okay? Just rock and roll. Whatever. This is a kind of matter that is very clear to me. You can see how Timofey is operating the steering wheel. This part shop max suspension can do such stuff, but then there should be some conditions for the stabilization, and in the sweeper there are none. After the transition, you're supposed to press the accelerator, and this is what can cause adventures. In the first attempt, he had an excessive angle touch and go 4, and the speed fell to 42, and now there is no large angle, and the speed is 52. So at 10 kilometers per hour is a great difference. And now, this is Vladislav Popov on your screens, representing System Electric Одержимый Motorsport. He's waiting for his second attempt. But it won't start until we see the score of Timofey Dobrovolsky. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. And Sector 3. Sector 3. And also missed touch and go 7, so everything happened there. The correction was very visible, and -4 for the style as well. So it means that he didn't really press the accelerator on time. That is very bad. But due to this aggression, it looked like everything happened in an instant. But you've got to keep it slow. You've got to keep it careful. But it's very hard not to get carried away when you do this famous transition. You want to do it maximum, and yesterday many drivers did backwards. The difficult thing is to efficiently decelerate on the way to touch and go 2. But this is the result. And everyone wants to make something like a wow. And when it works, then it works. 86.5, and he is on the 5th line of the rating at the moment. So as far as I can remember, last year, Timofey also failed to do everything in the qualification. But in the tandem runs, he did everything he was supposed to. But this is not such a rare situation when the qualification winner also wins the event. Now, Vladislav Popov from System Electric Одержимый Motorsport, he had 94 points in the first attempt. We'll see what happens next. A very good attempt, number 1. And here in the situation, it's very hard to make any plan for the improvement. But I'm sure that Vladislav Popov has got one, and he will stick to it this far. Now touch and go 4. And here begins the run-in through the sweeper to touch and go 5. He dances on the white line. This is exactly what you're supposed to do. And now one wheel slips a little bit further than it was supposed to be. And here's the finish. And we proceed to the replay mode. Let's compare the two runs. We know that the first one was 94, and it was pretty obvious in terms of where to get the deducted points. Vladislav had some certain problems in that to go 2, which entailed the penalty of 4 points. So he could have got 98, but this is already history. There is no subjunctive mood in drifting, just like there is none in history or in life in general. And here I'm really worried about the borders of the track. And the rest of it looks better, leaner in terms of the line at least. But as far as the initiation angle is concerned, according to the assignment, it has to be a large angle, and the initiation must be sharp. There was a sharp initiation, but what was the angle like? It was 66. Then it's okay. Because these are young drivers, and these young drivers are not very vulnerable to the environment and the outside factors. But okay, then he conformed to this criterion. I love the way the angle was changing on the way from touch and go 4 to touch and go 5, 70 plus degrees, and then smoothly falling, and then it fell to medium of 50 degrees. And then a transition, which was also very dynamic in touch and go 7. The only thing that can ruin it is the left rear wheel, which was kind of moving on the white line, but there's still those centimeters, little details, if it slipped out or if it didn't slip out. And starting from touch and go 3, where there were some problems in the first attempt, and that Vladislav managed to take in his second run, everything was just great except for one very little but unpleasant detail. But if he manages to repeat the result of Arkady Tseregrazov, it could be fun, because then a real battle for the leadership will begin. Let's put it this way. Let's pick theory. If there was a wheel outside, then all the rest must be perfect. If there is none, it is 98, and then he repeats the best result of Arkady Tseregrazov, and then Arkady Tseregrazov has got to do something better than 94 and improve his attempt number 1. Anton Klimko cannot be satisfied with his 83 points that he had in the first attempt. He had some line problems in the third sector. If you remember, he missed 3 TGs, and once again, because of the excessively sharp transition from touch and go 6 into touch and go 7. And I hope that together with his coach, he has already come to the right conclusions. And the only inaccuracy that he failed to correct is the smooth transition. He had a penalty for that in the first attempt. And judging by what the judges say, there was one wheel outside in 7/2. But what do you mean when you say that the wheel was outside? Do you imagine that it was somewhere out there? But no, it's a couple centimeters that the tire slipped. And it's very great to see the spectators wearing their summer clothes. There are some umbrellas, and I hope they only use it for protection from the sun. Vladislav is already tired. Ilya is still fresh. -2 for the wheels. We could have seen a new leader. This little wheel, how many centimeters away was it? But a 2-point penalty there is. It could have been a 99. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that if you have a problem of identifying who is Vladislav and who is Ilya, the one who is sweaty and tired is Vladislav, because he just came out from the car, and Ilya is still dry, fresh and nice. Anton Klimko is now at the start. Heat Carbon Racing BMW F22 is going on the second run, and the first he had 83 points. The initiation is the restart and go 1 naturally, and then there comes the most difficult part of the scored section of the track. Anton works very well here. He's got to press it before touch and go 4 towards touch and go 5, and the right rear wheel wanders outside. It is very dangerous to go there because there is ground, there is concrete, everything can happen there. But thankfully the driver from St. Petersburg runs through it all. But did he get touch and go 9, or did he ignore it? It looks like he could have touched it. But you know, there's confabulation. This is a kind of a mental disorder. You always try to interpret it in favor of the driver. But if you don't reach TG9, you should be careful with the last transition. Let's now check out the 2 runs at the same time. The second run is much better than the first in terms of the line, at least, even though there were some little flaws. Touch and go 9 is a 2-point penalty in terms of the line, and there will be definitely a penalty for a wheel outside. Thankfully, this is not double. And touch and go 5. In terms of the rest, I really liked it. It was a nice and lean, very neat kind of run. It is as round and as bouncy as a tennis ball. You can see how well he opens up after the initiation. It looks like he did everything on time. There's so much smoke coming out. I like these frames of the F22 coming out from behind the corner. And now when the transition from 6 to 7 is more careful, everything works better in terms of the line. Here he uses a little bit of the left foot. This is not penalized by the judges, because the judges cannot penalize you for using different controls of the vehicle. If it does influence the pace, then it can be penalized. But in this situation, I wouldn't say that the speed was anyhow compromised. Let's compare it with any of our fastest ones. If there was any speed reduction, it was very little. But if you compare to the leader, there will be much more difference, of course. And the leader at the moment is Arkady Tseregrazov with a result of 98 points. Anton Klimko is very unlikely to have the same, because we have seen at least 2-point penalty for the wheel, and all the rest wasn't perfect either. With all the respect, it is still hard to believe. I know only one driver who really had only one mistake, one wheel outside. It was Arkady Tseregrazov in Nizhny Novgorod. The hats parade goes on. The guys wearing crowns must be the fans of Arkady Tseregrazov, because his nickname is the Tsar. And even though he has moved to Sochi, Arkady Tseregrazov still has got a huge army of fans here in Krasnoyarsk. The score is being formulated, which means that we will see it very soon, after which we will proceed to the second attempt of the qualification leader, which is Arkady Tseregrazov. 98 points is his best result. On the second line is Vladislav Popov with 97. And now let's take a little peek into the statistics. Who has won the qualification? Let's say Damir Dyaturin in 2022. Let's open 2022. And back then he had 97 points. Just like James Dean also won the qualification with 97. But now definitely the stakes are much higher. And as far as Anton Klimko is concerned, for the correction touch and go 1/1, he gets an angle penalty and a penalty for the smooth transition in touch and go 2, the first transition. That was too smooth. It's supposed to be sharper. So this is the situation. But still, this is 90 plus. This is 92. So because this is still one of the elite drivers. Anton Klimko takes off to the 4th line of the rating. And he rounds up the current edition of the Byron zone. And speaking about Arkady Tseregrazov and the qualifications last year, the winner of the qualification was Georgy Chivchan with 99 points, where he outperformed Arkady Tseregrazov by 1 point only. But now Arkady Tseregrazov breathes out. Finally, he can start his exercise, and look how bravely he initiates. Very, very sharp first 2 transitions, and then immediately comes a question about touch and go 2. We'll figure it out later. And then touch and go 5, and here we see the perfect line without any violations. The car spins around its axis, and he takes both TG7s, and the last touch and go 9 also couldn't avoid the left front wheel. And this first part, the first sector, the unfortunate first sector, is the place where Arkady tried to surprise everyone, but probably got surprised himself. But now let's get back to the story of the battle of Georgy Chivchan and Arkady Tseregrazov. It was in 2024. It was all decided by the first attempt, and last year the winner was Maxim Grossman with a very high score as well. But Arkady Tseregrazov and Georgy Chivchan in their battle both had 99 points, because Krasnoyarsk always throws lots of curved balls at us. The weather was very bad. It wasn't like today. It was wet, it was rainy, but it still didn't hold back our drifters. Now the weather is dry, and we can count on everything being great, and we will see the result very soon. Out of the 7 drivers, 5 have a 90-plus result, and some of them, like Artyom Leitis, still have a chance to improve their score. because 71.5 looks very awkward against the background of the others, and it's also very far from his ambitions and his capabilities as well. Arkady Tseregradzev goes with Will too far into the no-go zone because the angle was so deep. This is not good. This is not good at all, because touch and go 2 was still avoided. He went around on a very graceful curve, but after the first transition, the angle was 88 degrees, while it's supposed to be medium. But once again, here is not ADM Raceway. There is no penalty for outperforming of the angle. But the angles are also established for a reason. As far as the transitions are concerned, there was one smooth transition, but oh, touch and go 2. It's all clear. Yes, he missed it. The speed was far too high. There is a whole array of penalties in the first sector. Is the majority 25, 31 and 30, and this is not even a 90 plus. This is 86 only. But Arkady is still the leader because his first attempt is 98 points. But yes, he was penalized for the large angle, and because he literally stopped there. I mean, he slowed down too much. And now the driver who's got to correct the situation. 71.5 points is not the result that he deserves. He is now 7th in the overall rank, and now let's go. The Nissan 350Z Fair Lady Z is gaining speed, and this is the moment of initiation, and it will be now very interesting for us in terms of the scores. Now the initiation wasn't sharp, but he did everything in terms of the line in the first sector, and then he continues running in this large sweeper. Now here's a smooth transition. Everything is done in accordance with the assignment, and then he takes 2 clips or even 1, and he does it. A beautiful finish, but in the first sector there are so many things to figure out. Let's begin with the fact that this is definitely gonna be much better than the first attempt. I guess it's gonna be around 20 points better. I would bet on it, because it made me feel so well watching this attempt. It looked like Artyom Letis finally found some truth in between the 2 attempts, and he went on his second run with some new knowledge, because there is not even a sign of this little nervousness that you saw in the first run. It was absolutely magnificent. I would say this was very good in terms of the angle, but there was a lot of smoke stability, and I really liked it. An interesting parameter. It was always white, always thick, always cloudy, and the volume of the smoke was more or less the same all through the scored section of the track. Let us introduce a new aesthetic criterion. Artyom Letis had a perfect smoke during this line, during this run. There is an airport nearby, and many of the pilots complained of the smoke coming from the Red Ring, because there is the final U-turn, and it goes right above the Red Ring circuit, and there's so much smoke, so the pilots hated it. Here's Damir Diaturin. His first run was 91 points. And what is interesting here, the majority of the penalties were about the style. So I'm sure that he totally understands what to do next. But the first attempt was just, you know, being on the safe side, a cautious kind of thing. Just to touch it, just to try it, and then he goes for the risk. And it finally works. So I really wonder how Damir approaches the second run. Now we're waiting for the score of Artyom Letis. And now let me tell you an interesting story about Damir. Do you know what vehicle Damir tried drifting for the first time? That was the Red Ring. I wonder if Damir remembers himself. That was the Red Ring circuit, of course, and that was RDS GT R32 of Arkady Tsarigradsev. Damir was a mechanic of Arkady Tsarigradsev back then, so he was the one making the clutches. And this is a 97. I was mistaken. It's not plus 20, this is plus 25. Artyom Leitis. Yes, there is a little penalty for the angle. If it had been a little bit more solid, it would have been perfect, but now it's still amazing. 97 points, and this is the third line of the rating. This is the by-run zone battle. It's very intensive. We said that Artyom didn't have any problems during the practice sessions, but in fact he had to change his turbocharger. And now Damir Dyatulin, who has 91 points on his account, is only on the 6th line of the rating this far. So here we go, Damir Dyatulin and his final second run. They're running, and here is the counter shift. Once again, pretty emphasized, pretty accentuated, but it looks like this time he's trying to be braver. This is touch and go 4, and now for a very, very long time he is going on inertia. This is what the judges do not like. At least they didn't like it in the first run. And now Damir collects touch and go 7 and then 8, and also he takes touch and go 9. A very good pace in the third sector and finishes. It gives me the feeling that the same happened on the same place, the same counter shift, and we remember that he was not penalized for the shift itself, but for its consequences. There are more questions about touch and go 3. And also for a very long time he was running on inertia. The process of using inertia is okay. It is very exciting for the drivers. This is like a nirvana of drifting, especially when you have done everything to make your vehicle slide like this. But there is that goddamn dotted line, and before the dotted line you've got to press the accelerator, and it didn't happen. Damir Dyatulin nailed the first one brilliantly. I think there are no questions about the second. But and over again, Damir Dyatulin lets the accelerator go on the way from TG4 to TG5. While the other drivers, the ones that we have seen, do not do that. All of them press accelerator before TG4. Maybe they don't even go full throttle. Maybe this is like 50 or 60% of the throttle, but still they're running with the consistent acceleration all through the sweeper, and this is why they do not get the penalties. But Damir, for the second time in a row, is losing smoke. Or maybe there was a compromise, maybe the reduction rate, maybe this reduction rate is more comfortable for the driver, but this can also be the reason why he cannot open up aggressively in the slower sector of the track. But Damir has said that he loves having event victories instead of the qualification victories. But he's a champion in the number of 1 qualifications, but I'm sure that he wants to have another title. If he exchanges his qualification victories for the event victories, even for a double rate, he would already have 7. He has had 7 event victories and over 20 qualification victories. We're waiting for the score of Damir Dyatulin, and if there is an improvement, it would be a very little one, because Artyom Leitis really did 2 absolutely different things, while Damir Dyatulin did 2 very similar things. On one hand, it's too bad that there will be no improvement, but on the other, and I may be running ahead of our story, or maybe I speak nonsense, which is also possible. But this is about stability. If the leader is stable, he's predictable and he's comfortable to chase. Also, this is a sign of the skill. It means that the driver can control all of his actions, that this is not a coincidence, but it happens for a reason. This is exactly what was desired. We've got a new issue of our magazine, by the way, where you can see Ivan Palmin on the cover. And here we also have a lot of interesting information. The nearest plans of Russian Drift Series are the following. You can also read about it in our magazine, the 5th event of RDS Open will be held in Minsk on the 15th and 16th of August. This will be done within the framework of a festival of Open Race Minsk. I've been looking at the geography of the junior series, and it looks like this is the junior brother, the younger brother, who is more loved. Rязань, Chelyabinsk, and now Minsk. These are very interesting venues. Many people from Moscow confessed that they love going to Rязань, they love the town itself, and they also like the venue, and they don't want to go to GP. And it used to be our shortest scored section of the track, and now our shortest is here at the Red Ring. It's 535 meters, so the things change. This is going to be the Bel-X venue, and this venue is really, really huge, very, very exciting. And the next one will be the final of Russian Drift Series. And I'm sad to say so, because we have never finished our season in August, the 29th to the 30th of August. And then we've got a super final. So please follow our information. The dates will be announced and the location can be unfortunately changed. For someone it can be fortunately or unfortunately changed. So please do not hurry. Please wait for the official announcement. And to follow all the information, please subscribe to our Telegram channel and all our social media to stay updated. In our magazine, we've got the juniors. So you should go and collect these autographs, because in about 10 years, when all of them become champions, when they become adult racers, these autographs will be very precious. You will be able to sell them for a good money. Even though it is very hard to become a champion, and not every good driver becomes a champion, because there are lots of factors. I know lots of talented racers who still haven't got this achievement, even though they are remembered and loved, even in Formula One, for example. We just saw Ivan Palmin on the cover of the magazine, and now we see him on his Toyota Supra. Fantastic. Ivan Palmin will be the next on our list. I know that it was easy to predict, but anyway, this is a funny coincidence. Ivan looks very serious on the cover photo. No celebrative gestures, not even a smile. He's very concentrated. Because after the first attempt of 96 points, he doesn't even know what to do, perhaps. He's warming up his front wheels and the rear wheels. I hope that he has got any tire left after such exercises. At least I hope that the power steering fluid doesn't get overheated, because it can sometimes boil. Hello guys, I'm happy to see you all. And it's very delighting to see so many people on the first qualification day. So many spectators. Today I also walked from the entrance to the grandstands, to the service park. This is a nice walk. It wasn't too hot. I know that now the temperature is around 25 degrees. Plus there is a very high humidity. And this is not even the high temperature that creates problems for the engine, but the humidity, because there occurs a lot of water inside. Oh, wow. I told you I can sometimes say stupid things, but after I've seen the diagrams of the first and the second attempts, I could see a very tangible difference. And this is what distinguishes good drivers from genius. He is becoming the next leader of the qualification, 98 points. Wow, congratulations to Damir. I don't know if it is ever possible to exchange the qualification victory for an event victory, but now Damir has made a very important step in this direction. And here's another important step for Ivan Palmin. He had 96.5 in the first run, which makes me think certain things. And would it come true? We will find it out right now. Initiation to touch and go 1. and then he fixes the angle. But here comes a question, what happens to touch and go 2, then there is a second transition to touch and go 4, and then I would say that this is a Damir style that Ivan Palmin does in the next sweeper. Would the result be the same? Now the transition to touch and go 7, and the last third second, the last 2 clips are left to collect for Ivan Palmin, his Supra A90, and this is the finish. And naturally we now compare the 2 runs, because there are some interesting things to analyze. The first attempt was super productive, 96.5 points. But once again, let's take a closer look. He was quite close to the no-go zone border. In the second, he was a little further. The main thing is that he has a very good run 1. The by-run zone has 6 vacancies. 6 slots, and I guess a couple of them is already occupied, or maybe even more, because we've got 298 and 297 point attempts. Touch and go 2. That was so unpleasant for the scoring, of course. I remind the touch and go 2, the inner touch and go 2 is the most valuable control point on this track. It costs 5 points out of 30, 1/6 part of the overall score in one certain spot. But this is the way it's usually done here. This is a historical thing, and therefore if you miss this control point, then you cannot aspire for a victory even in a tandem run. And you can get quite a large penalty for the style if you are making all the effort to push yourself into this touch and go 2. So this is a Zugzwang if we speak chess language, because if you do not get there but you are trying to, it can cause such consequences that the penalties will be very, very tangible. Let me remind you why it happens. It happens because if you miss this point, you have more speed and then you run away from the chaser. If you're trying to push yourself there when you're already missing it, then you're creating crazy problems for your chaser. And to keep the drivers away from making problems for the chasers, and you remember that the closer the chaser, the better, all these penalties were designed. And being in top 6 is very important here, especially psychologically, because then you skip one stage, because top 32 is the stage when you have maximum pressure, but the first group made such a performance that getting into this top of the rating is gonna be extremely hard. And Damir Dyatulin somewhere around Alicia, let's listen to him. Hello, my friends. There's nothing better than starting a series of interviews with the qualification leaders, with the 2 guys from Krasnoyarsk on the Red Ring, Arkady Tsarigradsev and Damir Dyatulin from System Electrica Держимый Motorsport and Fresh Racing team. While me and Arkady were waiting for the score of Damir Dyatulin, Arkady said, come on, make it faster, don't ruin my mood. And Damir still spoiled the mood for Tsarigradsev. But you know, Arkady, you should have done a better second run, right? I am a total ass because I wanted to surprise everyone with the second transition, but I surprised myself. I tried on the warm-up run and the speed was 144. I thought it was too much, but still it was too much, because when you are spinning too slow, you can use your front brake a little bit, and here you just trust your luck. In the second run I had only 86 versus 98, so you see who the loser is here. But who you can think can defeat Damir? I don't want anyone to defeat him. I think it would be cool for us to stay on the first and the second place and then meet in the final, because I think we've done it at least twice. And it always ended up very well for me, so I would like to repeat it. But in fact, Chivchan can do it very well here. He's got a superpower. He is disgusting in the practice sessions and makes us believe that he cannot do anything, and then he hits 99. So you should be afraid of Chivchan. Okay, we're waiting for him. We're looking forward. Please give a round of applause to Arkady Tsarigradsev, who was just thrown down from his throne by Damir Dyatulin. The leader of the qualification is Damir Dyatulin. So Damir, we've been longing to see you in the leadership, among the leaders of the qualification. So what do you think? Who can kick you down from this top of the rating, and what happened in the first run? In the first run, I selected a wrong strategy, too many switches all through the run, and this caused some corrections. Pin, I guess this is what the judges noticed, and this is why they gave me some penalties. There was some speed loss. In the second attempt, I thought, okay, if you want it to be linear, let me give it to you. So I ran through it on gear 3 until the last transition where I had gear 2, so it was smoother. In some places, probably there was a little smoke, but I pressed the accelerator always on time. But on the overall, I liked the smoothness, but I would like to show some more aggression. Maybe Arkady also wanted to show some more aggression, but who do you think can kick you down? In our team, we've got a couple of drivers. I'm not sure about Tommy, because he is cool and aggressive driver, but he makes lots of corrections here. I'm sure that he will show his best in tandem runs, not in the qualification. Sergei Kuznetsov, I love his speed and I love his accuracy, so I hope that he can do it. Denis also had a very good practice, but it looks like he's also more charged for the tandem runs. This is Damir Idiatulin, the leader of the qualification this far. This is his home event, and we continue the qualification round. Please stay tuned. RDS GP, the only series where the leaders' podium is somewhere in between. Ivan Palmin's results are finally ready, and once again everything is ruined by this touch and go 2. The inner clip, you can see some little style penalties in Sector 1, but they are generally caused by the fact that Ivan was trying to take that unfortunate clip. However, the result is still not bad. This is 91 points. This is line 5 of the rating, but the driver of Carville Racing is still in the by-run zone. 96.5 is his best result. And here is his teammate, Dmitry Sherbina, on board his Toyota Supra A80, another representative of Carville Racing, who starts the second group performance. Dmitry Sherbina was very aggressive during the practice sessions. Let's see if he can direct this aggression into the right place, into the right vector. Now he collects touch and go 2, touch and go 3, and he makes the transition on time. And I want to see the interpretation of this episode by the judges. And now Dmitry jumps over the bump at the exit from the sweeper, runs to touch and go 7. And he shows a nice and smoky curve on the way to touch and go 8, and to touch and go 9 towards the finish. And we are gonna leave these seconds over again watching the replay. You could see that the run was pretty rapid. During the practice, this speed also accompanied lots of inaccuracies, some broken shock absorbers and other adventures, but in this situation, this is a very concentrated and high-quality run. It looks like in Carville Racing there was a very good breakfast, because all of these guys are working very well. Artem Leitis had one missed shot, but he corrected it perfectly. This is like the best mistake correction competition, because improving your own result by 25 points is amazing. A 97-point result is always great. It is always admirable. Let's also recall the history, and James Dean, who had 2 97-point runs, who won the qualification. By the way, I want to congratulate Arkady Tserigradzev. I want to congratulate him on the great memory that he has got, because he and Damir Idiatulin met in the finals only twice, and both times it was here at the Red Ring. The local audience is expecting something from the tomorrow, but what we love drifting for is the unpredictability. A good run in terms of the line, with some little flaws in terms of the angle. these little penalties in Sector 2 and Sector 3 are the transitions that were probably not dynamic enough, but still, this is a 90 plus. 94.5 points. It looks like the drivers want to rehabilitate after the ADM Raceway qualification, because there something strange was going on and something amazing is going on here. Anton Dmitrienko from Irkutsk, who lacked some practical problems, but he knows this configuration very well. Anton Dmitrienko is going on his run, and yes, he didn't have much track time, but you cannot tell by his manner. The little angle reduction before touch and go 2. We will study the no-go zone relations. And now this is the sweeper on the way to touch and go 5. With some specificity, it was done, but he collects touch and go 5, touch and go 6, and even touch and go 7/2. Even though he went touch and go 8 far too early, and now the left front wheel is in touch and go 9, and Anton is already on his way back. This was exciting, this was fast, this was aggressive, and once again, let me remark that Anton Dmitrienko has been a champion here in one of the local championships, and he was driving a Toyota Mark II. And now it looked like he wasn't operating a Silvia, but something a Mark, like a long chassis kind of thing. But he did it perfectly. He nailed all the angle requirements, but it looked like he needed a little bit more of inertia to make his car run on the smoother curve in around touch and go 2. Yes, unfortunately, the front left wheel was in the no-go zone, but then everything was very good on the overall. Also smoky, it was also aggressive, but this is a kind of a track that stimulates the drivers to be aggressive. Plus, this is the only venue on our calendar where you can practice for a week or 2 weeks. You can come when you want and practice. This is not Agora Drive or an ADM Raceway or Moscow Raceway in this sense, because there the track time is really limited. Anton Kozlov, for example, once mentioned that one of the stimuli to take part in the RDS Fest is to try the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway, and also to understand how prepared your car is for the final event of the season. And by the way, Anton Kozlov showed himself at RDS Fest should really intimidate his opponents. Anton Dmitrienko can also be a little nervous about his score, because this is the only situation with the speed lack, and this is the -5 that you can see in Sector 1. In terms of the angle, there is also a deduction for the smooth front first transition, and all this just happened. But once again, I don't mean to reprimand the driver. This is his first run. 82 points, which is a positive result, and then we simply continue working in accordance with the schedule and the plan. Another representative of Fresh Racing that Damir has mentioned as a candidate for the qualification victory, Sergei Kuznetsov from Samara, who is driving a Toyota Supra A80, and he just got his first qualification victory. And he could probably repeat it, why not? And now let's just watch how articulated is the suspension motion. The car tried going for the transition a little early, but Sergei holds it under control. And now he's already running through the sweeper on the way to touch and go 5. And now there is a transition to the left to collect touch and go 6. A transition with an acceleration without any attempts to release the right pedal, and touch and go 9 is taken with the left wheel and finishing with all the 4. Now let's watch the replay. I wish I could see touch and go 6 from an alternative angle. I feel a little anxious about this control point, but once again, there is a very good work with the transitions, with the spinning. This is very good. This is a really successful attempt, but the front wheel just touched this painted square. The last transition. This is very stable acceleration work, that is for sure. And he also did it in accordance with the judges' requirements. If Damir did something alternative on the way from TG4 to TG5, but it was okay because the speed was right. Sergei Kuznetsov worked it all correctly. First the transition, then he pressed the pedal a little bit late after the line, but still the moment of pressing the accelerator is determined by the vehicle speed. So if your car is unstable and it is still spinning around or flying, driven by inertia, and you press the accelerator, you can either find yourself outside or spin. And these are all very bad things, so you should better wait. Yes, you can get a -1 point for this style, but you will be much more confident with the speed, which is exactly what Sergei Kuznetsov did. It is worthwhile noticing that in his run, Damir was guided by the safer, the better rule. It was not really super spectacular, and Damir himself said that he would like to show some more aggression, but it was very productive, very efficient. So he used every little piece of his tire, and the speed was 145 at the initiation. That is serious. Once again, coming back to Damir Diatulin, he did exactly as much as he had, without any outperformance, without any excesses. He did exactly what he had to do. Now we're waiting for the score. This is extremely interesting. I really wish to see it as soon as I can, and I would be happy to share it to you and to understand where will Sergei Kuznetsov be in reference to Damir Diatulin. Any victory is a serious emotional boost for the driver, but even a qualification victory is very serious. And you remember that after the qualification victory, Sergei Kuznetsov continued his podium history, and he made a good contribution to the team's success of Fresh Racing. But who could even imagine that after 4 events, Damir Diatulin from Fresh Racing will be only 3rd in the personal competition, while this is quite a good season for Damir. But the rookies of the team are working so well in the first event that they gained such a result. Tommy Kali is 288 points away from Anton Kozlov, and Sergei Kuznetsov is only 4 points away from Anton Kozlov. So this is the result. Yes, this is exactly what I predicted. The angle in Sector 1, this is probably the transition, which was made in 2 steps, and the style in Sector 2. This is the motion that was not aggressive enough, made him lose 3 points. So this is still a 90 plus. This is 91 points. We have seen a driver who also started with 91. Yes, we have seen it. Not so long ago. And now here comes a driver from Takayama Forward Auto, Roman Tivadar, on board his Forward Racing S15 2JZ GTE, and he is going on his first attempt. The light goes green. Let's go. Here's the run in sector, and then let's take a look at the initiation manner. This is the counter shift, and the vehicle is thrown in touch and go 1/1. There's a little correction with the left foot, and he perfectly collects touch and go 2. And this is already the sweeper. And now we will be looking at the left rear wheel if we do have a chance to look at any alternative angles. And then this is a transition with acceleration to touch and go 8, and the last transition touch and go 8, and the finish. This is a really Japanese style. This is the famous style of Roman Tivadar. He always does, but here it's even more articulated because also the configuration is very beneficial for this Japanese style. When you throw your car around, propel it with the acceleration, use the inertia to the maximum. I would a little bit earlier, and then there would be no doubt about the perfection of the light on the way from 4 to 5. But now, unfortunately, I still do have some worries about the borders of the track. Oh, wow, exactly on the line he collects TG1s. So beautiful, just brilliant run. This place was challenging for Roman Tivadar when he was driving the same car. Yes, one wheel was outside, but he had a different suspension configuration. He had an N1 Max, and back then the vehicle was tending to spin, as it happened in his run with Damir Diatulin in one of the previous runs with Demir Tatulin, but now we see that Roman has no problems with vehicle control due to the multi-arm suspension. This soft suspension is not typical for Roman Tivadar. He usually likes it more rigid. But this asphalt has got its specificity. So running on a rigid suspension is not the best idea. So he has to leave some more stroke. Even though it's not typical for Roman, it's okay, except for this little detail. Okay, 2 points are okay, but the impression of the run is very, very pleasant. As far as the unevenness of the surface is concerned, if the suspension is more rigid, the wheels will be losing contact with the asphalt, the stability will be compromised, and it will be very uncomfortable for the driver. There is a Siberian venue with the slogan "Respect the bumps." They're the old plates that cannot be repaired because this is literally a museum. But some races are still held there. For half of the loop, the vehicles spend nearly 40% of their time in the air. Here, unlike circuit racing, you can use various kinds of suspension that helps you keep contact with the surface. And this is Ivan Nikulin, who changed his car. This is a JZX to a Tour RV with a golden sheet. And now we're waiting for the results of Roman Tivadar. And 3-2-1. No, I was wrong. Sorry. I really wanted it to be so beautiful. Why didn't the director synchronize with me? But well, they showed this panorama. So yes, 2 points for 1 wheel. And this is what ruined another 98-point result. Roman, bravo, first of all. Bravo, I admire you. This is 96 points. That could have been 98. And we are now looking forward to your second attempt. Maybe Roman wanted to make me happy because his position in the protocol corresponds to his start number. Ivan Nikulin, a driver who finally reunited with Arkady Tsirigratsov, but this time in a System Electric Edition Motorsport. He is going on his second attempt. The least powerful vehicle and one of the most powerful in terms of the experience, drivers. This is a smooth initiation. Now transition number 1. The 2RV spins around like a boat, so it cannot do it really fast. But Ivan Nikulin is not the one who gives up. Then he jumps over all the bumps. Then touch and go 7/1, touch and go 7/2. Then he shifts to touch and go 8, and the last touch and go 9. So the essential minimum has been fulfilled. Is there a positive result? Yes, there is one. So welcome to top 32. This basic vehicle was initially designed as an amateur practice vehicle, but then it was transformed into a battle car. But there is still a power deficit. There's only 650 HP. This is a surge transmission. This is the first product of gear set in R154 body. This is not working bad, but this is not enough for the top drifting competition, I guess. So this is a demonstration of why the RDS GP drivers need the power above 800 HP to show you the runs of the same level as Roman Tivadar or above. Because there are certain technical restrictions that do not allow you to show maximum aggression in this environment. And it is also always harder for the drivers with heavier vehicles. We have just seen another heavy vehicle, and the weight of the vehicle is 1,400, so it's not super heavy. But it's just heavier than the others. But the vehicles are usually built around the tire capacity. So if the vehicle is designed for a certain tire, which can be narrower, you shouldn't hope that it can also run on a wider one. It would be a little naive. Usually in regional championships they use 235 tires because tires are money, and all organizers are trying to involve as many contenders as possible and to reduce the costs. I guess this is the speed lag. Let me check drift dynamic system. And there is the angle penalization, but still it's 26, 25 and 26. And the total is 77 points. And this far, this is the 12th line of the rating out of 12, because there was a speed lag. Ilya Fedorov, another driver, driving not the most powerful vehicle. It has got the original Coyote V8 5-liter engine with an additional snail, which is a turbocharger. Let's check what he can do. Listen to the roar of this Mustang. Ilya Fedorov is running through the run-in straight line and he starts drifting. And at the same time, he collects touch and go 2. This is the second transition, touch and go 4. You've got to press it, press it, press it, and make everyone happy. Now Ilya Fedorov is collecting TG7s and shifts toward low. Wow, how he operates the acceleration. Super cool, especially if we remember the journey of Ilya Fedorov through the practice sessions. But this is traditional style of Ilya Fedorov. He usually is very careful with the line, but he's got some restrictions in the style because it's impossible to defy physics. Physics is merciless witch, and this is the same for everyone. So if your vehicle weighs 1.5 tons, it will definitely take you longer to stabilize it compared to others. And here it is very hard for Ilya to handle this beast and to handle, first of all, the high weight, the heavy weight of the car. The manufacturers promised him to make a carbon Kevlar body for the 29th and 30th of August for the final. And now we are waiting for the score, how the judges can express it all in numbers. I've always admired Ilya for squeezing everything out of any vehicle. So whatever his vehicle can do, he will use it for his benefit. And plus, there's a show. There is the wow effect. So no matter what the sport achievement is, it's still amazing. At least the transmission doesn't make him any trouble, but still, Ilya had to make a solution with his own hands. He was welding the clutch and the arm of his rear suspension yesterday, because he can do it. And he had to do it on his own. Yes, so once again, all these homemade do-it-yourself welding works better than ever. And seeing Ilya welding something in someone's tent reminds me of the romantic times that we always recall when we come to the Red Wing circuit. And coming back to the romantic times, there's one interesting story that I will tell you after the break. This is a cliffhanger for you. Okay, so the score will be ready very soon. We're all looking forward to it. 2 track border crosses, 2-point penalty, 3-point penalty, 2.5-point penalty in sector 2. Yes, it's very sad when it happens like this, but nevertheless, this is gonna be 86 points and 11th rank in the rating, because these are the smooth transitions. This is what Ilya Fedorov has to cope with, but the judges cannot make discounts because the assignment is the same for everyone. Sergei Kornei from Start Pro Star Zaimol, who is taking part in this event with a wild card after his victory at Agora Drive, RDS Open. He decided to take part in another RDS GP event, so he changed for the Supra once again. And oh, there is a technical problem. There is no acceleration. This is a 0. This is very bothering. The sound wasn't good, but let me suggest that it can be a transmission problem, because the Red Ring is a venue which is very demanding to the transmissions. You've got to do a lot of work with the pedals, a lot of accelerations, decelerations, and there's a huge load on the entire hub, the drives and the drive shafts. And the engines also break down here quite a lot. I didn't really expect it. But yes, unfortunately, sometimes it happens. And the weather also made its contribution because it was very humid. And the hot air is very problematic for the engine on the overall, but when it's also humid, it's even worse. Now, Dmitry Sherbina is going on his second run in several moments. The first one was good. It was 94.5 points. And now, Dmitry has got to improve his result, and I'm sure that he understands where to get the improvements from. Let's wish the driver of Carville Racing good luck and go on the run-in sector together with him. Through the counter shift into touch and go 1/1, and then there's a 2 very close, and then we will check how it influences his overall score. Now Dmitry to touch and go 4, and the sweep and touch and go 5 is running touch and go 6, and now there will be a relatively smooth but dynamic transition, but with some excess of the borders and the big throw on the way to touch and go 9. It looks like Dmitry was slightly disappointed by his sector 3 because he failed to do everything that he wanted. He's been throwing his Supra all over the place, and it is very exciting to watch. A very spectacular kind of run. I don't think that we've seen such sharp transitions today, at least in this part of the track. And it's especially sad that he slipped out. I'm sure that Dmitry even felt it. But there was so much risk. Yes, try spinning around like this, he says. And yes, he really does. But this sharp transition makes the driver wait for too long until the vehicle stabilizes and he can continue the movement. Yes, this is beautiful and careful. But, you know, the drivers have practiced so well on the line. So he's got to simply run on the blackest part of the asphalt, following the smell of the asphalt and the tires. This night, Dmitry underwent some transformation because there were some things that used to confuse me. During the practice sessions, he used to repeat one and the same mistakes over and over again. But then he did some analysis. Because the scientists say that during our sleep, our brain can process things, dispose of some wrong things and upgrade something. It all happens in the deep sleep phase. And probably Dmitry's brain has been working correctly because he got rid of everything that he didn't need. And he actualized everything that he did need. So this is much better than what we saw yesterday. Maybe a little bit too emotional, but this is something that we always value. So this is a good example of how you can work with your mistakes and how you can do the right follow-up and analysis work. This is the right algorithm. The first sector looks a little sad, all those corrections on the way to touch and go 2. All of this definitely influenced the overall score. And the total number is 87, so there is no improvement. 94.5 remains his best result. The position is still 7th. And we've got Anton Dmitriyenko coming out. He's on the 12th line with 82 points. And Anton is immediately invited to the start after his familiarization run, which he does. And here he is, our driver from Irkutsk, who has competed a lot at this venue. 3 reds, then 1 green, and here he is. Let's go. Anton Dmitriyenko and his S15. This is the second and the last qualification attempt for this driver. The initiation and... oh no, this is an alternative line. The car is expressing its own opinion like a horse that has its own opinion, its own point of view. And now he's running through the sweeper. Unfortunately, 7/2 is missed, just like TG8. But TG9 has been over-visited because this over-visit is much worse than missing a TG. It could have been -2, but now it's -4. But Anton Medvedenko decided to go all in, and this is the situation when the stake didn't work. Because where you're supposed to go wider, he went narrower. Where he was supposed to be narrower, he went wider. So once again, this is a phase shift, and it didn't work out. So he failed to bring all the factors together to achieve the optimal result. But, you know, this is the competitiveness, and Anton has always been standing out with his character. In the first run, it was a little bit over, and the second was a little under. So he's got to find the golden middle, and then it would be perfect. Too bad that he has no more attempts. Because sometimes you think, well, why cannot you go on a third run or a fourth one? But Anton really did work hard to gain enough speed. In the previous run, he had 132, 133, and now he's got 139. So he's above the limit already. But he missed touch and go 2. And probably it means that his motorics is more adjusted to a slower run in. I don't know how the data exchange with the spotter is working, but the spotters do need to look at the speed and to understand that there can be a penalty, and you've got to adjust your style so that you can draw the right line with the right speed. But yesterday, the driver didn't get used to the right speed. That he didn't really have time because he had very little track time. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, almost the entire line is lost. This is such a pain. We really like to see these squares blank. Okay, this is our favorite situation. When there are too much, then it's bad. There's only 11 points for the line out of 30. And the angle and the style are not really badly compromised. With the right angle, it could have been a 90 plus, but this is 73. And this is still the 12th line of the rating for Anton Medvedenko, but we will see him in tandem runs tomorrow. So this is a happy ending anyway, even though he should have been happier. Sergei Kuznetsov on his second run, he had 9-1 in the first. And we know another French racing driver who had 91 points, but his second was much better. So Sergei Kuznetsov has copied the first run from his senior friend. Can he do the same now? All right, what a spin. Was there a backward? Just in case, we will check the diagrams later. And now here's touch and go 4. And here it's more aggressive than in the previous run. A transition to touch and go 7/2 under the left rear wheel. And a very virtuoso way he takes touch and go 8 and 9 towards the finish. Replying the question about the backward. There is none. It was 87 degrees, but the speed was 147 kilometers per hour. So this is the fastest this far. So the initiation gets more understandable. Then, as he flipped, he fixed the angle. It is exactly 14 degrees. Then he continued accelerating. And then, as he spinned, he shot out. This is something amazing. And there is a very smooth angle diagram. This is a pleasure to watch. The only thing that the judges can be discontent with is the smoothness of the transitions. But this is what I can tell from the Drift Dynamics diagram. These lines are just not vertical enough, if you know what I mean. But once again, you've got to compare with what? With the second run of Damir Idiatulin. We can do that, no problem. We've got such an option. Here it is. Looks pretty well, even compared to Damir. Okay, sorry. Let me dismiss all my worries. Everything is okay with the transition speed and the transition pace, but oh, how is it possible? Why It was a stepwise transition, transition one. Once again, for the second time. And since the speed was higher, it was more articulated. So this is how Sergei Kuznetsov loses 4 points. That is so sad. 96 points. A perfect result anyway, but we are sad because it could have been 100. It could have been much better. I never thought I would be upset at seeing 96 points. And here's Roman Tivadar from Takayama Forward Auto, a representative of Sochi. We've got a Sochi and Siberian battle at the Red Ring with a little bit of Moscow. Okay, so there was a very good first attempt. It was 96 points. And once again, we are all very interested if he can challenge Damir Yaturin, the leader of the qualification. And now everything is working out very well. Touching goes 2 and 3 are taken by Roman Tivadar. He makes the transition and he falls in a large angle. Unfortunately, there are corrections in this short sweeper. Touching go 4, touching go 5. There's only 80 meters, but so many things can happen there. And the drivers can face so many problems out there. Touching go 9 with some problems as well, but it is so sad because touching go 4 looked so well as he threw his car in such a way, and it was also under control, but it didn't work out the way that he planned. And it looks like once again this is plus or minus the same fault in around touching go 4. This time he didn't slip out, but for the price of also for a price. This is not a violation. The angle has to be large, but 80 feels like something excessive. And it looks like the speed cannot be uncompromised. And this, we remember that when Timofey Dobrovolsky did the same, the speed also fell to 42. There is no standard, first of all, because the speed fell pretty abruptly out there. And this was not a very strategically correct kind of thing. So if the beginning of the assignment is always the efficient run-in, it ends up with the careful work with the pace and the speed. It is very hard to accelerate sharply, but it's easy to lose speed sharply. And also one wheel slipped outside in this place. This is very bad. But I guess that there was an incident in round touch and go 4, and this is why Roman Tivadar failed to improve his good result. But we do not only want to see the by-run zone battle, we want to see the battle for the victory in the qualification. It is always nice to talk to Damir Yaturin in the pre-racing. Someone close the fuel tank cover, please. Or is it an aerodynamic thing? Aerodynamics came from here, from the Red Ring, because you remember our drifters using huge laminated board structures. Yes, sector 2, -6 for the angle, -5 for the style, and this is -11 once again. But check out the line, but there's only one penalty here, one penalty there, but these are peanuts. But in sector 2, these are not peanuts, these are coconuts. 87 out of 98 that he could have got. This is very sad. Too many hypotheses, too much subjunctive mood, and no improvements. Ivan Nikulin has got only 77 points, so he's got a reason to improve. He's from Barnaul and System Electrica Держимый Motorsport team. A large power deficit and technical restrictions, but they cannot break this experienced driver. Once again, the run-in initiation, the first 2 clips are taken, and then he shifts inward, and then a transition. Ivan Nikulin was trying to gain more speed, And then there's a movement through the 80-meter curve. That should go 5 and then inward into 6. And then another transition. And by the way, he was almost slipping outside. And this is the level, because when there's no line, you cannot go there. When there is, you should hold yourself within certain limits. Watching this run, I was thinking about this. Power is not equal to smoke, but what makes smoke? The wheel spin rate. At a low speed, you cannot have a long reduction rate because the engine doesn't have enough power to spin the wheel around fast enough. So you've got to sacrifice the wheel spin rate. You've got to use a shorter reduction rate, and it makes less smoke. So this is a very complex thing. I've been speaking to Ivan about this, and he said that he had to adjust the reduction rate in such a way that it's always on the maximum. And this is why there is so little smoke there. It doesn't mean that there is little speed. Yes, unfortunately, he slipped out from the track when the line was already over. But maybe he was thinking, like, if there is no limit, then you cannot break it. But the track wasn't designed by fools. But Ivan hasn't been here for a long while. But yeah, and it should be remarked that regardless of all the restrictions, Ivan Nikulin is still doing very well with this judge's assignment. And what was the speed like? I don't know. And what happens to Sergei Korneev? Is he going to the health group? I don't see any data. I haven't heard any reports. Probably I missed it for some technical reasons. But Ivan Nikulin has a lack of speed, 2 kilometers per hour, regardless of all his efforts. So this is the deduction. This is the penalty that he's got, -5, -2.5. In terms of the line, everything is okay except for the wheels. 2 penalties for 1 wheel each. So he did everything he could. And this is 26, 29.5 and 27, which is 82.5. So this is a little improvement, and now he outperforms Anton Dmitrienko by half a point, and he rises to the 12th line of the qualification rating. Ilya Fedorov is going on his second attempt. Sergei Korneev is in the pre-start. Ford Mustang of Ilya Fedorov, the first run was 86 points. Timofey Dobrovolsky had his best attempt. So let's go. Ilya Fedorov and his powerful and roaring engine. And once again, they're breaking into the sport section of the track. And once again, they're taking it as you go 2. And then he makes a transition. Look at the squat of this Mustang. It's articulated. This is a sort of a feline behavior. And Ilya Fedorov demonstrates a very good line this far, at least in the first 2 sectors. Unfortunately, the inertia is pushing one of the wheels outside the white line in between touch and go 7/1 and touch and go 7/2. And here is the finish. And the 9 was also not taken. It looks like the line, which expands the finishing zone, was drawn specifically for Ilya's Mustang. He installed his rear front wheel in such a way. 140 kilometers per hour was the speed. Ilya is an amazing driver. He's not intimidated by his own speed. He already knows how to operate it, but unfortunately, the length of the chassis brings him down. He misses TG8, but he catches a little corner of TG9. But for the style, he's definitely gonna get a penalty when he had to wait. When finally the Mustang gets back to a stable condition from a very unstable or even weightless condition. So it's in between the 7th, there is a 35 meters distance. He was almost there. It was 1 cent that was not enough. He almost got in touch and go 8. That is very unfortunate. It's very sad to see when such little things hold the drivers down and decide the fate of such valuable control points. A 2 point is the penalty for having a wheel outside. We've got a double penalty only in around touch and go 8. And this is the result. -4 for the wheels. TG8, TG4 are missed, which is -9 for the line. But the style and the angle are 33 and 30. And this is surprising because usually when Ilya doesn't have the perfect technical configuration, he usually collects the line. But the rest of the criteria are like so-so. So either one or another. It's 84 for the second attempt. Unfortunately, there is no improvement. So here's on line 11. And this is where he is gonna stay. But I don't know for how long. And the first self-rescue session. Sergei Korneyev from Yekaterinburg representing Start Pro Stars. I'm on board his Toyota Supra AAT. And we hope that this time everything works out correctly. The light goes green and this marine-colored Supra A80 breaks into the sport section of the track under the Krasnoyarsk sun. Yes, we should expect something special from Sergei Korneyev. The most important thing is just to be careful in the first sector. And carefulness is the right word and the right approach. Touching go 5 is taken. Okay, we don't care about this 2-point penalty for the white line that couldn't have been wider for some reason. Then touching go 8 and 9. And then he crosses the finishing line, which happens. Yay! Congratulations to Sergei Korneyev on his ticket to top 32, which he completely deserves. But to my mind, the engine works a little funny, but he did say that he had some power deficit out there. The turbocharger is far too small, and generally the air and fuel mix is hardly pumped through the engine. And how do you call it? I felt a lot of tension when I watched the run of Sergei Korneyev, because it looked like he was about to release the accelerator. But no, he continued. This is not typical for Sergei, because if he decides to do something, he takes it to the finish, because he has no more other attempts. He had a 0 in the first, because he didn't really have the first attempt, because it all ended in the middle of the run-in sector, in between gear 2 and gear 3, or maybe gear 1 or gear 2. This is probably the problem. Maybe just the gear was out. And this is the most experienced driver in terms of the life experience. I mean, the age. He just celebrated his birthday. He's 52 years old. He was 51, now he's 52. And this is his only second event in RDS GP. Wow, a paradox. So he is in the 2 poles. It's never too late to become a rookie. Sergei Korneyev has got so much energy, much more than some of our younger drivers. Yesterday in the news we showed him full of energy when he was wearing the summer attire and he was demonstrating his vehicle regardless of yesterday's weather. And yesterday there were lots of surprises. The major part of the practice still occurred in the dry asphalt. Yes, this is the result. Everything is okay with the line apart from the wheels. This is a little sad. The first sector was compromised. The initiation was not sharp enough, and the first transition wasn't at all. But still, the pressure, the psychological pressure has been overcome. 82 points, which is more than together. But who's going to be his opponent? We will find it out at the end of the qualification day. And the qualification has come to its middle. We've seen half of all the contenders, which means that we go on a break until 2 p.m. Krasnoyarsk time. Don't go too far. Stay tuned. See you soon.
максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете? И там загорелось колесо правое.
Что это, моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Ей подъезжает воду, ускоряется еще и на пикап. Как? Это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем. I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Привет, друзья! Вы смотрите РДС ТВ. Меня зовут Алиша, и мы в городе Красноярск. Именно здесь, на трассе Красное кольцо, проходит пятый этап Гран-при
This is
российской
the fifth event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, and let's ask what our drivers think of the legendary circuit, what they think about the continuously changing weather, and of course today we will see who the strongmen of drifting are and what other categories of drifters there are. In the next 20 minutes we're gonna hear lots of interesting things. Arkady, who is a strong man in drifting? A strong man is first of all a drifter who can do things, and we have seen lots of guys coming from this track who were called a strongman. Is it a strongman of an event, or is this a title that you have to deserve? You're a strongman in total. Once you are there, I'm maybe speaking in the loss of style, but this is exactly the case. Whilst you are there, you can be a bad driver, you can do it bad, but everyone knows you as a strongman, and if you used to be one, you will stay one forever. And who of the RDS GP drivers you would call a strongman? Chivchan, Idiatulin, Losev, doubtlessly. And now, I guess that Anton Kozlov is getting close. All the Irish guys, also strongmen, but they're not strong because they came here, but generally because they are very good in the drifting world. What about yourself? Oh, I'm just a piece of cotton candy. I've been watching my runs and there is still something about it, but there is no quality. I want to make it really like mwah. But where is it? Do you think this is a loss of concentration? After my championship season, I do not have the best of my time. I'm currently fourth. I have a chance to be on the second, but I had my post-championship season when I was on the 15th with the only chance to get to the 12th. But tell me, what about Tsar the Junior? Is he a strong man or a strong boy? Yes, a strong boy, perhaps. He's in the process. He's still shaping himself. He's still shaping his own vision and his own manner of driving and approach to the vehicles. But he is precise. But he still needs to achieve more to be called a strongman. He's got to do several events or several seasons when he simply smashes everyone. Yes, he's precise. He qualifies better than me. Our head-to-head score is 3-0 for him. But no, he hasn't deserved it yet. Now look, Danilas Karabagatov has got his own classification of drifters. He's got strongmen, he's got the side dishes and the rhinos. Do you have your own classification? No, I don't, but as I look at the event, I can see some people really shoot out, the people who you do not expect it from. So I like pointing out at someone in the process. I like supporting guys and I like helping them propel. But what is the opposite of the strongman? Loser, I would say, yeah, a loser. So there are strongmen and losers. Yeah, exactly. Strongmen and losers. I see. So there is no golden middle. Why would you pay attention to the golden middle? The golden middle can move up or down, and these are the extremes. How are you doing now at the Red Ring? I didn't really practice much. Yesterday I couldn't because I protested against the rain. So it looks like it worked because it's very hot. Yes, now I'm very hot indeed. Yeah, in fact, I'm just working on the reduction rate. This is Arkady Tsarigradze from System Electrica Держимый Motorsport. And I would like you to find this quality and to get to the podium here in your hometown of Krasnoyarsk. Yes, I really respect this track. I used to be different, but now I'm very respectful because we also have our mascot. Yes, I know, I've seen it. Our two mascots. But 600 HP doesn't really feel like a mascot. It has to be a mascot. It has to be with us. Nothing else is required. Okay, let's see what your mascot can do. And also our other mascot with 12 bottles of beer. Yes, I told him, look, you've got the beer tummy. This is the strategic reserve of beer. Twardowski, Nikulin in the house, and it means that something exciting is going to happen. Thank you, Arkady. This is Arkady Tserigradsev, my friends. This is Ivan Palmin, a driver from Carville Racing and the city of St. Petersburg. And by the way, Ivan knows this track very well because he practiced here during the winter. And now in summer, he's back here. And I'm sure that you also do some sim drifting, right? Yeah, I do. And what do you think about the Red Ring circuit in general? I love it. All right, I see. I know you love it. I see that you're not a very talkative person, but no one has got away from my questions. Tell me, in comparison with the previous year, what has changed in yourself in the Red Ring, your vehicle? Maybe there are some new setups, maybe some cheat codes for the Red Ring that you have? In fact, even last year I was doing pretty well here. Last year I got in bad weather, in the very epicenter of the wet and dry, but I love the track. It is not super fast, but it is technically cool and fun. This is my favorite in the RDS calendar. Which part of the track do you like most of all? I like all of it. The initiation is amazing, and all the transitions are good. I just need to work on them. For 4 events in a row, you've been having some, well, if not problems, but some disorders that happened during the racing weekends. At the 5th event, has it changed for the better? Well, yeah. But now we are doing the scheduled engine replacement because 3.4 stroke is too much here, so we are using the 3-liter one. But on the average, it's okay. I see. So what do you think is your minimum chance here at the Red Ring circuit if the weather remains approximately the same? There is no full top 32, so I will definitely qualify. This is my minimum chance. What about the maximum? I want to stand on the podium, of course. Super. Ivan, there is a term of a strongman in drifting. How would you explain it to our spectators? Who is a strongman in drifting? This is the person who is not afraid, who always runs stable. Everyone is stable here, but there is someone who is stable over and over again. This is the strongman. Who is a strongman for you in drifting? The greatest of the strongmen is Anton Kozlov, for sure. Then there is... how many tops do I need to find? Well, do you consider yourself as... No, not yet. I haven't grown up that much. It is a title you need to deserve. But how would you characterize yourself? If you take the drifters and their characteristics, I'm a side dish with a potential. Okay, I see. So apart from Anton, who else is a strong man? Well, it's all clear, but Anton Kozlov is the strongest of the strong men, I believe. This is Ivan Palmin from Carville Racing. Ivan, I wish you get to the podium here at the Red Ring circuit this year. Thank you. Danila, who is a strong man? A strong man is Evgeny Losев, I believe. The first thing that comes to my mind. This is the picture of strongman in Russian drifting. How would you explain it to a person who has never watched drifting and sees it for the first time, and they say, this is a strongman, how else can I say? You just watch the runs of Evgeny Losев here at the Red Ring when he was in fresh water on what his 4-cylinder Supra. Thank you, Timofey. Is Timofey a strongman as well? Yeah, I would say so, because there are no non-strongmen, but the word comes from the times, from the older times, and Evgeny Losев is the first association that comes to my mind. Are you a strongman? I hope so. I hope that, I think that this is not up to me to decide, but for the people around me. All of our drivers let the other drivers to decide. Okay, so for you, what is the classification of drifters? The side dish? No, let's begin with the top. The strongmen are the top. Then there go the middle ones. the stick that shoots once a year, and then the side dish. But in RDS GP, we don't have any medium ones and we don't have any side dishes. It looks like everyone is a strongman. Palmin says he's a side dish with the potential. I think he's in the process of getting through from a medium to the strongman, just like myself, because we haven't got any achievements in RDS GP, but in RDS Europe we do have some. He's a vice champion after all. He's not a vice champion, he's a bronze prize winner. Okay, what difference does it make? They're all cool, and I think that Ivan is being humble because he's got a lot of potential. And the qualification 2024 in RDS Europe would prove my words. The drivers who came to us from RDS Europe still have this taste of old victories on their tongue. You've got to upgrade your results. I agree, but you know the reason why, because the 2024 RDS Europe season was the peak of RDS Europe, the golden era when we were the antagonists, the anti-heroes to the main championship. We've been longing for the Super Cup to finally compete with them. So this was such a cool year, and I hope that RDS Open gets back to where, to the prime era where RDS Europe used to be, to that quality of runs. So, my friends, this was Danila Vorobyov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. I came with one question, but I made a whole interview, and that's cool. High five. I wish you good luck at this event. Thank you. One of the leaders of RDS GP Championship, Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing. He has already lost a part of the bumper. Did it happen here at the Red Ring? No, that was Damir at Michkova. Ah, you just haven't fixed it yet. Yeah, exactly. We immediately went here. Yeah, our season is so intensive. And your victory, the taste of victory should be still on your lips. Is it still motivating you? In fact, I wouldn't say so, because this is a new event, everything is new, everything can be different, and all my mind is here. What happened at the previous event was good, but it doesn't mean it will be the same here, so I've got to do a lot of work, so I'm working. I know that you've been working hard for 2 days, because it's Friday already, so what have you achieved? What is the difference of the previous year's condition of the track or your own condition of the previous year with your current one? The track hasn't globally changed. There is some more elevation difference because the rains have been merciless on the Red Ring. We've got a new tire, and a new tire makes it all feel different. There is a higher entrance speed, it's harder to control the car, and then everything is much more dynamic. It's all very interesting, and it feels different. You said that the asphalt condition is changing. How critical is it for you now? It's not really critical, because it even adds a sprinkle of interest and fun. You remember that there is a bump, there is a hole, here you reduce the speed to roll into that hole, and then you press the accelerator to go up, and you just keep all these things in your head. It makes it more interesting. This is an extra challenge. And my favorite question to Anton Kozlov, you know that Anton is very enthusiastic sim drifting, so how many hours have you sim drifted on the Red Ring? It's hard to say. On the overall, I've got the count, but on the Red Ring, it's a kilometrage that you measure. In kilometers, it's around 2,000 kilometers. Wow, amazing! This is simply amazing, Anton. And winter drifting, you take part in winter drifting, you've got own your winter drifting championship, and there you did an almost exact copy of the Red Ring. So on a Lada, you've been driving around the Red Ring. Yes, exactly. So if I blindfold you here, do you think you would run through the Red Ring blindfolded? I think yes, I think yes. We won't make such a challenge at RDS GP, it's too risky, but what if one day Anton wants to do such a challenge himself? We will be looking forward to a video on the social media. Anton, there is a a term in drifting. There are lots of slang words, and one of them is a strongman. How would you explain this term to our spectators, and how do you understand this definition? This is a driver who can show a high result, who can do a close chase run, who can be precise, who can qualify well, who can follow the judge's assignment, and who can do well in tandem drifting. Can you be a strongman all the time, or during only one event? You can be a strongman once, but you can be a strongman always, even if you haven't been drifting well for a long while. There are some guys who've been considered strongmen for years and years, and they will have this title forever. Even if they will miss all the clips, they will still be the strongman, like the Japanese, like Masato Kawabata. I'm now following him, or Tatsui Hibina. They're all strongmen, but they are not on the peak of the career. Mildly speaking, there are lots of mistakes in their driving, but you look at them and you say, this is a strongman. And who is a strongman for you in RDS GP? I believe that all of our drivers are strongmen. In this season, we've got lots of rookies, but you can count them with the fingers on one hand, but all the rest are the strongmen. That is great. We have just learned the definition of a strongman from Anton Kozlov. Do you consider yourself a strongman? I don't know. It's up to the spectators to decide. Write in the comments below. Yes, dear spectators, please write in the comments who do you think is a strongman. And Ivan Palmin says he's a side dish with a potential. Do you think there are any other grades of drifters? There is a drifting god. This is James Dean for me. They're strongmen. Then there comes a side dish with a potential, then a side dish, and just a rookie. This is the way it works, I think. Okay, so the classification is clear to me. Thank you, Anton. I wish you success and good luck, and I don't know what, for all the stars to be on your way. I hope that you are satisfied and you repeat your previous events' achievements. Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing. This is the triumphant of the last three events, Sergei Kuznetsov from Fresh Racing, who right now is not practicing because he's got some reductor gear set problem. But any sort of breakdown means that the weekend's going to be good for him. Sergei, you've been having a great second part of the season, starting from the fourth event. What do you feel about the Red Ring? What's your mood like? What's your car like? Everything's been great. Yesterday I practiced a little bit and I faced some little flight problems. And what happened? Lots of things just came together. It all built up. So how much time did it take you to get to Krasnoyarsk? From 8 p.m. Samara time to 11 p.m. Krasnoyarsk time? Around 13 or 14 hours. Yes, 12 hours. Not too little, exactly. So yesterday I practiced a little, so I tried the setups and then I went to sleep immediately. I didn't practice too much, and today I've been practicing all morning. Everything's been working well. I wouldn't say it's perfect. There are always things to improve, but I feel great. My mood is great. I will do my best to show the best result. Is the Red Ring one of your favorite venues in our championship, or do you have any others that you like more? 100%. There are some tracks that I like more. The ADM Raceway is my favorite. I like the reverse Moscow Raceway, the next one. And also Nizhny Novgorod, I also like it. Are you content with yourself and your results this season? I think I can say I am. In any situation, I set up the bar for the next season that I want to reach. And on the overall, everything's been working the way I wanted to, so I am pretty satisfied. You are already used to your new team, your teammates. What's the atmosphere like in the team? What can you tell us? Maybe there is someone who's the leader or someone is quiet and humble. How would you characterize your relationship within the team? Because it's international. You've got a person who doesn't speak Russian, but he's still the leader of our championship at the moment. We've got very friendly atmosphere. We've got our own jokes and little things. So we have a great time together. So it's been great. This style of communication is very relaxed and friendly. Looking at Sergei's face, you can tell how naughty the weather has been. Sergei is literally melting. But you know that there is a certain classification of drifters that you have. And how would you characterize a person that you call a strong man? This is Ilya Fyodorov, of course. Who else? A strong man is a person who is a very good drifter, right? Yeah, okay, good. But what other types of drifters are there? The limpy guy like me, the double pedal guys, the terrible people. What other types? There's also side dish or rhinos. I haven't heard of them. Maybe some local Krasnoyarsk terms. Okay, so let's see if you manage to practice more today. I hope that you do. This is Sergei Kuznetsov from Fresh Racing, a driver from Samara that needs your support. I couldn't ignore this driver, Andrei Astapa from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. And today, on Friday, he's wearing the mechanics uniform. How are you doing here in Krasnoyarsk? Apart from we've been just standing under the sun and now it's raining, what else is happening around? Krasnoyarsk, as usual, surprises us with its weather. This year, we have such tropical rains in all the regions. In Yekaterinburg, it's plus 35 and very hot, and then immediately all the streets get flooded. This is what happens here. I came on Tuesday. I couldn't even leave the airport, and a deer crossed the street and crashed into a car. And I thought, wow, Siberia. So we've been having a lot of fun. And how is the practice like here at the Red Ring? Yesterday, I managed to save some fuel and some tire because it was raining, and now it's beginning once again. We practiced a little bit on the dry. We enjoyed it a lot. Now the car is having spa procedures. One of the clutches needs to be repaired. The thread was broken. And then we will continue enjoying the sun and the weather. I've got a question to you, Andrei. Who is a strong man? A strong man is at the Red Ring. I think the Red Ring indicates the strong man at the initiation. How would you explain? How would you explain? So this is your explanation. Yes, either you go like striving to save it just to take touch and go 3, or you relax and just go and do it, and that's it. And go 90 degrees. This is the strong man. And who of the RDS GP drivers is a strong man? Look, everyone is having problems this far. Are all of them Cobras this far? I got around 80 runs on videos from the practice sessions, and only like 5 of them hit touch and go 3. When the tire was changed, everyone is having problems with the front of the vehicle because it slips off. But still, they're all trying to show some aggression in the first sweeper. So we're still waiting for the strongman to come. Yeah. So this is Andrei Astapa of Lukoil Racing Drift Team, and we continue watching and watching our strongmen, because we do have lots of them. Almost all of our drifters are strongmen. We're back to Red Ring, and I remind everyone who are watching us on RDS TV that this is the 5th event of RDS GP 2026. We're about to continue the qualification round of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026, Event 5. And the driver of Takayama Forward Auto has just completed his familiarization run. This is Pyotr Borodin, and his number is 37s. And for those who missed the first part of the qualification, the leader is Damir Idiatulin with a result of 97 points. Arkady Tseregradzev is on the second place with the same result. But in the second best attempt, Damir was higher. Yes, 5 points determined the result. And the result of the battle of Damir Idiatulin versus Arkady Tseregradzev, I mean. And this is already Pyotr Borodin is officially presented to us. He is driving a Forward Racing S15 for Takayama Forward Auto. He's got a personal podium at the beginning of this season, and besides, he's got lots of titles and a title of the Master of Sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And he begins his first attempt. 200 meters of running, and then the shortest running sector where a lot of work needs to be done. And now in the first sector, Pyotr Borodin is doing quite well. He collects 2 first clips, then transition, touch and go 4, and then gas in an 80-meter curve, and then another transition without letting go of the accelerator. Touch and go 6 and touch and go 7/1, a little bit of left foot. And this is not penalized, and the driver is using this tool. And Pyotr is running very fast through the entire configuration, and this is obviously a non-zero result, which is the main thing in this reality. Unfortunately, we don't have enough participants in top 32, but it makes it even more interesting to watch the qualification because the battle is for the vacancies in the by-run zone. I also checked some things. We've got not 6, but 5 vacancies out there because we've got 27 contenders as far as I can see, or 26 or 27 or 26, quite a lot of them. And look at the articulated work of the rear suspension. Even the seals will be definitely crashing with the abrasive asphalt of the Red Ring, and the abrasiveness is really high because the time is merciless, and this is the oldest autodrome in our calendar that hasn't been reconstructed. ADM Raceway, that we know now, has been our calendar for a long while, but the entire facility has undergone a huge modification because it used to be just some taxiways of an airdrome, but now this is an absolutely isolated ecosystem for motorsports. And now you shouldn't consider ADM Raceway the Myachkovo that we used to know many years ago. But the Red Ring was once built, and since then it has been used. This is its charm, but it also has the disadvantages because not everything is very comfortable here, especially compared to these ultimately new autodromes. But there is a lot of beauty because where else can you wave your hand at Pyotr Borodin knowing he can wave his hand in response? When you are watching on the television, you cannot have that. And tomorrow there will be a hot pit, there can be lots of emotions, and the teams waiting for the results. And this is Ilya, yes, Ilya Popov, and he is the next one coming to the start. And I guess he's already at the start, and he's just waiting for the lights to give him the green signal. But it only will happen after we hear the results of Pyotr Borodin. And considering the panorama that we see now on the screens, this is gonna happen very soon. And wow, bravo, bravo. You could tell that this was at least very rhythmic without any line mistakes. And this is the result. 34 for the angle, 30 for the line maximum, and 30 for the style. 97 points right away. Pyotr Borodin raises the bar, and he raises the threshold of the by-run zone. A perfect first run. Ilya Popov, representing System Electrica Держимые Mora, sporting his Nissan 370Z, is at the start. And as soon as the traffic lights work through the program that has been uploaded into it, Ilya will go on his first run. Okay, his teammates have performed pretty well. Let's see what he can do. Ilya Popov storms off and he begins running through the 200 meters of running. The counter shift, then a leap into touching go 1/1, and look how beautiful, close to the no-go zone he is. He takes both inner clips and then a transition, which can be a little smoother than it's supposed to be according to the assignment. Then through 5 to 6, and here he presses the accelerator, touching go 7/1. And I hope that touching go 7/2 is also taken, and I hope he's not in the no-go zone, because there is obviously a shadow of the front bumper over the no-go zone, but the question is where the front right wheel was. I hope that it was on the right side of the line. Let's see the replay once again. I really loved the first transition because it wasn't really sharp as such, but the vehicle was positioned correctly. He went to the second touching go and he immediately started doing the transition. And in this inertia, he spun his car. By the way, a sharp transition without any manipulations with the car controls is very hard to do because you've got to assist this spin, and we're looking at this initiation at the different angle. 143 kilometers per hour and such an amazing line. We have seen the attempts to get more speed causing some negative results, but this is the situation where he is gonna get a double penalty, but not a penalty for the missed clip because Ilya was in the no-go zone. But so this is not the egg-shaped not the egg-shaped line that was supposed to be in these conditions, but this is still a very solid line run with some line flaw, but the line isn't the obvious thing that is the easiest for the drivers to correct. As far as the initiation is concerned, looking at the diagram, I can tell that Ilya has fulfilled this part of the assignment. And this crossing of the borders of the track in the double penalty zone and hitting the inner touch and go, if I were a judge, I would probably even give the judges a bonus because it's very hard to do. There's very little space. You've got to work really hard for it to happen this way. You can see the no-go zone from here. It has got a very peculiar shape. There is a straight line, a protruding part, and then it's over. And this is exactly Ilya Popov got. And this is Anton Kozlov. Do you remember I promised you a story? I will tell you after we see the results of Ilya Popov. What a cliffhanger once again. Very good score. There are some penalties for the angle and the style in Sector 2, but there is no double penalty. So, okay, so the last transition was still smooth. It was smoother than the judges would like it to be. But look at this score, only -2 for the angle. So the total is 92, a perfect start. And we also know that there were some obvious things that need to be eliminated. 92 points and 11th place. Anton Kozlov from Carvel Racing, the city of Ulyanovsk, currently living in St. Petersburg. Yesterday at the practice session, his engine failed him. And do you know who set up his engine? Denis Ponomarev from Fresh Racing, and Anton is the main rival of Tommy Kiley. This is fair play. You can find it everywhere. Anton Kozlov, he's throwing his car to touching go 1, and he mercilessly presses the accelerator on the way to touching go 2, and oh no. It looks like the transmission. This looks like the transmission problem. No, he's still running, yes. We're gonna see another self-rescue session. Probably this is a misshift, but we cannot but remember Damir, who minimized the number of switches. A sequential is a sequential, but still every switch breaks the rhythm and can sometimes cause some correction. So sometimes a switch can simply physically disconnect and the gear doesn't work, or maybe it doesn't work completely and it is kicked out, it's knocked out. I think this is what happened here. But whatever it is, unfortunately this is a 0 for the first run. But also on his social media, Anton wrote that the engine that broke down at the end of the practice session is never a good sign and everything can go wrong afterwards. I hope I hope that this is not the case and that Carvel Racing and Anton Kozlov can break this spell, and he will show us a very interesting pursuit for the championship. But without Tommy's assistance, it wouldn't work. But I don't think that Tommy really intends to help anyone. But you know how naughty the cars can get, especially by the end of the season. Once again, I would like to wish that you guys do your personal conflicts only in tandem runs, without all these last night things and stuff. And now Fresh Racing should be coming to our booth with complaints. Ilya wasn't penalized for the last transition. I'm sorry that I have to correct myself. It was for touch and go 4. A very large angle there was, and the diagram recorded 65 degrees. But this is all the past, and now we watch Grigory Gusev from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. We're running through the run-in, and Grigory Gusev was already reducing the angle to almost inappropriate one. Touch and go 2, touch and go 3. And he's cruising to the 80-meter sweeper. He's got to wind it out the line to collect all the touch and goes, but Grigory Gusev knows it perfectly. To touch and go 7, he picks, then he shifts to touch and go 8, and through touch and go 9, he goes to the finish. Very, very high dynamics. This is what we really want to see. Grigory also had some deficit of practice. He's been working on his vehicle throughout the week. And then he came on Thursday and he did one run, after which the car had its engine replaced, because the oil pumps are the weak point nowadays, and you've got to carefully select your supplier, because even the Japanese oil pumps, or the oil pumps labeled as Japanese, can let you down. The casing of the oil pump fell apart. This is a terrible thing. And this is a very demotivating, very confusing thing. I asked Grigory if he wants to switch to the dry crankcase, and he said that he didn't see any need for that. The main thing for him is to find a high-quality spare part supplier. The problem is how to check it all up, maybe using some X-ray, or there is another solution, which is the aftermarket, which is tuning, where you can get a whole block units, and they work much better. But the cut parts are stronger than the cast ones. This is the way the physics works, and also the quality of the raw materials matters a lot. So right now we see a replay of Grigory Gusev's run. We can see it from the cockpit of his Toyota Supra A80. Grigory said that he is now one whole with this platform. He loves it. It matches him. Of course he loves it, because there are so many drivers using it and preferring it. And I guess the majority of them, the top 3 drivers are driving a Supra or something like a Supra. For our neophytes that we also value a lot, because our experienced spectators know everything very well. Anton Kozlov worked on his F22 very carefully, and he's got an A80 Supra suspension, which changed its geometry, because on the outside it is an F22, but from the inside we've seen it very well at RDS Fest when we saw the car without the front part of the body. It looked like the Terminator's car. Yes, there was a several stepwise initiation and some transition flaws that was very extended. So there were things to reprimand Grigory Gusev for, but the result is 91, and 91 is a very popular springboard for the further takeoff somewhere to the top of the qualification rating, which we definitely wish to Grigory Gusev. And the next one is Dmitry Putilin and his BMW E92, which was built specifically for this season. And here it is. I really like the way this ducktail looks under the Siberian sun, but the real fighter is inside the car, and he's pressing the accelerator without waiting for the dotted line, and he runs to touch and go 2, touch and go 3. This is the most complicated part, And I guess he got into the sweeper on a very narrow line. We will see it later on the replay. Now to Tachingo 6, a transition with an acceleration. One wheel outside, but most importantly, without any attempt to correct it right here and now. And then he crosses the finishing line. You can tell that the result will be a little bit further from the maximum than Dmitry probably hoped. But this is a good run with good aggression. A good pace. Our judges will have to figure out the Tachingo 2, because we are now looking at it from the emotional point of view only. But this is a very good, very solid medium angle. And then he draws this sweeper and sends his car to Tachingo 6 a little late with the transition, which brought him outside the borders of the track in between the two TG7s. And the last transition is also an interesting way of running through this sector, because he didn't throw his car all over the place into a large angle. He simply pulled it through and then straightened out the line and went towards the finish. This is great, but there is also the probability that he may have slipped out after the initiation. Yes. There was a correction between Tachingo 1 and Tachingo 2. At least this is what you see on the diagram. There is a little step-like shape, and Anton Kozlov goes to the health group, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that should be a preventive action, just to double-check everything, because if you've got only one attempt, it doesn't matter when you do it. You just need to be sure that your car can take you to the finish. I think getting to the Byron zone is out of question. The main thing is just to continue fighting. But we are in such a reality that if your transmission doesn't work once, you shouldn't risk it for the second time. But he's got time now, and also if the gear is knocked out, it's a very bad symptom. It means that this situation can be repeated. But why can it be knocked out? There are certain fluctuations, certain variations, and then while you diagnose it, too much time will pass, and there is no fact that you can correct it. Tachingo 2 is not counted, and there is an angle penalization, and the angle is 32 out of 35, which is pretty decent. The total is 83 points, considering what we've just seen. And the most important thing is that Dmitry has discovered his 90-plus potential. This is what we're waiting for. And now let's welcome the driver of Takayama Forward Auto, Georgy Chivchan, who has already got some qualification victories here and some event victories at the Red Ring. The very first event in 2018, for example. Let's see what happens now. Georgy Chivchan breaks into the scored section of the track. Wow, what a speed. This is very impressive. Then the transition Tachingo 4, and now look what you are supposed to do here. If you've got a large angle, you've got to carefully pull it on, even without the smallest corrections. What a transition, Tachingo 7. And once again, the angle is fixed. And then Tachingo 8 and 9, without any questions, are taken by Georgy Chivchan. A little more history. The first man living on the planet Earth, but I don't think that there are any people on other planets. We don't know for sure, whatever. The very first man who has tried drifting in the far 2008 here at the Red Ring was Georgy Chivchan. So he's gotten 18 years experience at the Red Ring. I know that he hasn't practiced much here in the last several years, because normally Takayama Forward Auto tests their vehicles here and then sends them to the western part of the country, then comes back once for a RDS GP event and then goes back. But no one knows this track better than Georgy Chivchan. Even though by the number of runs, I think Arkady Tseregratsov can definitely compete with him, especially considering that Arkady even was a director of the Red Ring for a while. And he would often come out to the pit lane, just grab the first car he saw and simply ask the driver to have a ride. And many people made this mistake and gave him a permission to drive their car. But back in those years, the skill wasn't that high, so the vehicles could stand those tests. So this is the initiation for 69 degrees at a speed of 139 kilometers per hour. Very sharp transitions, and you can see very active falls and rises on the diagram. So everything looks pretty beautiful, but the question is how this beauty is related to the sports results. What the judges say about what they've just seen. We're now watching him behind the steering wheel. You can see the footwork and the handwork on the steering wheel. And this is surgical precision of every motion, especially considering the speed at which it is all happening and the grip that there is. This is definitely crazy. Pyotr Borodin is preparing for his second run, and he has got all the grounds to be in good mood after his 97 points result. This is not a unique result. We've already got some others. Artem Leitis, for example, and Vladislav Popov. So a lot will now depend on the second run. Every driver dreams of improving his result, but even if it doesn't work out, still, this result can be critical. We still do not know where the by-run zone will lie. We know that there should be 6 drivers, and we sincerely hope that it doesn't expand. This means that we wish that Anton Kozlov can fix his car and that he has a positive attempt at the very end. But what if it's a tricky plan, maybe to... but this is a plan that has a very good chance of failing. We've seen 3 drivers who have defeated Tommy Kiley. The first one was Georgy Chevchan. The second was Sergei Kuznetsov. And the third was... who else? Tommy Kiley? Okay. Okay, so let's take a look. And these are the results. And we've got a new leader of the qualification, Georgy Chevchan. 30, 34.5 and 34. And this makes a total of 98.5. 1.5 points away from the maximum. So Arkady said that Gocha is definitely capable of surprising us, and this is what he does. Timofey Dobrovolsky also has once defeated Tommy Kiley in the third prize battle. Okay, Pyotr Borodin, he's 1.5 points away from his teammate, but the number of these lines is limited. They're only 5. So there's Pyotr Borodin, 97. Georgy Chevchan is the leader with 98.5. Credible density. And let's give the floor to Pyotr Borodin, his forward racing S15. The initiation. And he breaks into this court section of the track. Wow. This was very interesting hang, but there was not so much speed lost. And Pyotr Borodin, in a very impressive way, is running through the 80 meters curve from touch and go 4, touch and go 5, and he's making transition to the 7th. There are 2 clips left until the end of this second run, and this is the finishing line. Wow. This is the same level as run 1. A little bit less angle in the second run, but it also gives me the feeling that the initiation wasn't stable enough because he pressed the accelerator a little too late. Maybe the speed was higher than in the first. And this is why he had a difficulty pressing the right pedal immediately. But in the rest, the run was immediately awesome. But there is a reason why we say that here at the Red Ring, the initiation is about everything. This is the critical element, even though the other parts of the track are also very challenging. They are not easy as well. 146 kilometers per hour and 63 degrees, so it doesn't look mind-blowing. This is good, this is strong, this is 10 kilometers per hour, faster than the minimum threshold. But yesterday we have seen 150 plus. Let me open the top initiation speeds statistics. I don't know what happened later, but there are some statistics of the speeds. And the machine, the computer says that the maximum was 149. The maximum in the old days, because in our info space there is a drift dynamic system, and what's good about it, it may not be absolutely precise, but it's the same for everyone. This is the main thing. And there are also the readings of GPS units from the cars of the contenders. And if the driver wants to tell everyone how cool he is, and I'm not being ironic because it reinforces his position, when you transmit this confidence, it hits back. This is like auto training. This is very important. And they can sometimes exaggerate, let's say. So these the readings on the dashboards may not fit the readings of drift dynamics, but the judges are looking at the drift dynamics, and everyone compares everyone by drift dynamics. So I think that this system should have the priority. We're waiting for the results of Pyotr Borodin, and Ilya Popov is waiting impatiently because he's wearing his all gear. And in this weather, it's extremely hot, and I know that he is longing to get out, or at least to start moving so that he can get a little bit of air, and then he can take it all off and rest for a while, because the worst thing in this weather is just sitting inside a vehicle with the engine on, because there is the vibro and noise isolation, and it isolates you not only from the vibration and the noise, but also from the air outside, and the car is heating up and the radiator is behind the driver's back, so he's roasted from both sides. It's like a sous vide, and if you leave the driver there for 24 hours, I guess, yes, he will be evenly boiled. And the temperature inside the car can reach like sauna, maybe like plus 70 degrees centigrade. Damir once told me that in Sochi his racing shoes started sticking to the floor because the sole began melting. And this is absolutely unhuman conditions, but that was the first and the last time when we had two events in a row in Sochi. This is Arkady Tseregradzev. All your forecasts are coming true. Would you like to make any more predictions? Yes, half a point difference. I thought that the score was already ready. Maybe there is something technical going on, why we don't see the score yet, because maybe there's something in the transmission. I really sympathize Ilya Popov, because he should have been racing out there and showing us some interesting things, and I'm sure that Ilya is totally capable of it. He will do it, because 92 is not a relevant result for him. Aha! Here it is. Oh no, yes. 34 for the angle, 33 for the style, and the line is flawless. So where is the style point? Where did it come from? Why cannot he repeat the result of his teammate? And the result is 97.5. This is the fourth line. This is still a by-run zone, and considering that we are already close to the end of the qualification, Pyotr has got a strong chance to have no opponent in top 32 tomorrow. Ilya Popov is back to the start. We have seen his Nissan 370Z representing Sochi, System Electric Одержимые Motorsport. In the first attempt, his result was 92 points, and he's got to improve it. 2 2s on the number. And now he is happy to see the second touch and go, and the left front wheel was absolutely happy. Touch and go for an 80-meter sweeper, and the right rear wheel is out. It was very curious about what was going on behind the white line. And then he finishes having collected the rest of the clips. Now let's compare it to the first run. I have a feeling that he has gained more aggression, but would he be able to transform it into a result? It looks like he went to the second transition far too early, but he collected touch and go too. In the first run, the main flaws were related to the line, and if he manages to get it all, the score should be higher. There was a problem with touch and go 4 in this second run, and should be none anymore, I guess. He didn't go to the no-go zone, so I think that he can count on something he collected touch and go 2, made a transition, and he just hurt me so much. But in fact, it happened before. This was a Schrodinger's mistake that you do not believe in until the very last moment. And then there's that merciless angle, the top shot, which dots all the eyes, and you do not like those dots at all. And I think that Ilya is also now watching the replays. He may be standing somewhere at the pit lane and looking at the screen, and now he knows. Well, it happens, because I know that he's been wishing to outperform himself, but this is the results that you can sometimes get. We're still waiting for the score, because someone has to be in top 32, right? Because if we continue this way, a 90 plus would not even guarantee the top half of the rating. And I recall Moscow Raceway, where we had a 20-90 plus results. This is not new to us, just like the good mood of our contenders. This is Grigory Gusev. I'm happy to see this good mood from Grigory Gusev. He is trying to say that he is watching us, or is he trying to tell us that we should be watching carefully, or that the judges should look carefully? He is just trying to entertain himself while the judges are thinking, and you are sitting in a car with all the windows closed. But Grigory is a physically trained person. I'm sure that he can tolerate the heat better than anyone else. But still, okay, whatever. This is touch and go 3, and it's penalty, and one wheel outside, then another one. And the rest of the criteria were so good. Only -1 for the style in sector 2. And you know that this is about the acceleration in that unfortunate sweeper. And this is 90.5. With an 8-point penalty for the line, so it was potentially 98.5. But before every run begins, it can be a potential 100. So now Grigory Gusev already has 100, and the rest will be deductions. He represents a port of Nahotka in the Far East, and he is going on his second run. The second run after 91 points in the first, and now he goes unleashed. This is an interesting line. Something is happening with touch and go 2 and touch and go 3. And now Grigory Gusev is already in the sweeper, and this is the line that he offers. So he says it's also possible without breaking the line criterion. Then touch and go 7/1 and /2. Then 0 questions about TG8, the same about the 9, and to the finish. Now let's see the replays and enjoy. Let's enjoy these beautiful runs. And the second run was very similar to what Arkady Tseregladtsov did at the initiation. But this time it was a little bit better for Griha in this moment. Because Arkady totally failed out there. And Grigory Gusev is definitely hitting TG3. But there is a question about the 2, because it looked like he ran around it. But the Supra has got a long body set, a long body kit, and it can be sometimes misleading. Yes, so this is -5 for the line, which already means that the maximum he can count on is 95. And the judges are eating their bread for something, right? So they're not eating it for free. And this angle shows us that the Red Ring circuit is not as flat as it may look from above. It looks more like a roller coaster, but in a more humble version. I mean that it doesn't go up and down. It's more about changes its position against the axis. There is a little tilt into an irregular side when under the acceleration you can be pushed outside to the exterior. You can feel it when you're running at a speed. This is the terrain of this racing track, and this is the specificity of the soil. And that hole at the beginning was fixed at the beginning of the year, but then it came back. I've got a habit of walking around the racing circuits with a GPS on, and I'm always surprised that there is a 3 meters elevation on this compact track. You never feel it. Ha! He hit touch and go too. Wow! This is an 8-bit quality that reminds me of the old video game. But the main thing is that we saw that the wheel was inside. So 5 points should be given back. What you just saw, my dear friends, is the judges' camera. The camera that the judges use to see what they cannot really see from the tower. And there is an algorithm that allows you to zoom in any fragment, like in a movie about spies. And this is an absolutely clean line, but a -5-point penalty for the other criteria. For the angle in Sector 1, there was a correction after the initiation. And in Sector 2, there was one little detail. So this is 95. And this is only 10th place. Can you possibly imagine? Speaking about the judges' replays, one day I guess we will have an AI connected and the quality of the picture will be brilliant. But the AI can sometimes improve the image. This is something that we do not want. Dmitry Putilin had 83 points in the first run, and now his E92 is ready to start and to run to the initiation area. The run in and the initiation. And here we go, here we go, here we go. Some difficulties occur in Sector 2 and now in Sector 3. There's nothing to lose anymore. There's touch and go 5, and then a graceful jump performed by the E92, and then he collects 2 TG7s, and there are only 2 clips left until the finish, and here are the last meters of the distance for the driver from Chelyabinsk. And now we switch to the replays. That is a smooth, a gradual initiation. It is much more careful than in run 1, and this is actually the cause of the further line problems. Because when you turn your car abruptly, it dynamically slows down. But here Dmitry decided to go for a conservative strategy, which made his deceleration not efficient enough. But after the initiation, all your car controls are limited to the brake pedal, maybe a little bit of a clutch. Yeah, so this is a slow-mo where you cannot really see, but here Dmitry tried pressing the accelerator. There can be a little penalty here in terms of the style, and this is not Gusev. Here it worked differently, and then there is a correction. Watch this moment, which the drivers have been penalized today. And the camera doesn't show anything. The diagram shows a 35-degree correction after touch and go 4. And on the camera we see nothing. But touch and go 2 in Griha's run also looked like he didn't take the touch and go, but the camera showed that he did. So I wouldn't insist on anything this far, but there is a fact that nothing was smooth at the initiation. Or maybe it was too smooth. It should have been more aggressive. And there, the wheel, one of the wheels was outside. Even during the run, you could tell from the position of the vehicle. But we cannot judge by these indirect signs. If you don't see it, then it was. But here you cannot hide from the camera and the reverse view that shows us the left rear wheel. Georgy Chevchan, the leader of the qualification, is already waiting for the score of Dmitry Putilin from Chelyabinsk, who, I remind you, is our this year's rookie. Yes, -5 for TG, -2 for the wheels, and yes, at the initiation and the first transition, yes, and the style is also penalized. 23, 28, and 31. And there is 82. I remind you that there is no penalty for a large angle. If you want, you can run at 80 degrees, but if you get there at 80 degrees and you're like, oh, what am I doing? And you make a correction for 40, then it's wrong. Georgy Chevchan from Takema Fovodota, 98.5 for the first run. And of course, every drifter, including Gocha, is craving for a 100. Now the run goes green, the light goes green, and the forward racing for 100Z is running forward, maybe to the qualification victory. And now here is the gas, and there is a little correction, precedes the transition, but it doesn't matter anymore. And now together with Georgi Chivchan, we're running to touch and go 5 to the 80-meter sweeper. This is the slowest sector of the track. Then transition, touch and go 7 and 1 will slips out. The track is too narrow for this hero, and Gocha is gonna get -2 points. But I think this is not even about exceeding the first result, but it's more about supporting the first, so that the first attempt doesn't look unplanned or spontaneous. Yes, it happens sometimes when the driver thinks, okay, I've done everything in the first attempt. Let's add some more aggression, and this is when it gets out of control. Georgi Chivchan decided to add some more commitment, but there is no improvement because, well, who knows, what if anyone else from the opponents tries to get 98 points? Even Pyotr Borodin, for example, but he has already completed his qualification. Georgi Chivchan basically rounds up the third group of the qualification, so in the nearest future, no one's gonna outperform him because the next ones to compete will be the juniors. We will see 4 rounds of the juniors. They've got a separate table, so they compete with each other only. They've got their own league. Georgi Chivchan, 9 qualification victories this far. In Nizhny Novgorod, Arkady rounded up his number of qualification victories to 10, so Georgi Chivchan has got a chance to catch up. But he's still too far from Damir. Damir has got 14. But on the overall, out of the current drivers, there are only 9 who has won qualification rounds, and only 4 of them have got more than 1 victories. The 3 of them are Arkady, Georgi Chivchan, Damir Idiaturin, and the 4th is Roman Tivadar, who has got 3 qualification victories, and that's it. So this is a super elite club, but the main bonus that the qualification winner gets is choosing the lane in all the runs. And in our situation, this is also a guaranteed by run in top 32. Interesting that we've got 10 event winners against 9 qualification winners. Now let's listen to Georgi Chivchan. Arkady Tsarigradzev predicted it right, and he even predicted the score of Georgi Chivchan and said that he will be the new leader of the qualification. So here he is, the new leader of the qualification, 99 points for the first run. Georgi Chivchan from Takayama forward Ota. Georgi, please tell us, what was the second run like? Do you think you can improve? No, the second run was worse. I crossed the track border, I made a correction at the initiation, but in the first run I had half a point less than you said. It's 98.5. Ah, sorry, Arkady, you didn't predict it right. I thought it was 99. But do you want to hear your score for the second run? Let's see. Here it is. Yes, Gocha is absolutely right. There is no improvement because the first run was so excessively good. So we are listening to you, Georgi. Yes, it's all clear. Okay, let's hope that the guys who qualify after me will be worse than me. But on the overall, this year I haven't won any qualification rounds, so I hope it's going to be fine. You would like to win at home? Yes, sure. Would you like Georgi to win the qualification round at his home event? Yes, I see. Would you like him to win the event as well? I'm sorry, dear. I didn't leave you any choice. Now you owe your fans. Are you ready? I am. This is Georgi Chivchan, right in front of you. And we continue the qualification round. You can find me on the grandstands. I will be there very soon, and we will continue the qualification. And now you will see the future of Russian drift. Our juniors. And I totally recommend you to give them a hot round of applause. For the record, 90 points is the result of Georgy Chevchan for the second run. And here is the situation: 28 for the line, 29 for the angle, 33 for the style. And now we switch to the juniors. And here is Roman Lovkis, the rookie of our boot camp, but not a rookie in drifting. He's got quite a rich experience. He is driving a Toyota Mark II JZ100, and he represents the city of Krasnoyarsk. A local guy with a Toyota Mark II, classics. And now look, here's double pedal drifting that he has already mastered. A transition to touch and go 4, and then we go and go and go and row and row and row to touch and go 5. Very well, then he collects touch and go 6, makes a transition to touch and go 7. And if you don't try to outperform yourself, you can do it perfectly. And the 2 last clips are taken in a brilliant manner. I am really surprised that this guy is not among the adult drivers. He's almost 16 years old. In GP, you cannot take part in one event only. But if you speak to some teams who have a lack of contenders, we've got one, then you could probably recruit this young racer. That could be a nice surprise for the rivals, because Roman, well, maybe needs some more power, but you know, you always want some more power. But in this environment of the Red Ring, isn't it a GP level run? There are 2 GoPro ears on the car, like a video surveillance system, a 360 camera. Roman Lovkis. This is gonna be even more exciting to watch the juniors battles, because they're very strong. Because Arseny has been winning all the way, and we wish something new. At the Gora Drive, Timofey and Arseny met, and Arseny also won. And he won with the equality of the score. But we need competition. We need more competition. And Arseny is very good at driving his Alteza that he's been driving all through the season. And now he has to master a new car. But I will tell you more about it later. What I'm especially happy to see in the biography of Roman Lovkis is that in Winter Drift Battle he has been on the podium. And this is very impressive. And what is this? Sector 1. He repeated Gorcha's result in run 2. But in the first sector, there really were some little flaws then influenced the overall score. So this is 90. This is the first attempt of Roman, and he's the winner of the junior qualification. So now try and repeat it. For all the contenders of the bootcamp, there is new reality. All of them are driving someone else's cars, including Roman. This is a rental car. Timofey Kolobov and the Nissan 350Z, and this is very interesting. When the vehicle is not really racing, there's not even a safety frame that I see. There is a transition, and he collects touch and go 3 in a very confident manner. He also looked great during the practice, even though there is an obvious lack of power. But you know, power is power, but 3 atmospheres in the tires, a narrow tire, and go. Timofey performs the transitions very well. He takes touch and go 8, and the last transition, and it's all in the finish. But on the wet, Timofey Kolobov shows some brilliant runs, and he did some tandem runs with Arseny. But on the wet, this vehicle would be very well balanced. 380 HP, VQ det, and a 3.5 liter displacement. VQ 35DE, there is a DE, and there's also HR, and there is a VQ 37 LHR. Please remember all the characteristics of the engines, and tomorrow we will write a test. I guess that by the event at Moscow Raceway, we will check all the tests and score the papers, and then I will announce the results at the end of August. This will be the final 6th event of RDS GP. And I say it so sadly because come on, finishing the season in August. I know we've got the super final that we're not saying anything about, and we call you to follow the social media of Russian Drift Series. But I'm speaking about the regular season of Russian Drift Series. It will finish even earlier than RDS Open. And the next event of RDS Open will be held in Minsk, the Republic of Belarus. And it will be at a festival, which is a tradition of RDS Open. It's called Open Race Minsk on the 15th and 16th of August. In 2 weeks, we will be there. And first of all, visit RDS Open website, where you can find all the detailed information. But this is going to be extremely amazing. Apart from the Belarusian athletes, there will be 2 Japanese drivers. This is our RDS Open. So if you are planning a festival and you want an RDS Open to become its jewel, please contact our management, and I'm sure that we can make an interesting collaboration. If you haven't been in Minsk for a long while, and if you miss drifting, you're welcome to Minsk. I'm sure that you're going to be excited. And now the main rival of Arkady. Don't you dare, says Arkady. Okay, let's see. So this is 100 points for Timofey Kolobov. 100 points with the first attempt. But I'm sure that if there was a drift box, we would definitely have seen some angle things or speed things, but he's got the same assignment as the adults. Arseniy Tseregradzev on board his Nissan Silvia S15. And the power is around a 490 HP. For those who didn't watch the Friday news, this yellow little part is the heritage from Gocha. And now Arseniy Tseregradzev is braking in this court section of the track, collecting Dashigo 2, Dashigo 3, then makes a transition to 4, and 1 wheel is still outside, but only 1, and not for a long while. And it's not a fact, and then to Dashigo 6, to Dashigo 7. And collects both 7/1 and 7/2, and this is already Dashigo 9 and the finish. Now let's check what the judges think about it. Let's make the 100 points battle. I've been looking at this yellow part of the bumper, and it looks to me like the trace of a more technically developed civilization. But do you remember Taurus' white racing suit of Arseniy? That was his mother's. And there are gloves from this racing suit. So this is a relic. This is the kind of an item that you cannot buy anywhere in Russia or in the world. And this is a very good kind of equipment, very good piece of gear. And you can also sometimes see some old racing seats, but the drivers are people who have their preferences. So once you are used to something, it's very hard to switch to something new from the thing that you are used to. Some information from the judges. The angle and the style are judged in a different manner from the adults. Not because they're very young, but because they've got weaker vehicles. So getting larger angles where it is required is at least very hard on this car. So the angles can be not as articulated, but the score is still high. So this is the only discount that no one asked for, but the one that the judges did, just to bring the assignment in a compliance with the vehicles, because you can get in large angle, but getting out from there is harder. So this is the Tura gloves and the racing suit. This is an absolute copy of Arkady Tseregradzev's. And even the fonts are the same. Every little thing, every little point is the same. The linearity, precision, and the evenness of the pace are the criteria. It's going to be very hard for Timofey Kolobov to compete in tandem runs, especially with the deficit of power. But wow, touch and go 1. All of a sudden, I didn't really see it coming, and I didn't have this feeling about TG8. But the judges are sure. Okay, it's 93 points for Arseniy Tseregradzev, which is also amazing. And I'm sure that Arkady Tseregradzev is also very content. But this is just the first run. It's too early to relax. Now the follow-up work will be done, and now here comes Luca Migal, who at this event is driving a Toyota Mark II JZX90. But the title is the same from ADM Raceway. Please don't be afraid. We are not confusing anything, but this is the way the system works. It takes the data from the old table, and this says the Mark II that even a little baby knows here in Krasnoyarsk. He is running around the two inner clips, but that's okay. Transition touch and go 4. And here's a question, because the shadow of the body kit is hanging over touch and go 4, but no one knows what happens with the wheel. We don't have the information. Touch and go 7s are definitely flawlessly taken. Then the last transition, touch and go 9 with the left front wheel, and finishing with all the 4s. But this is the situation when your shirt feels closer. Luca is being very humble with the commitment and with aggression because the vehicle is not his. On board the Lexus, he looks differently. It looks like he is kind of crawling through the first 2 sectors. In the sweeper in sector 3, he discovers that the accelerator pedal is much deeper than 3.5 centimeters, and even some smoke started appearing, and this is the run that he completed. But the first sector is really very scary. Even the experienced GP guys can get intimidated by this, and plus this is the rental car effect. You don't want to break it, you don't want to hurt it, but it doesn't always work, because we know many drivers who do it absolutely differently, who do it the opposite, a stress test. Like the person who has been testing stock cars for a long while, I would say that playing with the rental car is a pleasure. First we press it and then we will see what happens, because we've got to test it, right? This is why we came here. So this is the situation. It looks like we've got some technical difficulties, but we are now checking out the replays and then the scores, and then we will get back. We will check out the results of the juniors. First run, of course, no one can exceed 100. You can exceed 100 only with 2 runs, not only with 1. 13 for the line, 32 for the angle, and 34 for the style. The angle and the style were brilliant, but in terms of the line, many people have been making mistakes. Because, you know, just next time, follow the squares, and you know how to do all the rest. 79 points. I'm not saying it's a bad run. It's a good one, of course. And yesterday we saw Luca doing tandem runs when he practiced with his father, Denis Migal, and they looked so well. We even showed it in our news. If you didn't see it, you're welcome to our social media, because the news are still interesting, and this is what we don't want to see ever. So what can we say? Artur Zironi has got a backup car, first of all. This one is called the Joker. And the backup car is, let me check it out, also has a name, and it is the Mamba. The Mamba. Like a snake. For those who hasn't seen a black Mamba, the black Mamba is not actually black. It's got a black mouth. And the same is with the flanker. It's not black, but the inside is black. So this is a very appropriate name. As far as Joker is concerned, we came up with lots of theories yesterday where the name came from and what the reason may be. But the Joker is not playing for Artur this far. Maybe this is not the Joker from the cards, but the Joker, the villain. Hello guys, hello dear spectators. We're so happy to see all of you, because we're sitting in our tent and we don't see you, and we're sad that we don't, even though we're so close to you in fact. But you know what makes me happy? Wave your hands at us, and we're waving our hands at you too. You don't really see us, but we are. Let's remove the walls tomorrow and we will be watching the spectators as well. But what makes me so happy is that at the open grandstands, people are using umbrellas to hide from the sun at last. Because I think this is the hottest GP event this far. And now at the start, we've got the next contender, Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. Yekaterinburg, and this is his familiarization run for Andrei. Let's check the judges, or let's see Andrei Astapov in the process of familiarization. Here he is. This is the real Astapov from Yekaterinburg, the genuine one. And now, today, during the morning practice, he was the first to come out to get maximum track time. There was some unplanned suspension works done, starting with the basic angles everywhere, and everything worked out perfectly. Andrei finally regained the confidence in the vehicle and himself, because when the car cannot go anywhere for a long time, the driver begins doubting himself. But he only had to adjust the wheels to believe in himself again. Unfortunately, our health group is extended. Artur Zelenyy is going to the same place. And I guess that the reason is also the same. The red ring is very demanding for the transmission. You need some lightweight and the right balance of the vehicle. Because there is a lot of inertia involved, and this inertia really matters, and it all influences it. The transmission gets loaded, and there are transmission problems that occur. I would like to believe that this will be the end of the problems. You can see the flanker F somewhere behind, very far behind. Something is going on out there. This time, this is not the rehearsal. This is now real. Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team on board his BMW E92 is running in for the first qualification run, and this is it. And we begin counting the clips. The first two, check, touch and go 2, check, touch and go 3, check, and now the transition, touch and go 4, and this is the most challenging part of the sport section of the track. A very good and large angle. We will figure out the corrections later, and then there is strong transition to touch and go 7 and towards the 8. How close he's to the no-go zone. I hope that he hasn't crossed the border. I have some questions about TG9, but it's not very valuable. There was a very interesting movement involved. A very tricky movement in around touch and go 2, because he had to use the steering wheel to direct the car into the clip, and it couldn't but influence the other parameters of the car movement, including the angles and also the speed. And this is something that our judges wouldn't really like, even though from this angle is 30 out of 30. Here's a little spoiler for you. No line problems, but it doesn't always mean that there are no others. But we should remark that considering the acute deficit of track time, Andrei did a great qualification attempt. There was ever 3-wheel drifting, how beautifully he has been running at this medium angle of 45 degrees. This is just a perfect one. The diagram is perfect. Doesn't look as perfect in around touch and go 1, and in the sector between TG1/1 and touch and go 1/2, there was a correction that you couldn't see with your naked eye, that you couldn't see through the camera, but you could see with the naked eye. But what happened after touch and go 4? I'm really waiting for the score for the angle, because I want to see if there is any penalization, because obviously carrying the large angle through all the sweeper is very hard and not very necessary. And according to the task, you should decrease the angle to the medium. 40 degrees would be quite okay, but it happens naturally when you are running on the sweeper. It happens just on its own. And I also want to remark the beautiful and stable angle in around touch and go 7. This was also multiplied by the carefully collected clips. But this is all about beauty, and then we will speak about sport. But at the initiation, the angle fell from 63 to 42. And this is exactly what I told you about, because drift dynamics is a merciless witch. But it is necessary to remember that in this place, the angle automatically reduces. You could see a correction before touching go 2, and I've been looking at the front wheels carefully, and they turned into a position adequate to circuit racing, not to drifting. The first sector is compromised by 5 points. In sector 2, the style judge didn't like everything as well, but still this is 92 points, and this is quite good because he's got a 90 plus. Yes, in our current reality, we are in group 4, and 90 plus is not a surprising kind of thing. 14th place with 92 points. Here comes our guest from Dungar 1, Ireland, Thomas Kiley, representing Fresh Racing, which is also the leader of the team's competition, and he's going on his first qualification run. Now we'll see how right was Damir Diatulin, saying that Tommy Kiley is a little bit more adjusted for tandem runs rather than solo. Once again, we are evaluating what happened in round that should go 2 following us stop-offs criteria. And now he's running to TG5, collects TG6, makes the transition with the acceleration. We didn't expect anything else. Yes, there is touch and go 8 and touch and go 9 as well. And the finish. And now let's check the replays and the numbers. The final transition was so stable, it felt like an invisible hand that picked the car and put it into the opposite angle. It was so graceful. A little bit ungraceful was the initiation, but this is my opinion. This is what Damir told us about, that there are some corrections. And for Tommy, this track is new. He is here for the first time, and he also reminded that there are things for him to think about, to work on, and to study. Also a wheel outside and insufficient speed, which happened because he was too much carried away with the counter shift. And this, the diagram has been coming up and up and up, and then it became coming down. So at first it was growing up, but it didn't achieve the required speed, because at that moment the car was literally in the drift at an angle of 27 degrees. The angle itself is not a crime, but the insufficient speed is something that is going to be penalized. So please do not be surprised when you see. And this is just 1 kilometer per hour. But, well, you know why it happens. I remind you that all these standards are always designed for the benefit of the driver. So based on the statistical data, a certain figure is calculated. So the insufficient speed means that there have been some certain problems in this sector. In this situation, the problem was created by the driver himself. On the overall, throughout the season, Tommy has never qualified to the top heights. But still he is in the top of the personal competition, and he is perfectly comfortable there. So I think there is nothing to be upset about, because the worst thing that we're gonna see is Tommy Kiley in top 32. But why not? We've seen him in top 32 before, and we're always happy to see him anyway. And he looked well in top 32, and he still was on the top at the end. So we want to see as many runs as possible. Also, Tommy knows James Dean very well, because he started his career under the patronage and under the supervision of James Dean. At the age of 13, Tommy Kiley was already competing in the Irish drifting championship. And what were you doing at the age of 13? In Ireland, they have no idea what a junior boot camp is. They simply throw the junior drivers to the adult competitions. They don't have the federation like we do, which monitors everyone and controls everyone and punishes for all the faults. So the first sector is compromised for the reasons that we have already told you. And -1 in sector 3, I have no idea what it is. It looks like he let go of the acceleration at the wrong moment. Yes, 94 points. This is the 12th place. But the judges said that if you release the accelerator in between TG6 to TG7, this is going to be an automatic deduction. And now here comes Danila Vorobyov from the Coil Racing Drift team. He is still pretty young, but he's incredibly experienced for his age. So here we go, the E92 that has been transformed into Genesis LR1 with the skillful hands of the mechanics of the Coil Racing Drift team. He's now running through sector 1 and then he fixes the angle and takes touch and go 5 perfectly. This is a very correct sweeper from TG5 to TG6. Takes TG8 and 7, no questions about 9, and this is the finish. So yes, finally he has tamed his car. The driver knew what to do, but while the technical problems are haunting you, you sometimes forget about your skill, and now he finally recalled it. This is poetry, this is not just a drifting run. 141 kilometers per hour at the initiation, absolutely brilliant. And I've been watching him absolutely charmed, absolutely stunned how careful he was in all the turns and on the sweepers with no visible corrections. I mean, visible through the eye, which means that if there were any, they were little enough. So this is exactly what you're supposed to do. He fixes the angle, then another transition, fixation. And this is a song. I imagine what our judges are doing, especially the one who is responsible for the angle. I guess he got a lot of aesthetic pleasure from this run. Because we know who is in charge of what, but we are not allowed to disclose this information. No freedom of speech in freedom, and even this squatting motion of LR1 Genesis doesn't confuse Danila Vorobyov. And the car body continued running as smoothly as it was. A very, very good run. I guess it's gonna take the judges very long to think. Because in terms of the line, he also collected all the elements. In terms of the line, this is definitely gonna be 30 out of 30. But there is one big red button like in that meme, like, yes, 30. Give me 2. And in the other criteria, it's all very interesting. Yes, this little person in the arms of your mother, it's a local, so he definitely knows the difference between an Altezza and a Lexus, Toyota Mark II and Toyota A90 and A80. I'm sure that everyone here knows the difference between an Altezza and an A90. And people from Siberia have got the top skill. They can distinguish between siloviki from 1SX, and there are lots of things. And I was not kidding when I told you about the test. So tomorrow, apart from your ticket, we will check your car knowledge. So don't forget a piece of paper and a pen. No online tests, only old school. But the judges are still thinking. And the diagrams of Danila Vorobyov are incredibly pleasant to watch. They are so... this is such serendipity, like on the seashore. And the system picks the color automatically, and it picked blue, so it looks like the soothing waves on the Yenisei River. Look, this is the magazine with Arkady on the cover, and some happy and content people who support Danila Vorobyov, because they are so happy to see the judges thinking. Here they are, by the way. Let's wave our hands at them. Dmitry Yermokhin, champion of RDS Siberia. Anton Novikov, champion of RDS West. Andrei Paulia, coach and a driver. Alexander Nechayev, the father of Drift Dynamic System. And there is a 3-point penalty. Where did you find them? What kind of people are you? What is wrong with you? This should be the smooth last transition. Even though, well, yeah, you can probably pick on it, but I wouldn't like you to do. We have seen it before, but this is run 1 only. This is the first run. Danila, you know what to do. You are shaking the throne Georgy Chivchan is sitting on. But the throne is still standing, and Gosha is still sitting on it. Mikhail Davidyans is at the start in his BMW E30, the car that he started his career with very, very long ago. In 2019, RDS West designed, and he had an M30B35 engine. So this is the same body. And the wheel arcs that are burned by the rear suspension. So let's go together with Mikhail to touch and go 2 and the transition to the 3 and then into touch and go 4. And here the transition is slightly sharper and the angle is visually fixed. Then he's touching the space outside the white line and then makes a transition to touch and go 7 and through sector 3. We are racing forward and forward and forward and we get touch and go 8 and towards the finish. That's great. This is a very good and well-balanced run. I think that the first transitions shook the judges, and some of the points will definitely fall down on the ground, just like the dry leaves from the tree. Here he was a little bit careful in the transitions, but as the judges said, a transition, if it's sharp but you make it smooth, it is -1 or -2 in the most criminal cases. So this is a penalty, but not as severe as for an angle fluctuation before the transition or for a sharp angle increase when you slow down. And one correction costs half a point only. Half a point or 1 point depending on the range of the correction and the stroke of a correction, because there can be several corrections within one sweeper, but we haven't seen it for a while because our drivers have been super stable with the angle, and that is not easy, especially considering that their vehicles partially resist drifting due to the strong grip that they have got. But why you need gripping for? Grip is speed, and speed is the foundation. Without speed, it's all impossible, and this is what makes it harder for drivers from other disciplines to start disciplines. Here you've got to go fast immediately, otherwise it doesn't work. This is what Formula 1 and drift have in common. In Formula 1, you cannot start slowly. This is not the way it works. But at the earlier stages, in the earlier championships, there are less grippy tires and your car slides anyway. And on a narrow and a small non-grippy tire, it is much easier to grip because a car has a tendency to slide on its own. You don't really have to work more with the pedals. Please check how the drivers work with marketing. He turned around to demonstrate the sponsor's logo and showed us the artifact that he also has on his helmet. Denis Migal is now waiting for his first run. At first, we're waiting for the score of Mikhail Davidians, and Denis Migal will be the last to qualify, and this will be the last one in the first run of the 4th group. Luka was just now on the screens. He will go for the second run himself, and only after that we've got the health group. This is the procedure at the very end of the qualification. As far as Denis is concerned, here's a little bit of history. Okay, let's begin with the score. Yeah, so it's -2 for touch and go 6. We see -2 for the wheels, and these are the rest of the criteria, but the angle is not as badly compromised as we could have suspected. 94 points, a perfect result. This is what Mikhail wanted. He has got number 34 and 34 for the style. Genius planning. Denis Migal is the driver who is having his 60th event in his career, and he rounds up the qualification to celebrate his anniversary, and this is what I see. Congratulations to Denis. We wish him a nice and positive event. These are 2 first clips, and then very organically he shifts to the left-hand side in order to collect touch and go 2. And this is the key moment of the scored section of the track. And touch and go 5, beautifully on the white line. Everything is awesome. 0 questions about the line. An aggressive transition, touch and go 7. And it doesn't even contradict the line. And here's the last line. And here one wheel trips off. But there are some doubts or some worries about the zone from touch and go 4 to touch and go 5. We cannot see it live. We cannot check out the left rear wheel, but by the indirect signs, I would be very happy if the wheel is not outside the track after TG5, because I know that the entire car was still within, but it was nice and fast and high quality transition, but the car still slipped a little bit out the border. And this is a very dangerous one, because sometimes there occurs a hole and it's very bad to fall into it. There's too much angle here, then there was 80 degrees. And once again, you don't see it on TV, but I got a feeling that Denis Migal disposed of the excesses of that angle in a very sharp manner, because it fell to 55 from 80, and this is a very significant correction. I want to believe that there won't be a serious penalty for this. But we've got a whole pool of drivers which did the same. In the first run, that was Timofey, for example. It was the most articulated of the cases. Yes, unfortunately, the wheel was outside. But this is not a fatal thing. This is the first run only. There will be a score for the first, which means there will be some follow-up, and in the second he will be able to correct it in a more relaxed way and live his best life at the Red Ring circuit in 2026. I'm sure that Denis is having the best of his life. He is doing great. He even practiced with his son yesterday. His team is in the top. His drivers are top. Out of 4 drivers are amazing. His mid-season AHR solutions are amazing. In the top 5 of the personal competition, 3 drivers are from Fresh Racing. But this is going to be exciting now. Now we can compare the diagrams with our observations, because I had some worries about TG4 and everything that was out, but it looks like I was mistaken, and this is the kind of mistake that I love making. This makes me very happy. So now we've got the score. Now the graphic information will be processed and transmitted. Yeah, so here they are. Here are the results. Perfect angle. So now we know who can do it and how a perfect angle diagram should look. We will use it as a reference. -2 for the style, because probably he released the gas when the wheel went outside in the 80 meter sweeper. And this is 94 like Danila Vorobyov or Tom Mikhaili, but I'm sure that Denis Migal will be happy to compare himself to Tom Mikhaili. He's his teammate and the leader of the personal competitions, and will love looking up to the best. And here comes the second attempt of Andrei Astapov. In the first one, he had 92 points. So he's got to improve it. He's on the 18th place, and this is not his ambition. Let's go. Andrei Astapov is collecting touch and go 2, then makes a transition, a very moderate one, and then there is touch and go 4, and the 80 meter sweeper, and the common shift to the left to collect TG6, and then he makes a smooth transition using his left foot, and then through the last 2 clips he finishes. And he finishes his qualification. Only 1 run is left for Howl Racing Drift Team, and this is Danila Vorobyov's. Obviously, in Sector 1, it was all better for Andrei Astapov. I mean, the beginning of the second, it was in touch and go 2. No, this is still Sector 1. At the end of Sector 1, there was no extra steering wheel moves and no angle fluctuation, so we can count on a smaller penalty. In the first round, he had -4 for this action. Therefore, Andrei can count on some improvement of the score, especially considering that line-wise, without all the possible replays, line-wise, he did everything correctly. And I remind you that Andrei Astapov started drifting here before he joined GP. At first, he became a bronze prize winner of RDS Siberia, and then he went to the western part of the country, where he started competing on a regular basis, and it was in 2017, if I am not mistaken. 2018, yeah. In 2016, he came to resign for the first time. In 2017, he repeated it. And starting from 2018, he started competing regularly in RDS GP. At first, he had a Lexus, and then he changed his vehicle for this E92, which then moved to the property of the team, Lukoil Racing Drift Team. It looks like one of the sevens will not be counted. The judges say that he didn't completely manage to collect it with the rear wheel. But the sevens are not that valuable. Ah, no, they are valuable, 3 points each. 4 and 5 are better. They're not as precious and touch and go too, but they're not incredibly cheap. So this combination of factors is not very beneficial. There are only 11 control points. A little less than 3 points for every TG on the average, but in touch and go 2, there are 5 points. In the inner TG, there are 4, and then there go 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. There are 11 of them. But this is the way it works. They're always 11. Sometimes you think that maybe one of them will be thrown out, but no, they're only moved around to make it more rhythmic or more harmonic. But globally, no changes are made. Andrei Astapov is on your screens. Andrei, hello. For a while, there was also a control point on the very finish, and the drivers were trying to get there, but it was later removed because it was a little confusing. By the way, if you want to meet Andrei Astapov when he is in a different role, you can come to Minsk to RDS Open, because Andrei is a regular judge of the championship. Or you can see him on the pit lane at our autograph session after the end of the qualification. According to the schedule, it will be at 4:30 p.m. There will be the cars and the drivers, and we will invite our spectators, and they will have 45 minutes to catch them all. Gotta catch them all. If you were surprised by the opening ceremony with no cars, this is not some technical epidemics, but there was just the lack of time, because it takes a lot of time to park the cars in this line. The first sector is probably the insufficient angle at the initiation, but it was 70. But it was stepwise, and also a correction at the exit. So 32 for the style, so the total is 88. No improvement, alas. And this is the 17th place at the moment. Anton Klemko is on the 18th. And now Tommy Kylian, his second attempt. He had 94 points at first, and he is on the 14th place. He's the only foreign driver this season. The light goes green. We don't count Pyotr Borodin from Kazakhstan, but he already feels Russian. He has been naturalized in our consciousness. Now, together with Thomas, touch and go 2, and then touch and go 3, and also sharply into touch and go 4, fixing the angle, and then through not the 80-meter sweeper towards touch and go 5 and through 6. And look how sharply he transitions with the acceleration. What do the judges say? And now the last transition in this court section of the track, and wow, this is a very committed kind of run. He really craves for the by-run zone. But as the practice shows, such commitment is not always good. We remember Damir's 98-point run. He looked very relaxed, even boring in a way. But he definitely wasn't that sparking and fantastic. But here Tommy decided to press it, to never let it go, following the recommendations of Artem Leitis. Once you press the accelerator, keep it on. The speed was 141 kilometers per hour, and there was also the border of the track crossed at the initiation, but maybe I'm mistaken. I hope that I'm mistaken, that the wheel was still within the track. But Tommy has increased the speed. If he was an under-speeding problem before, now he's got a serious over-speeding. We usually say, if you love it, let it go. But is there such a saying in English? Can you say if you love it, let it go? Or maybe don't let it go? Jackie Stewart, who is not Irish, who is Scottish, said you shouldn't press the accelerator if you're not sure you should. But Colin McRae said that if you're not sure, press the pedal to the metal. Maybe this is why Colin, apart from being a very strong racer, was also a little bit of a forest cutter. The environmentalist shouldn't approve of his actions. Yeah, so sector 1 ruined it all. -4 for the angle and -2 for the wheel. So I was not mistaken. So this is 94. No improvement. By the way, what's interesting, all 94 results were shown in the last 4th group, and this is 13th place only. What is this qualification doing to the drivers? Let's see if Danilo Vorobyov can do the same what he did in the first run when he had 97 points, but a little bit better, but a pinch better, because he was 1 step away. If he has more than 72 points, he will move Artyom Leitis 1 line down and get in the by-run zone, by the way. So now he opens up on time, collects touch and go 2, touch and go 3, makes a transition to touch and go 4, and start accelerating more and more and more through this sweep out to touch and go 5, and sector 3, touch and go 7 is inevitably here under the left rear wheel, and then touch and goes 8 and 9. And now we go to the waiting mode, and the judges go to the thinking one. These 2 runs are very similar. I don't want to say anything, but they are very similar. Very similar. We have seen something like this. But if Danilo Vorobyov gets 94.5 points, he can also move Vladislav Popov 1 line down, and he will be the 5th in the qualification rating. And if he gets 97, then he can get into top 3. If he gets 98, he will move Arkady Tseregratsov and Damir Idiatulin, by the way. So every half a point matters. And if it's 98.5, then he will become the leader of the qualification. Uh-oh! Because Gorge's second attempt was 90 only. But Danilo Vorobyov has already kicked the throne of Georgy Chivchan, so we will see how strong this throne can be. Danilo Vorobyov stands out with a very good stability. He's extremely stable. If his cars don't mind, he can stamp one run after another with very, very little improvements or just identical ones. But speaking about a 97 plus score, then there can be some details that are out of the driver's control. It just worked out this way at that moment. The tip of the wheel, one little part of the wheel is outside. But can we pretend we didn't see it? It was so beautiful. Why ruin it all? All the hopes have been now broken, but he can still get into the by-run zone. But he can. And Artyom Leitis should be now very tense as he watches what is happening around. Artyom Leitis heard something like da-da-da-dum. Well, this is not a spoiler. We saw it all in the process. We've just seen the 2-point penalty. But I also like the ducktail of Danilo Vorobyov. You can finally tell the difference between his car and the car of Andrei Astapov. Then we're going to see some 94-point run authors. Mikhail Davidyans and Denis Migal. There's also Roman Lovkis prepared. Let's get ready and see where Danilo Vorobyov will be. He has very little chance of falling out from the by-run zone. And oh, come on. This 2-point penalty is so sad to see. This is 96. And this says 28 for the line, maximum for the angle, almost maximum for the style. Danilo Vorobyov rises to the 5th line of the rating, and so he gets in the by-run zone. where he can easily be kicked out by the two last drivers, plus two drivers from the health group, so it's not time to relax. Danila did everything he could. Now he's gonna wait and be patient, waiting for the other four drivers to complete the qualification. And this is Mikhail Davidian from E30, who is having his first full season in RDS GP. The final attempt for Mikhail. He has already tasted the Byron zone at the previous event, and I am sure that he's craving for more. There are some difficulties on the way, but this is it. The Byron zone is out of question. But of course, we wish Mikhail to have a great run, a great race, to keep himself safe, because you never know who you can meet in top 32, because, well, you should always work for the best. But TG9 is taken very well. But why we were so strict about it? By all the indirect signs, it looked like Mikhail Davidian's Mitch touch and go 2, which is -5 already. We know that Byron zone begins with 97 points. And if you deduct 5 from 100, it's 95. So it's out of the Byron zone. Plus 7/1 looks like a penalty, but this is a 3-point TG. I don't think that this could be the critical one in this situation, but touch and go 2 will be now studied under the microscope by the judges. But here you do not need the microscope. As Mikhail said, if you press the accelerator on time, it all works well. If you are a little late, then the front axle begins slipping and you lose the control over the front axle. And this is exactly the case when Mikhail was a little late, and this is why the front wheels began rolling, where they were looking and they were looking right, so the car started straightening. And in this position, it was almost impossible to direct it into the inner touch and go, but I'm afraid that the penalty would have been much more than 5 points, because it would be also associated with the speed loss, and this is something that the judges do not like. And the angle judge doesn't like when such things are done, because the angle will be inevitably growing and then falling, and these angle games are never approved, because we are for the traditional values. No flirt with the angles, no light-mindedness on the track. We can see Mikhail Davidian's rotating the steering wheel, even not without using his hands, because yes, there are such tricks when you go through the configuration without even touching the steering wheel, if your car is set up correctly. In winter, it is always easier to do because it's all slower, but if your angles are all correct, okay, whatever. By the way, TG7 was counted, but once again, in terms of the angle and the style, it's all perfect, but I should go 2 ruined it all. It's 93 for the second run. There is no improvement, and he loses to Tommy Kiley, who also had 94, but twice. But Mikhail Davidian's had 94 and 93. Yes, Mikhail, yes, this is what TG2 is about. It slipped away. Denis Smigal, the founder, the head of Fresh Racing Team, is going on his second attempt. In the first one, he also had 94, just like Tommy Kiley and Mikhail Davidian. So let's see if Denis can penetrate into the Byron zone, and wow. You can see the commitment, you can see touch and go 2 and touch and go 3. So much resolution. He fixes the angle. So yes, he got 35 for the angle for the reason in the first run, and then through the 7s to touch and go 8. And I hope that he only touched the white line in the zone where he's not supposed to go. My head just exploded from what I just saw, because it was so awesome, it was so cool, but let's repeat it. But on the replay, it was very fast, dynamic, committed. The second transition was probably a little cautious, because that was the preparation stage, and only after that was the final face. But look at this angle fixing and this narrow 80-meter curve, and then such a beautiful, yes, a little bit wavy line, but it was so cool, so great. Absolute admiration. You know, interestingly, the 78 degrees didn't really slow Denis down, because 79 degrees is quite a lot. There are very few drivers who went fast, and with such an angle there was no one. But it was cool. This replay lets us understand that the angle in the sweeper, starting from touch and go 7 and all through the 7s, was amazing. Check out the setups. The car was driving on the left front wheel through touch and go 3, and this contact spot is quite enough for the driver to keep his car under control. And what is also very well emphasized, the car's front is swinging, because this is a double arm suspension. But the beauty of this geometry is that you do not have to play a lot with the brakes, because you can get a much sharper transition and your car will fall into a large angle, and then you will be thinking of what to do. And here the double arm suspension establishes the control spot, keeps it stable, and the driver knows that the car will go where he wants it to. And this is what explains the popularity of the Supra A80 solution, because we have seen that the drivers also install this system on other vehicles. 147 kilometers per hour at the initiation. So the postures of his potential opponents should definitely make notes. This is not a secret for anyone that Denis has got a maximum for the line. You saw it all yourself. And now I wonder if we have a new winner of the qualification, not a leader, because if Denis is on the top, we've got 2 more in the health group. But it's very hard to win with 1 attempt only. So the cost of this is very high, and I think that these guys won't be pursuing the first place. They will just get a non-zero something. And Denis has already got 94, so he's got nothing to lose. Even this is a 0, this is still okay. He will still have 94. But his second run was so brilliant that it is definitely not a 0. This is gonna be something very, very high. He has all the chances. We know 2/3 of the score, but I won't tell you, because we're supposed to show you the whole picture before we announce it out loud. So we are also waiting, and we are hung on a very breakable thread. And now I feel this long forgotten feeling of anxiety that I haven't had for years. Here are our judges. They have some wind. They're protected from the sun. This is one of those rare situations when you feel more comfortable on the tower than on the land. On one hand, there is no there is wind, but there is no rain. But they've got a tent that protects them from the sunshine, so they cannot get sunburned. Are they watching an episode of their favorite series, maybe? Or is Denis's second run more popular than any famous series? So what is going on there? And let me remind you, here's some important information for you. That the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competitions is the premium motor oil manufacturer IMOL. Due to the advanced technologies and the best additives, IMOL oils ensure maximum reliability for your engine in any environment and under any load. Now the products of IMOL are even easier to purchase at all the known marketplaces and IMOL shop. That's shop.ru, and shipping is available. IMOL oils are oils #1 of Russian Drift. And we're gonna see the second run of the juniors that are held under the auspices of IMOL Junior Young Drivers Support Program. Roman Lovkis is going back to the warm-up area because he has cooled down, even though in such a weather it takes quite a long while for the tires to cool down. Or maybe he's just bored and he just wants to cheer up. I just hope that he doesn't overheat the tires. Roman performed very well in his first run. I remind you that he had 90 points. At the same time, Timofey Kolobov looks as though he has removed lots of questions about who the winner would be because he's got 100 points. And this is the result. Come on, just a little bit. Are you greedy or something? So we don't have the new qualification winner. This is 98 points. And the second place, Denis Migal pushes Damir Idiatulin down. Could anyone ever consider it possible? Could Damir Idiatulin predict that Denis Migal might outperform him in the qualification? The second place in the qualification is not a victory, but it's a very important result for Denis and for his team, because against the background of such teammates, showing your worth is really very, very precious and very awesome. And now let's switch to the juniors. Roman Lovkis, Toyota Mark II JX 100. 90 points he had for the first attempt, and we are ready to watch number 2. But you remember that Timofey Kolobov has got 100. So Roman is now going on his second run, a very committed initiation, but we remember that the main thing is the stability of the angle. And here the judges assess it only visually. And this is how Roman Lovkis is screwing into this big sweeper along the white line and through touch and go 6 towards the 7. It may look like 2 wheels outside, but from the tower you can see it very well but without any replays. And here is this dive into the hole, because this is what Denis almost did in the first run, was now done by Roman. But the clearance of this Mark II is pretty high. By clearance is a clearance, but you can straighten out if you fall into this hole. You can even ruin your suspension. You may straighten out, but also the history knows examples of the situations when you can get on the 2 right wheels, especially if there is the opponent who helps you. It happened to the driver who finally won the race. So no troubles could hold him back. No troubles can be obstacles on your way to the success. It was just his ordinary day at work. Also at the initiation, 1 wheel was outside, and this is also gonna be noticed by our judges and penalized. The judges have a very hard work. They only deduct. I guess at school they were not very good at math, so the only action that they learned was deduction. But also for some reason our scoring system was designed based on the penalty system, not the bonus system. So at first every driver has got 100 and then the penalties are deducted. So now, so we see it's 91, so there is a 1 point improvement. This is not enough for him to fight with Arseniy Tsarigradze for the second place, leaving the leadership outside. But stable growth is also a very good sign, especially while in terms of the borders of the track, this run didn't look that consistent. But what I love about the juniors is the thing that they understand the task very well. You tell them that you need more commitment, and that's what they do. Timofey Kolobov will probably try to earn another 100 points to keep himself safe from Arseniy Tsarigradze. And while Timofey is collecting touch and go 2, touch and go 3, and through touch and go 4, he's running to the sweeper. The tires are squeaking on the rear axis of the Z. There's no smoke, hardly any smoke. Then a careful transition, touch and go 7. there was a little correction between two sevens, even though they're 35 meters apart from each other. And the finish, and now your attention to the judges and the replays. So let's watch. In fact, what also makes the standard stock vehicle so beautiful is like it has two aggregate conditions. It either works or not. If it does, it is perfect. If not, then it's almost a zero, because there is such a limitation, such a restriction in terms of the power and the resource. It's very hard. It's extremely hard. On the other hand, you just press the accelerator and you go without letting the accelerator go, without releasing it. This is the foundation for success. But there was a great angle deficit at the initiation, because where would it come from with this power deficit, and therefore the deficit of speed? So everything is pretty clear. Everything is pretty easy to understand. We're waiting for the score, and by the way, they're already ready. So as soon as the replay is over, you will see the score for the second round of Timofey Kolobov. So when you don't need to check the diagrams, it's much faster. Why don't we forbid the judges use the diagrams? Or this idea wouldn't be supported. In top league, I guess you need to use some top tools as well. So this is a great attempt. This is 95. This is still 95. Very good. 27 for the line, 33 for the angle, and 35 out of 35 for the style. And I'm telling you that in this situation, you get either 35 or 0, because either you press the accelerator or go, you don't, and you straighten out. This is the Brazilian system. I also like the background, because there we see the both health group vehicles. Now let's check the mood in the Tseregratsev's family. It's about 100 points of Timofey Kolobov on one hand and 98 points of Arkady Tseregratsev on the other. Arseny at the run-in is doing his last attempt in solo runs. The initiation, which doesn't need to be very sharp in the juniors format. Transition number 1, then number 2, 4, press it, press it, press it, and press it. Letting go 5, he shifts inward, and then a smooth transition without letting go of the accelerator from 7/2. There was a little question, but no questions whatsoever about the 9, just like about the borders of the track in sector 3. Apart from pressing the accelerator, he should have kicked the clutch very well, but this is much less than Arseny used to. The turbocharger is different, and this is not wise fob. So this is the problem of the low volume engine. They produce too little exhaust gas, and the exhaust gases need to rotate the hot part of the turbocharger connected to the cold part of the turbocharger. And the less exhaust gas you've got, the more you've got to rotate your engine so that it rotates the turbocharger. But how can you rotate your engine if your turbocharger doesn't work? And you cannot break this vicious circle with anything but a clutch kick. So this is where and when you need the clutch kick. When you've got a large turbocharger and a little engine, this is what you do. Here it's 2.1, but 2.1 on SR is not necessarily achieved with a stroker. This is also about the pistons. Their size changes. It is done with the diameter of the piston. This is all very nostalgic, the SRs and everything, because this is all in the past. Come on, Arkady Tseregratsev. You've got to open your wallet or an application. I still want to think that they're using banknotes, using cash. I didn't mean to laugh like this, but I just cannot look at it calmly. 1 point, but better. And 1 point worse than Timofey Kolobov. Luka Migal. And he is rounding up the second attempt of the boot camp contenders. His first attempt was 79 points, so like father, like son, would it work out? Let's check it out. you could see definitely what to change. It was mostly about the line, so it means that he's got to work on the line. 2 wheels, 3 wheels outside. This is the speed, yes, so he added more speed and the speed went into the wrong direction. And this is a 0 for the last attempt in the juniors qualification. But even 2 zeros wouldn't mean a thing, because they've got a round-robin system. I don't know what happens with the tandem runs, because not all the vehicles have the safety frame, but it's up to our technical inspectors to decide. As soon as we find it out, we'll let you know, and tomorrow in the process of the tandem runs, you will see it all. 79 still remains the best result for Luca Migal, the 4th line of the rating, but there is no tragedy. What I loved was the commitment in that run. So he just decided to do maximum of what he can do. Timofey Kolobov, for the first time this season, outperforms Arseniy Tsarigradzev. I'm totally surprised by the generosity of our technical service, our technical scrutineers, because they allowed Anton Kozlov test his car. And I guess Artur Zilony will also get the same permission. Now let's listen to Alicia. My friends, I guess this little guy standing next to me totally deserves your applause. 100 points. 100 points in the qualification. Timofey, congratulations. This is a great result. Please share your impressions. Hello, everyone. I'm very content with my run. It was very clean. The angle wasn't too much, it wasn't too little, it was kind of medium. I think it was the golden middle. I'm very satisfied with 100, especially here in RDS GP and the Red Ring. This is my first 100-point result. Congratulations, you did a great job. Now please tell us, among the adult contenders, who do you support? Damir Diatulin, he's my coach. And he was the one who taught me, so I want him to win this event, especially this is his home track. Yes, but now you are definitely making him very happy. Have you spoken to him? Yes, he has come up to me and he praised me. He said he was proud of me. Yes, hello Damir, I hope that you can hear us. I wish you enjoy this event, enjoy this weather, enjoy this audience, and conquer the hearts of your fans. You need a big army of fans so that when you get big and you go on the adult competition, that you are surrounded with their support. Yes, I promise I will get more 100-point results. I'm ready. This is Timofey Kolobov. Please meet this guy. Remember his face. We've got a beautiful future in drifting. We've got amazing juniors. We've got several more runs. These are the drivers who were transferred to the health group. High five to you. Please do not go anywhere, because there will also be some tandem practice sessions. This is a great thing to watch, and stay tuned. You will also see the tandem practice on air. But if you are in Krasnoyarsk and you don't have a ticket to RDS tomorrow, please go to tickets.drifty.ru. Buy the tickets. You are welcome to the Red Ring or other events of RDS. We will see you more later today. Stay tuned. And at the start, we've got a driver for whom this event is critically important, just like any other. Anton Kozlov, Carville Racing, through health group. He is trying to get to top 32. And now he's got only one attempt that he is going on. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Anton Kozlov, and we wish him get a result to the finish. But what would it be? We'll find it out after the judges do their mental exercises. And now he's very decisive, and this is the safe run. This is the critical attempt. This is the sweeper where his attempt number 1 was over, but now he's running further through touching 6 towards the 7, very close to the white line. Now very beautiful curve around the no, goes on to the 9 towards the finish. And yes, we found him. The battle continues. We found him. We found the guy who has no nerves, ladies and gentlemen. This is Anton Kozlov. A sensation, a real sensation. Wow. I may suggest that there are people, that all the people have nerves, but some people know where the switch is and they know how to turn it off. Especially considering the circumstances, the psychological circumstances. Wow, this is very, very, very cool. A great initiation, very sharp and decisive. A micro correction after the first transition, but the transition itself was performed brilliantly. 68 degrees in touch and go 4, then a gradual decrease to 50. A beautiful transition with a fixed angle touch and go 7. Just like what? What has this guy just done? And I want to point it out. It was so beautiful. Like now. Very beautiful. He ran through touch and go 6. He reduced the angle and he went on the transition in a very linear and smooth manner. And that was a pleasure to watch, and especially considering the circumstances in which we had to show all this beauty. I was very worried about the first transition. I thought that it was, if it was not close to spinning, it was almost there. He was really very He was really risking it. But he behaves as though he was going grocery shopping. But he pressed it right on time and fixed the angle. Just wow. Is it the worse, the better rule in action? By the way, you know that Anton Kozlov was very good at sim drifting. But there you cannot really seriously change the difficulty level. You can only turn the traction on and that's it. But there have been some attempts of making an anti-spin system. One of the contenders of Russian Drift Series, it was Vladimir Ivanov, and he was the founder of the system that we know as Drift Dynamics, at least one of them. And then it was used in Siberia, and it was driven by Evgeny Spirin, that we know very well. We're waiting for the result. Once again, the entire process got frozen on 2/3, but generally the situation is very curious. Denis Migal almost reached the result of Georg Chivchan, and if Anton repeats the result of Gocha, it won't change the lead of the qualification, because you know the first qualification was a 0, the first qualification run. So there is a lot of suspense, and also there is a suspense for Danilo Vorobyov, because he is on the 6th line of the rating, still in the by-run zone. So if Anton Kozlov gets a result which is higher than 97 points, and it looks like he does have the potential, like 97.5, then he will be on the 6th line, and Danilo will be shifted to the 7th. Does he want it? I'm sure he doesn't. Does Anton want it? Of course he does. Can any one of them do anything for this? Of course not. They can just stand and stare at Artur Zelenyy and wait. Or you can also stare at the judges' tower, you know, drill them with your eyes. But it won't really change anything, I'm afraid. And the judges are very strong people. I know that everyone has been staring at them, and they do not fall to this psychological pressure. Now let's take a look at the screen. This is our well-familiar panorama, and we will now see the results, and this is the way it looks. A micro correction in terms of the style on the second sector. A little mistake in the first, and we can speak about a correction after the initiation, and this is 98. There was a micro correction at the initiation, which was very hard to catch, and this stabilization after the sharp first transition caused another deduction. Too bad that we didn't see Danilo Vorobyov. So now on the 6th place we've got Piotr Borodin with 97.5 points and 19 drivers with a 90+ result. If Artur Zelenyy joins them, we will repeat our previous record, what we saw at Moscow Raceway. Artur Zelenyy just flew by our commentator's stand, and now he... Oh, wow. I think something happened with the no-go zone, and definitely he was very careless with the second, but at least he's running through this court section of the track to 5 to 6, and then a transition touching goes 7, and then a struggle with some angles is going on in the last transition. Yes, this is a no-go zone, but who cares? And he finishes, and this is a positive result. And I guess that now Danilo Vorobyov is finally very upset because the by-run zone is not expanded. It is still 6 vacancies, which means that Pyotr Borodin tomorrow has no opponent, but Danilo Vorobyov will have to compete. We've had 5 by 95. What about 4 by 98? This is the kind of a dosage that I like even more. Four by 98. What are these guys doing? It looks like we don't need to finish this season. What if we give everyone another run? It looks like they have just warmed up. Let's give another attempt to the top 5, and then they will see who's the best. The playoff. Okay, we are just kidding. This is nothing but humor. This is not even an initiative, because at 4:30 we begin our autograph session. It looks like we have no obstacles. All the judges have to do in this qualification is to give the score to Artur Zelyony. This is definitely a positive result. I don't see any signs of an unchaseable run. There were some little inaccuracies, but these are just fine details, because the main thing is that the car doesn't let you down, and it doesn't. And the driver also needs to bring his nerves to normal, just relax and go. This is exactly what he did. Everyone performed their tasks. No one let anyone down. And now we are ready to see the score of Artur Zelyony right now. They're coming up already coming up. And now the judge who is responsible for the line has got to do some calculations, because there were quite lots of little things. He was in the no-go zone twice, then some wheels outside, so this is all to be recorded. Some buttons on the tablet need to be pressed, and all of this information needs to be transmitted into the computer brain that will show the results on our screens. So we're waiting. Do we have any timing at hand? Let's speak about the tandem practice. According to the plan, 4:30 we've got the autograph session. In front of the grandstands there will be the drivers and their automobiles, so you will be able to take some pictures. Then after that we have 2 more heats of the juniors. It will start at 5:20. And then we have the tandem practice, during which we will invite a guest. For example, one of the judges said he would like to join us. And then we will check the timing, depending on how much time we've got. If we can call anyone else, we will definitely do it. We've got a driver who has come back to us. We haven't seen him for a while, so we could invite him perhaps. If you have any other ideas, please write in the comments on our social media, and our colleagues will definitely read it, and so you can influence this situation, and you will want the people that you want to see. Will the line score be prepared soon? Okay, it's ready. It's hard, but possible. There's -8 for the multiple slipping wheels, -11 for the Misty Gs, some deductions for the angle and the style, and the result is 71.5 points. 11, 30.5 and 30 for the line, angle and the style respectively. And for Artur Zelyony, this is the 26th result. So now, for those who are watching us online, we are going on a commercial break. Then after the commercial break, we will show you the highlights of RDS Open that was held at Garage Fest. And we will recall how Sergei Korneyev won his first event in his career. And then we will get back with the junior heats and then the tandem practice. And the qualifying results are now on your screens. They're also published on drifted.ru, so you can check them out. 4x98 is incredibly amazing, and congratulations to Georgi Chivchan on the second qualification victory at the Red Ring in his career. And Pyotr Borodin also was included into the by-run zone. And the rest of the results on your screens, some unexpectedly high, are some of our most favorite drivers. But check out the density of the results and you will understand. For example, Tom Mikhaili hardly overpassed Mikhail Davidians, and Mikhail Davidians rounds up top 16 of the qualification rating. And the next is Ilya Popov. So you can see that the results are absolutely not failing. Then Andrei Astapov, Anton Klimko, and the third 8 is rounded up by Anton Dmitrienko. And the first result below 90 is Timofey Dobrovolsky with 86.5. He just overplayed with the commitment. All right, and Sergei Korneev is the 25th, and the 26th is Artur Zereny, but for him it was critically important to get any result. And now we proceed to the commercial block and the highlights of the fifth event of RDS Open. Yay!
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Впервые в истории серии этап открытого чемпионата РДС в Минске. 15 и 16 августа. Уникальная площадка на территории выставочного центра Белэкспо. Дым, большой дрифт и яркий гоночный уикенд ждут вас. Не пропустите. Вход по билетам.
Dear drifting fans, greetings. This is Evgeny Shadrin, translated by Katya Adamovich, and these are the highlights of the fourth event of the Open Championship of Russia Drift Series, held on the 18th and 19th of Gora Drive in the Concrete Coliseum within the framework of the Garage Fest event. This is the judges' assignment, and it looks pretty sophisticated, but it is absolutely clear when you see the vehicles running through it. 765 meters long, 160 meters of running, and 13 control points within such a short distance. 4 of them cost 3 points, and the rest are 2 points each. Here's another important restriction at the run-in: the speed must not fall below 100 kilometers per hour. And let me run ahead. Absolutely all the contenders managed to conform to this rule. And the first in the qualification was Anatoly Sherbak on board his Nissan Silvia S15, a new one with a very uncommon engine under the hood. This is a Ford Mustang Coyote engine V8, 5 liters, with a turbocharger that was installed on the initial atmospheric engine, having got nearly 600 HP. Anatoly Sherbak is winning the qualification round for the 4th time in his career, and less than 90 points was enough for the victory. None of the contenders managed to overcome this limit because the judges' assignment for the angle and the style was very complicated. In terms of the style, it was required to run very smoothly and pressing the accelerator at the same time, and the angle penalty was for the excessively big angle in one of the transitions. So Anatoly gets 87 points, and that is enough for the victory. And now this is the bracket of the tandem runs. The first ones will be Bachkarov and Afanasyev, two drivers from St. Petersburg. Afanasyev represents Tamashi Racing. Another representative of Tamashi Racing is Igor Azolin from St. Petersburg. First is Ruslan Arefyev representing the team of CMR Bank from Moscow. Sergei Davidazov from Samara versus Sergei Korneyev from Yekaterinburg. Stanislav Antropov, another representative of Tamashi Racing, versus Dmitry Dobrovolsky, a driver from Stars iMall team. And here at the start we see the first tandem, two BMWs E36. Technically very close together. The power is around 500 HP under the hood of both vehicles, and in the first round the leader is Denis Bachkarov. Vladimir Afanasyev is the chaser this time. Almost synchronized initiation at a distance of nearly 1 car body, and then Vladimir, due to a less angle, approaches the leader, but the distance still remains. We have seen some much closer runs, and not even this season, but also during the practice sessions. And now Vladimir is getting close in the second curve, then 2 transitions in a row within a very short section of the track, and then comes a third sweeper, the finishing one, and we see that Vladimir is very close. He's aiming his front right wheel into the right door of Denis Bachkarov, and this is the end of the first run. Perfectly performed chase by Vladimir Afanasyev, who is also known as Negative, a rapper. And now he will be the leader. Here is the initiation, pretty careful, and it ends up with the accident for Vladimir, while Denis Bachkarov, who has to finish drifting because the marshals show red flags, because the first sweeper is run through twice in two different directions. So for the sake of safety, it was required to stop drifting. And what was the reason of the accident? At first it looked like it was a transmission problem and the rear wheels lost connection with the engine, but it was much simpler. The right front suspension simply collapsed immediately after the initiation, so Vladimir Afanasyev turned into a passenger in his own car while Denis Bachkarov got to the next round. Igor Azolin versus Ruslan Arefyev was the next tandem, and we can see that the windshield cleaners on the vehicles are on. Yes, there was a little rain, but it didn't really prevent the competition. This rain didn't even get the asphalt wet because we still see the smoke coming from underneath the wheels. The leader is Igor Azolin from Tamash Racing on board his Nissan 240 SX, and the chaser is Ruslan Arefyev, who at the previous event was driving a BMW M4 in G82 body, a very modern vehicle, freshly built one, but it is very long, so Ruslan made a decision to switch for a shorter base. Of course, comparatively, this is a BMW E92, even though the E92 is also a pretty long vehicle. The chaser didn't manage to do everything that he wanted in the first round, but still he showed his presence, and now Igor Azolin has to attack and to do a very aggressive run. The chaser shifts to inboard, and Ruslan Arefyev is running along the white line collecting the TGs in the first sweeper. Then, followed by a transition, the judges asked to make it aggressively and sharply, but Ruslan decided to stay on the safe side. So he crosses the limits of the track and goes to the no-go zone, which is a little island that the judges designate on the track so that the chaser could use it in order to get closer to the leader. But even without it, Igor Azolin manages to perform a very good chase run, and then there is a contact and the run is not completed. And only now Ruslan Arefyev crosses the finishing line on the straight wheels. The judges watched the replays lots of times, and then they decided that the guilty party here was Ruslan Arefyev, because he slowed down in the place where he was supposed to accelerate, and it provoked the collision. Igor Azolin had nowhere to go, so he goes to the next round in the upper bracket. And Ruslan Arefyev will continue his competition in the losers bracket. I remind that this season in the Open Championship we use the double elimination bracket, and later I will explain you what it is. And now we watch Sergei Korneev chasing Sergei Davidadze. Sergei Korneev represents the city of Yekaterinburg and Sergei Davidadze represents Samara. This season Sergei won the second event of the series, and Sergei Korneev hasn't had any victories this far. He has been on the podium twice, taking second place, as it was last year. But this year he is not as lucky as he used to be. He's got lots of technical problems in his journey, and at the previous event he couldn't even take part in the tandem runs, so it made him lose lots of points and he fell far behind his competitors. But still, there is quite a long way to go. Apart from this event, there are two more races for the contenders to take part in, and now we're watching Sergei Davidadze starting this run in a quite a good way. He didn't manage to do everything as a leader. He missed several control points, so he got lots of penalties, and moreover he also failed to get close enough to the leader. But very often it happens this way, that tandem drifting looks better when the leader is better, and this is exactly the case. Please pay attention. Sergei Davidadze is getting close enough to the leader because the lead run is very predictable and clear, transparent. Now they cross the finishing line and all the three judges vote for Sergei Korneev. He wins this battle and goes to the next round of the winners bracket. The bracket where the drivers have no losses, and we'll see Sergei Davidadze later in the losers bracket where he has no more chance to make mistakes. And now we see Stanislav Antropov and Dmitry Dobrovolsky, Tamash Racing versus Start Pro Stars Aimol. In terms of the teams competition, this is a very important battle because these are the two teams that aspire for the title at the end of the season. Start Pro Stars Aimol is the reigning champion of the series, and they've got to defend it. And Tamash Racing is a new team that has just joined this series and has just started its competition in Russian Drift Series, and getting the title in the rookie year is a very, very great achievement that, of of course, every driver dreams of. And now we see Dmitry Dobrovolsky making pressure on Stanislav Antropov from Omsk, driving a very rare vehicle for Russian drifting Mazda RX-8. For some reason, they are not popular enough, even though the platform is very promising. And now Dmitry Dobrovolsky and his Nissan 200SX, the Thunder, is running through the track on a very narrow line, and maybe this is the reason why Stanislav has a problem to get close enough to the leader, because when the leader is running on a narrow line, the distance is less, and therefore he runs faster. Dmitry Dobrovolsky misses TG5, and this is the inner TG. So there are pretty lots of mistakes that were made by the representative of Start Pro Stars Amol and the founder of the team. And this is the reason why Stanislav Antropov wins this race this time. And we will see Dmitry Dobrovolsky later in the losers bracket, where he will have no more right to make a mistake. Stanislav Antropov is in the next round. Here on your screen you see the upper bracket, the winners bracket, where the drivers haven't had any defeats this far. The next tandem, Anatoly Sherbak and Denis Bachkaryov. The drivers from two opposite sides of the bracket. Anatoly is the leader of the personal competition at the moment. He has been at all the three events, and Denis has just joined the Open Championship of Russian Drift Series. Last year, he also performed pretty well in the next competition, which this year was abolished. And now, just look at this competition. Denis Bachkaryov looks very good. Anatoly Sherbak has got a much more powerful engine, and still Denis manages to get close enough. This is the magic of this track, because here the power is not the main factor. It is much more important to find your rhythm, to find your pace, and to position your car correctly through all the TGs. But Denis Bachkaryov just ignored one of them. That was TG1/1, the square that you're supposed to hit with your rear right wheel. You can also take it with two wheels, as Denis Bachkaryov just did. That was 3/2. And here is already touch and go number 5. And in a synchronized and a beautiful manner, Anatoly Sherbak performs his transition. But in the first sweeper, it wasn't also smooth. And as far as the sectors are concerned, the most valuable one is Sector 3, both in terms of the angle and the style. 13 points for the style and 15 points for the angle. But as a result, Anatoly Sherbak is the winner, because he was still more careful as a leader, and he convinced the judges of his skills better than the chaser. Now Matvey Vakrushev is the leader versus Igor Azolin as a chaser. A micro contact occurs at the initiation, and before that there was a contact with the wall. That was Matvey Vakrushev who kissed the wall, and you can see that some parts in the rear of the vehicle are lost, but this is just some decorative plastic, and Igor Azolin positions his car in a not the best manner, and this is why the distance between the vehicles has grown. And now the chaser has problems with the borders of the track, but now in the third sweeper, Igor Azolin adjusts himself to the fast leader in a very good way. Matvey has been standing out with his aggressive runs with a lot of smoke and very big angles, and sometimes he even did it where it wasn't required. And now Igor Azolin is the leader. Matvey Vakrushev is very aggressive as he begins the movement as a chaser. He literally sticks to the leader and the Nissan 240SX. At the transition, the chaser lets the leader go for a while, and basically the cars of the two contenders are very similar. They are only different in the shape of the body, a coupe and a hatchback, and as a result, of course, the super aggressive chase and not the clearest lead run, but still it was enough for Matvey Vakrushev to defeat Igor Azolin, sending him to the losers bracket. Alexander Leonov, a driver from Moscow, on board his BMW E92, and the same vehicle driven by Sergei Korneev, representing the city of Yekaterinburg. A synchronized initiation here, Sergei Korneev gains a little bit more angle as a chaser, but for the chaser, the angle criterion is least important. It just has to be there. It can be sacrificed to get closer to the leader. The less angle, the faster, theoretically, the vehicle can run on the distance. And therefore, very often, this is the criterion that the drivers choose to sacrifice. Then you can sacrifice the line as you shift a little bit inward, which is perfectly demonstrated by Sergei Korneev. And this is a very good and nice solid chase run, not super aggressive, but it is still not too far away from the leader. Very academic, I would say. And now the mission of Sergei Korneev is to show a stable lead run. Alexander Leonov has got a harder mission. He's got to respond in the same way to get as close to the leader and his E92 as possible, which he is not very successful at, and in particular at the transitions. And then Alexander Leonov cuts the gap and loses synchronization in the first transition, but the second one in this little straight section was really perfect. But still, the gap looks as though it could have been less. But I would remark that Alexander Leonov is having his first season in drifting competitions, but still, he already looks very competitive against such recognized leaders as Sergei Korneev, who gets to the next round. We'll see Alexander Leonov in the losers brackets. Yelizey Nikitin, another rookie of Russian Drift Series, versus Stanislav Antropov, who this is and was not only in the Open Championship of Russian Drift Series, but also in RDS GP with the wild card. And there he also looks pretty convincing. Yelizey Nikitin misses one of the control points in the first sweeper, while Stanislav Antropov stays at a distance observing the adventures of the leader. But still, it is definitely required to cut down that gap in order to aspire for the victory in this heat. And the heat, I remind you, consists of two runs. There is little hesitation at the transition at the beginning of the third sector, but Stanislav Antropov finds his way around and immediately catches up with the leader. The driver of Tomashi Racing this season is also a rookie in the competition, but still he gains more and more confidence at every event on board his Mazda RX-8. The Open Championship of Russian Drift Series is usually held at the autodromes that cannot be accessible to other regional championships, so this is kind of uncommon for the driver. Yelizey Nikitin is having some speed problems. It's hard for him to maintain the required speed. He maybe even has to run faster than a leader. It is more comfortable when you are slightly faster than the leader, then you just simply pull up a little bit and get close enough. But this time you can see that Yelizey is trying really hard to do something in order to maintain this gap, but whatever he does, whatever the rookie does, he still fails. One of the judges votes for an OMT, but the two others vote for Stanislav Antropov. So he gets to the next round, and we proceed to the losers bracket, where we see Igor Alzolin and Ruslan Arefyev. Unfortunately, Denis Bachkarev didn't do his run because Vladimir Afanasyev, after the accident in the first round, couldn't stop his vehicle and he declared a technical failure. And now Ruslan Arefyev is making a lot of pressure on his leader, Igor Alzolin. And this is the first transition, and naturally the distance in between the vehicles grows because the transition is large and it is accompanied with acceleration. So it's very hard for the chaser because he's got to find the moment when and how to do the transition. And please pay attention at how well the third sweeper is performed by Igor Alzolin and respectively. Ruslan Arefyev also feels very comfortable as he chases him. And now Ruslan Arefyev will be the leader, and Igor Alzolin has got to get as close as possible and as aggressive as possible. These two drivers have already met in the upper bracket, and the driver from St. Petersburg was stronger that time. Ruslan Arefyev almost touches the wall, and maybe there was some micro contact that I couldn't see, but it still means that the wheel was outside the track. After the transition, Igor Alzolin sticks to the side of the E92 number 21, a synchronized transition number 2, and then another synchronized transition number 3. Igor Alzolin is perfectly aware that his competitor makes pressure and he's got to respond in the same manner, and I guess he does, and he looks even more confident than his opponent. And as a consequence, he wins the heat. All three judges unanimously give the victory to the driver of Tamasha Racing. And now Alexander Leonov and Sergei Davidadze, BMW 92 and BMW E36. They are one generation apart from each other, two coupes, and there is a contact right at the initiation. The contact is the end of the first run of this heat, but thankfully no one got really hurt and no one actually crashed into the wall. You can see that some body parts are a little damaged, but this is nothing but plastic. So there is nothing critical, nothing essential in there, because all the important insides are deeper inside the vehicle. There you can find the fuel tank, the pump and stuff. It is all within the safety frame, so that nothing is damaged in contacts like this. And now you can see that Alexander Leonov is doing everything correctly. Yes, doubtlessly, such runs are not spectacular enough. I know, but the mission is really simple. Just to get to the finish as a chaser. Yes, there is a gap. Yes, I know, but Alexander also knows that the risk is not required. He's got a huge advantage after the first run, and he completely took advantage of it, and he gets the victory. So we say goodbye to Sergei Davidadze. Alexander Leonov gets into the next round of the losers bracket. And now the multi-episode competition, let me tell you before we get there. This is Dmitry Dobrovolsky and Yelysey Nikitin, that Toyota Alteza representing the city of St. Petersburg, and Dmitry Dobrovolsky is from the capital of the country. A serious correction at the beginning of the first sweepers performed by Dmitry Dobrovolsky, but then immediately he gains the control over the situation and the vehicle. And then Yelysey is having the same problem that he had in his heat with Stanislav Antropov. He fails to match his fast leader, but Dmitry Dobrovolsky has got a really high speed here. First of all, his vehicle is perfectly prepared. It was completely rebuilt for the season, and Dmitry is a very experienced athlete with a very rich experience of circuit racing. He's got the Cup of Russia in circuit racing. He's a master of sports, so the speed is something he is very well used to. This is a common thing for him. This is his habitat, his environment. And now Dmitry Dobrovolsky is chasing Yelysey Nikitin. Yes, and there is a contact. Dmitry Dobrovolsky is running on the inner line, but still magically Yelysey Nikitin doesn't spin around after such a strong push. Even though the front suspension looks damaged, and now they continue the run, you can see that the gap in between the vehicles is pretty unstable, but Yelysey Nikitin looked quite well as a leader, and the winner could not be determined. Yelysey Nikitin was too far as a chaser. Dmitry Dobrovolsky made a serious mistake which caused a collision, so therefore there is a one more time. Only one judge voted for Yelysey Nikitin. The majority was against. So the heat will be repeated, which you see right now. Dmitry Dobrovolsky ignores the first TG, and the rest are collected in the first sweeper. Then transition number one, Yelysey makes a proactive transition, which means that he started earlier than the leader, and for this reason he manages to get close enough, sticking to the leader. And now finally the second transition is synchronized, and the third is also synchronized by Yelysey Nikitin, but for some reason in the third sweeper the distance grows again. And for this reason, this is gonna be hard for him to aspire for the victory. I remind you that the third sector that begins after the second sweeper, almost immediately at the moment of the second transition, is the most valuable in terms of the style score. And for the chaser, the style criterion is the most important one. And now we're watching the second part of the OMT. Dmitry Dobrovolsky is approximately one car body away from Yelysey Nikitin. The transition is almost synchronized, and it looks like Yelysey Nikitin is one step away from crossing the border. Dmitry Dobrovolsky uses a big angle and uses the deceleration of the leader before the fourth inner touch and go. And then, starting from the third sector, he simply takes this run as a chaser. However, it was not enough to win the heat, and it was not enough for the judges to determine the winner. One of the judges votes for Yelysey Nikitin, but the two others vote for an OMT and the final OMT. Let me remark that there can be only two OMTs, not more, and then if there is still no winner, the one who qualified better wins the race. And Yelysey Nikitin was third, Dmitry Dobrovolsky was 11th. So if after the second one more time the judges kind of determine the leader once again, the one who qualified higher will win this heat. So we're watching the third episode of this competition of Yelysey Nikitin and Dmitry Dobrovolsky. And here Dmitry fails to do everything that he intends in terms of the line, the precision, but in terms of the speed, it's absolutely perfect. And then they switch the roles once again for the third time, and now Dmitry has to actively make pressure in order to aspire for getting to the next round and to continue the competition, because I remind you that this is the loser's bracket, so every loss would be the last one. And therefore, if he loses, he leaves it. Yelysey Nikitin in the first sweeper still is not precise enough, but Dmitry Dobrovolsky at the first transition makes a tiny, hardly noticeable straightening, and we remember that 0 is the score that you can get in drifting for several reasons: an opposite drift, straightening, or 4 wheels outside the track, and stopping as well. And this little straightening finally made the judges vote for Yelysey Nikitin, and Dmitry Dobrovolsky is out from the 4th event of the Open Championship of Russian Drift Series. And here is the next round of the losers bracket. I remind you that out of the 8 drivers, only 2 will be left, and now one of these tandem will be determined. This is Igor Azolin and Denis Bachkarov, and we see that Denis Bachkarov has a technical problem at the run-in. And this was probably caused by the fact that he's got a surge transmission on his vehicle, while the majority of the RDS Open drivers use sequential transmission, where you can simply push the lever forward and pull it back, and Denis Bachkarov failed to get the required gear, to switch the required gear, and so the distance between the vehicles was absolutely huge. Later he got it down, but this is still a real present for the driver of Igor Azolin's level, and he is definitely gonna accept this present. Igor Azolin also has some little problems with controlling his vehicle on sweeper. At first the line is too narrow, and then consequently it gets far too wide, and one wheel finds itself outside the track, and then he continues ignoring some of the TGs on the way. And in his turn, Igor Azolin is synchronized at all the transitions. Yes, he tries to stay on the safe side, and this is the right thing to do, because this little contact with the wall seriously corrects the line of Denis Bachkarov. If Igor Azolin had been closer, definitely the consequences would have been very serious. And now Igor Azolin goes to the next round. And now at the start we've got Alexander Leonov and Yelysey Nikitin, 2 drivers, one of whom is the rookie of the season and the other is a rookie of RDS in general. But Alexander Leonov has got a lot of competition practice this year, because apart from RDS Open, he also takes part in RDS GP with the wild card option. This is the option that is accessible for the drivers who compete in the entire season of RDS Open. They can select 3 RDS GP events and take part in them. He also competes in regional championships with a lower status, and Yelysey Nikitin is in the RDS for the first time in his life, but still you can see that he feels very confident even when he faces such serious opponents as Alexander Leonov, even though in 2024 in winter he just tried drifting for the first time, and he tried summer drifting for the first time only last year, and now you can see the incredible progress, and you can see how Alexander Leonov is trying to catch up with Yelysey Nikitin. But the main problem is not about the speed as such. This is about the synchronization of the transitions, because it's very important to synchronize all the actions, all the movements, and this is not only about the transition, which is changing the direction of your movement. It is also about pressing the acceleration simultaneously with your leader, and it didn't always work out right. So Yelysey Nikitin gets to the next round, and Alexander Leonov says goodbye to the 4th event of RDS Open. And now we proceed to the next round, which is the upper bracket. We've got only 4 people out there in the losers bracket. We've got 2 people, Igor Azolin and Yelisei Nikitin, and they're waiting for those who will lose the tandem of Anatoly Sherbak and Matvey Vakhrushev and Korneev versus Antropov, which is, as a result, we will have only 6 drivers, half of which will be standing on the podium. But who would it be? We will find it out very soon. The weather was very windy in St. Petersburg on the tandem drifting day, so even the starting arc had to be removed, otherwise it would have flown away. And now we see Matvey Vakhrushev and his Nissan Silvia S13 hatchback, and Anatoly Sherbak and his Nissan Silvia S15. Also, the 2 vehicles are 1 generation apart, and between them there was a Nissan Silvia S14, as it's easy to guess. And you can see how aggressive Matvey Vakhrushev is as he throws his vehicle from one side to another, pressing the acceleration. A lot of smoke for Matvey. This venue is basically his home because there are lots of competitions held here, and Matvey takes part in lots of them. Anatoly Sherbak comes here only once a year, but generally for Anatoly this is not the first time, so this is not a problem for him. He is a very experienced athlete, and he joined Russian Drift Series GP, and then he decided to transfer to RDS Open, which was back then RDS Europe, and he's a reigning champion of RDS Open because he won the previous season after the 7 events. And now Matvey Vakhrushev is absolutely not looking shy as he faces the leader of the personal competition. He literally knocks on the door of the red Silvia S15, and only here in the straight sections he lets the leader go just to catch up in the 3rd sweeper, demonstrating his intentions and his aspirations for the podium. And so you can see that there is some disagreement between the judges, but they vote for Matvey Vakhrushev. Anatoly Sherbak goes to the losers bracket, and now here is the second semi-final of the upper bracket, if we can say so. The second heat of the round. Here is Stanislav Antropov and Sergei Korneev. Stanislav Antropov has already shown the best result of his career, having got to the top 6 of the event. I remind you that Sergei Korneev's best result was the 2nd place. That was last season. Twice he was on the podium. On Friday, he had a birthday, and it would be really good for him to make a present for himself as a prize at the event, or maybe even the first victory. And now we can see how Sergei Korneev aggressively chases Stanislav Antropov. Stanislav Antropov has got one of the most powerful vehicles on this championship. Here at this track, this power is not really required, and sometimes it can even get in the way of the vehicle. So it's very necessary to find the right balance between the grip and the power of the car. And therefore, you can see that our strongest athletes, our strongest drivers are the ones who can find it. Stanislav Antropov is fighting for the right of standing on the podium, because the winners of these heats will reserve themselves the places on the podium from the 1st to the 3rd, even though it's not yet clear which one. And for Stanislav it would be a huge success. And now let's see the result of this heat, and unanimously the judges vote for an OMT. And yes, this is really a very, very strong heat, and this is the kind of a heat we would love to see one more time. Stanislav Antropov just made a gesture showing, yes, let's repeat it, because it's absolutely not clear. So, one more time means one more time. Stanislav Antropov is the leader against Sergei Korneev is the chaser, and Stanislav is having little problems with getting to the first TG. Sergei Korneev also mimics it very well, even though the line of the lead is slightly narrow. You can see that the angle of Sergei Korneev is less. He is aiming at the front wheel, which I know is unsafe, because in case of a contact, Sergei Korneev will definitely be the guilty party, but this is a way of ensuring the close tandem drifting. The risk is the way of getting a victory in drifting. It cannot be any other way. If you're too careful, if you're too cautious, you will definitely be defeated. Now let's watch the second part of the heat. Now the distance at the initiation is too big, but Stanislav Andropov immediately cuts it down as the Mazda RX-8 approaches the opponent, and now it is very necessary to cut down this gap and to catch up with the leader, no matter what it takes, if you want to aspire for the podium. And now the chaser is late with the second transition, he's late with the third, and this is why the gap is growing away, and he manages to compensate it only by the end of the race. While Sergei Korneev in his turn was simply more convincing as a chaser. Even though one of the judges asks for one more time, the two others gave the victory to Sergei Korneev. And this way he gets to the semi-final of this event. And now we move to the losers bracket. Of the four drivers, Anatoly Cherbak, Igor Azolin, Stanislav Antropov and Yelisei Nikitin, only one will be left. And now it all begins with Anatoly Cherbak being the leader, and Igor Azolin, traditionally in his style, which is very much like Igor Korneev, aims at the front wheel of his leader, and this way he runs very closely and aggressively. A synchronized transition number 2, and then the third one, and then the final sweeper. And here it's very, very important to be close enough, because I remind you that the third sector is the most valuable one. This is where you get lots of touch and goes, lots of transitions, and plus this is the sweeper that allows the chaser to get closer to the leader if you do a little proactive transition and believe in your leader, pressing the accelerator a little bit earlier. And now we see how the drivers swap their roles, and this time Anatoly Cherbak is a chaser, and by the way his angle is almost the same as that of the leader, and he is also running on absolutely the same line through the distance. Very nice synchronized transitions, and this is the third sweeper, which I just told you about. This is how we are supposed to run through it. There is even a little contact between the cars, but the run still goes on, and you can see that they are both very confident, and this is very high quality drifting. But the judges are still not satisfied enough, and they send their two drivers for one more time, because they simply couldn't choose the best one here, because both of them were very risky and both of them very aggressive. And now we can see Anatoly Cherbak being the leader. And this time this is very, very well. He's looking very cautious. The hood on the car of Igor Azolin, the Nissan SX, is opening. There's some mystical situation going on, but now you can see how aggressively and how closely Igor Azolin is running. This is exactly what he was supposed to do in the first run, but he is doing it now. And the hood of Igor Azolin opens up, but still it doesn't confuse Igor Azolin, and he finishes the run blindfolded. But the mystics of the situation is when he comes to the hot pit and a short break in between the runs, the team simply closes the hood and everything is okay, because usually after such situations the hood has to be fixed with adhesive tape or even removed so that it doesn't open again. And now you can see how Anatoly Cherbak makes pressure on his opponent in a very active manner. Let us not forget that the opening hood, regardless of the opening hood, the driver of Tamasha Racing still didn't stop drifting, and moreover Igor Azolin had some little faults in the line in the second run, and this way still Anatoly Cherbak gets the victory and gets to the next round, where he's gonna meet the winner of this tandem, Stanislav Antropov from Omsk, another representative of Tamasha Racing, or Yelisei Nikitin on board his Toyota Alteza RX-8, who is now the chaser. And this is an almost synchronized initiation, and then Yelisei is chasing the real tandem drifting. Now he feels what he's got to do as a chaser, but unfortunately the synchronization is lost at the first transition, and therefore the distance between the vehicles grows, and Yelisei tries to cut it down, but he does it at the moment when he was supposed to let the leader go, because before the transition you're supposed to pull back a little bit, not to block the transition for the leader. And here Yelisey had to release the accelerator at the moment when he shouldn't have done that, because it can cause some difficulties in the future. And now let's see the second part of this battle. This time Yelisey Nikitin is the leader. An ultra-stable angle and very good acceleration work. Stanislav Antropov, he is running, stepping on his heels, even though the leader is very aggressive and fast. And here Stanislav Antropov uses the angle to get closer, mimicking the actions of the leader. Now it's synchronized transition number 3. Now here it is better to run on the narrow line for Stanislav Antropov to ensure tandem drifting at the end of the third sweeper. And he succeeds in it, but not probably well enough. However, his run was technically cleaner and more stable. Therefore, he gets to the next round. And we move back to the top bracket where we've got two drivers. The ones who still haven't tasted the bitterness of a loss. These are Matvey Vakhrushev and Sergei Korneev. And we see how in his brand-marked style, with a large angle and a lot of smoke, runs Matvey Vakhrushev, as though he has put a large and heavy brick on the accelerator pedal, and Sergei Korneev is dancing on the pedal in a maximum aggressive manner. Here is a transition, and then there is a contact, and the chaser spins around. And it is very important, because at this moment is the game changer in the next heat. And running ahead, I will tell you that Matvey Vakhrushev provoked the contact, because the second transition was to be done with an acceleration in order for the chaser not to crash into the leader. And Matvey let the accelerator go and slow down a little bit, which was the reason of the contact, which was the cause. Sergei Korneev had nowhere to go, and therefore he failed to continue the race. And now this is the second part of the heat already. Sergei Korneev is the leader, and he is very precise and very cautious as he runs through the distance. Matvey Vakhrushev naturally is trying to give his all to this run, because this is his last chance to get to the final. And just look how beautiful it looks, but unfortunately it was not enough for Matvey, and with a unanimous decision, Sergei Korneev goes to the final. And now we see the run of Anatoly Sherbak and Stanislav Antropov. Stanislav Antropov, once again, I remind you, has already reserved himself the best result in his career, but I'm sure that he's not gonna stop there. His ambition is much, much higher than the top 6 of the race. He craves for the podium just like any other normal racer. Anatoly Sherbak, in his turn, has been on the podium many times. He feels at home up there, and we can see that for him it is all very easy. He is a very high quality leader, no serious faults. Yes, there are some tiny angle corrections, but still the rest is very academic and precise. The cone has been blown away by the wind, but it didn't get in the way of our contenders, and they continue the second run of the heat. And please notice how relaxed the chaser is. Once again, let me remind you that Stanislav is one of the most powerful vehicles of the championship. Anatoly Sherbak loses a little bit in terms of the power, but this is also about the adjustments, about the setups. The very, very gorgeous transition number 3, and this is the third sweeper. And the distance increases slightly, but on the overall, the picture looks like this. Anatoly Sherbak was closer, almost everywhere, and this is why he goes to the next round in the losers bracket, where Matvey Vakhrushev has been waiting for him. He has lost to Matvey previously, and now they meet again to fight for the final, where Sergei Korneev is already waiting for them. So the loser of the heat will be standing on the third step of the podium. Matvey Vakhrushev is now falling in a large angle as a chaser, but but Anatoly Sherbak, of course, is drawing the first sweeper as though he has got a ruler or something like this. And look, the chaser is very aggressive. Matvey Bakrushev is not giving up. He is not intending to surrender. He's not gonna give way to his decorated opponent, the third sector, and it almost gets to a contact, and this is how they run together to the finish. And finally, they are finishing the first run of the heat. And now let's see how Anatoly Sherbak is gonna handle the chaser's mission. And Matvey Bakrushev has got to show a high-quality lead run. And he totally succeeds in the first sweeper. The first transition looks pretty clear, but the right front wheel is in the no-go zone, which means crossing the track border. For the leader, this is a line penalty. The second transition, and once again, Matvey Bakrushev makes the same mistake. He falls in a large angle, he lets go of the accelerator, but this time Anatoly Sherbak mimics it. He prevents the contact and he takes this run to the finish, and consequently Anatoly Sherbak once again is in the final. Congratulations to Matvey Bakrushev for the third place. That's okay. I'm just gonna thank all of my friends and my family members, all those who was near me, who helped me and supported me. I want to thank my audience. You've been very supportive. I believe that this is because of you that I'm here competing at RDS. I want to thank my partners. Thank you guys. I may forget someone in this hurry, and I would like to thank all the spectators. Thank you for being here for me. I did everything I could. I was trying to press the pedal to the metal. I really wanted to be on the podium. Yes, Matvey Bakrushev may be very content, but I know that he wanted to stand on the top of the podium. But for the rookie event, standing on the third place of the podium is still a great success. But now this is the final. Anatoly Sherbak as a leader, Sergei Korneev as a chaser. And as a chaser, Sergei Korneev is having a problem. He's falling behind at the run-in, but still he manages to reduce the gap in the first sweeper. At the transition, he makes a serious correction, and then the problems begin. Something is really wrong. But the good news for Sergei Korneev is that he's got 2 lives, because he hasn't lost a single heat today. Therefore, in order to win, Anatoly Sherbak has got to win twice. But let us not run ahead. Let's see how Anatoly can do his chase run. As a leader, he looked pretty well, and Sergei Korneev had some difficulties on the way, and these difficulties were pretty unexpected. This is something that he didn't have throughout the event. Sergei Korneev has got a wheel outside. Anatoly Sherbak is okay with that. He simply mimics all the movements. He's a very experienced driver. He has seen things in his life, and he also mentioned that his vehicle is in a great shape. Yes, maybe a little lack of power, but in terms of the chassis setups, everything is absolutely brilliant, and in this configuration he looks very good. He's very comfortable on this track. A very high quality chase run, a great lead run, and Anatoly Sherbak has taken 1 life from Sergei Korneev. Now this is the final heat of the tandem. The clouds get thicker. It looks like it's about to rain, but I tell you that it didn't. The track was dry throughout the last heat, and during the awarding ceremony as well. And now in the meanwhile, we watch Sergei Korneev waking up from a deep sleep. It looks like finally he realizes no one's gonna give him any presents, so he takes the situation in his hands and under his control. And in the same style, he aims at the front wheel, runs at a less angle than the leader, and therefore he gets close enough and makes a very comfortable chase. Anatoly Sherbak is kind of a driver one should trust, not in the way that he can do something intentionally, but some drivers can sometimes make little mistakes, but Anatoly Sherbak usually remains very stable throughout the season. Starting from the last year, he has got that reputation, and now you see Anatoly Sherbak trying to compensate the advantage that Sergei Korneev acquired at the first run. And at the first transition, the Silvia S15 falls on the outside line and then gets back, but the synchronization on the transition is broken. There is a little straightening. We have seen it before, and we have seen the results that it can yield. but it was in a different place, right? Definitely Anatoly Sherbak was super aggressive in this run, but Sergei Korneev was simply cleaner and he gets his first victory in his career. Congratulations. What I feel, I'm very glad, I'm happy, I'm content. My opponents were very strong, they were fast. So, before the beginning of this event, Alicia came up to me to ask me some questions, and she said she told me about Anton Kozlov making himself a birthday present. So the same happened to me. I just had my birthday and also made a present for myself, so I'm happy. Yeah, that's true. The best present is the present you give yourself. Sergei Korneev is the winner of the fourth event of RDS Open. The second place goes to Anatoly Sherbak, and on the third place we see Matvey Vakhrushev. Congratulations to all the prize winners. Anatoly Sherbak is far away from his rivals, but the fight for the second and third place is still very intensive. 100 points is between the drivers on the second and the sixth place, which means that this is gonna be really exciting in the two other events of RDS Open. In the teams competition, Star Zaimol is the leader, but Tamashi Racing is very close. This is it, my friends. This was the highlight of the fourth event of RDS Open. See you later.
Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ и не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Всемирный чемпионат страны по дрифту возвращается в Москву. – 29 и 30 августа. Яркий динамичный финал сезона вновь принимает гоночная трасса Moscow Raceway. Ищите билеты на этап РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Hello again. This is the Red Ring Circuit and the 5th event of Russian GP Series Grand Prix 2026. And we continue our... The general sponsor of RDS GP is VTB Bank PJSC, and the general sponsor of our competitions is Premium Motor Oil Manufacturer by MOL Company. And here we've got Timofey Kolobov, who knows what it feels like to win. And next to him, Luka Migal, who is yet waiting for this taste of victory. Timofey is 14 years old, Luka is 13. And this is at least what we were told. Timofey decided to start as a leader to see what Luka can do as a chaser and then to act accordingly. Timofey is running to the first sector and Luka is trying to keep up. And by the way, the chaser is acting more precisely compared to the leader. And now near touching goal 5, the Z and the Mark II are getting closer together. A synchronized transition performed by Luka. And then through touching goal 7, they're running to the 7. The last transition, Luka Migal is using the no-go zone, building his chase run in a very correct manner. The VQ35 is producing a lot of smoke. Thankfully, this is not the oil that is burning, but this is the smoke coming out from underneath the wheels. A perfect run, I would say. The only thing that I would point out is that at the initiation, Luka had to run a little bit on the straight wheels, but then he found his way around in a very good manner. I would say that this is the best run that he has done this far, even better than in the qualification. When he practiced with Denis also slowed a little bit down and added some more pressure to make his Supra less fast, and Luka was very confident as a chaser. But there is such an effect. If you take a look at everyone, there are two types of people, those who are better in solo runs and those who are better as chase runs. Maybe this is a matter of perception, because if the leader is good, it is very comfortable to chase, and Timofey showed a great lead run. Maybe it is also more comfortable in a way that you are less concentrated on the external factors, but you're only looking at the leader. And if you know what to do with the car, and Luka definitely does, your run will be nice and lean and neat. Timofey Kolobov had 100 points in the qualification, so one should expect him to be a good leader. And I guess what he showed right now was very close to his 95 attempt number 2. But the cars that these contenders have now have some restricted technical characteristics. This phase, this synchronization that happened after touching go 2 was a little bit bothering, because there was still some angle on the car body, and having no data from drift dynamics, I don't think that the judges will take it as a straightening, but in touch and go 2, instead of a transition, there was a straight phase. And this is a little bit bothering, but thankfully, regardless of all that, Luka could see what to do and didn't give up. This is much more valuable than just to straighten out and then surrender. Luka Migal is now the leader. Timofey Kolobov will be chasing him. Let's see how it works on an obviously less powerful vehicle. An atmospheric engine, and there is immediately a gap in between the cars, and now Timofey has got to get closer, which he perfectly does in the deceleration zone. It looks like this was exactly why it was designed there. There's a little hint on the straight wheels, because on a less powerful car it's hard to maintain a close chase run when you need to decelerate and your car naturally straightens out. But Timofey, with a microscopic angle, but still continues the run. That was beautiful if we ignore the gap that occurred at the run-in and stayed there throughout the run that Timofey Kolobov was struggling with. This is not the easiest problem for our judges. It's hard to decide who was right and who was wrong, because at this moment, I guess there was still some moment left. And here the leader had a strange movement phase. And from the qualification and from the runs of our top drivers, we're used to perceiving this sweeper as another part of the run-in because the speed is still growing there. And there, Luca was slowing down and he was supposed to gain some stable speed and maintain it, but it felt like he lost some of the speed. This is what I can tell visually because I don't get any objective data from the drift dynamics system. And since I don't have any data, then what else can I do? I can only rely on my own vision. Now we really long for some feedback from the judges. It could be also 2 zeros for chasers, because there was quite a big gap, and I guess these are TG2 and TG3 between, because these two TGs are pretty close to each other. And it could be a draw, or maybe if the leaders are compared, if the two lead rounds are compared, there is a big question. The basic criteria for the juniors are the same as for the adults. The same rules are applicable, and the 2-clip rule is not ignored. The inactive chase rule is applied when the leader has already passed by clip number 2, number 3, and the chaser is still in number 1. Roman Lovkis is rolling to the start from the warm-up zone, from the burnout area. We're gonna see 2 hits, and this is the second. This is the first round, and there will be 3, and 2 of them we'll see tomorrow, together with the tandem runs of the 5th event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026. But we still don't have the results of the Timofey Kolobov versus Luka Migal tandem, and the judges are still thinking. I know that one of the judges has already issued his verdict, but who knows? Maybe then he remembered this 2-clip rule and continued watching the replays, because the situation is kind of ambiguous, because we almost forgot about this proximity check, because this is something that is very rarely can be applied. And between these TGs, between TG2 and TG3, there is around 40 meters. And this is the result. Even though Timofey Kolobov is the winner of the qualifying, but letting the opponent go in such a way is very risky. There was nothing that was possible to be done. Arseniy Tseregratsov is the winner of 3 boot camp events. Roman Lovkis is joining the boot camp for the first time, but Roman is a prize winner of Winter Drift Battle, which is a very serious event. And now Arseniy is the leader, and the S15 is on the left-hand side, and this is what happens on the right-hand side. And Roman immediately understands the maneuver of the opponent, and he initiates in a synchronized manner. There is a gap in between the cars, but you can see how Roman is using the inward line, and he is rolling closer to touch and go 6, and Arseniy is running very well. He makes the transition touch and go 7, and there are no questions to the leaders' performance. And wow, did you see this? Wow, Roman Lovkis manages to stabilize himself and then do a very impressive run. Yes, sometimes it happens, this inner feeling when you gasp and you think that you should breathe out, but you cannot, and only when you understand that the run is going on, you go whoo. And this is exactly the case. This is exactly the moment that was just created by Roman Lovkis. The last transition as a chaser was simply gorgeous. It was so breathtaking. It was literally breathtaking because I couldn't breathe out. Now look at this right now. And we haven't had any tandem runs this far, so let's recall the style score distribution. You think that the first sector dominates? No. Sector 1 dominates in terms of the angle, 15, 10, and 10, but for the style, it's vice versa, 10, 10, and 15. So with this maneuver, Roman just made a very good statement for a possible victory. Who knows? Because if all the rest are equal, the style score is exactly the coefficient that determines the value of every sector of the track, if we're speaking about the chaser. I guess Roman's thinking was like, too bad I cannot synchronize my transition, so I will finish it before the leader. And then he simply turns around. But I know that the drivers do not have any time to think during the run. Their only guiding star is the leader. They've got the steering wheel, they've got the handbrake and the transmission handle, and they've got to operate all that to ensure a nice and good tandem drifting. But let's go back One step back. Let's think about the judges. Luka didn't have a straightening according to the judges, so there was no zero, just like Timofey didn't have a zero as a chaser. But falling behind at the initiation was the critical moment, because we all remember that Luka was not critically close. He was not ultimately close, but it was a synchronized initiation. Yes, there was a correction afterward, but still, this is a very important element. And here in this situation, Timofey simply gave the first sector to his opponent and couldn't compensate for it. I want to thank our dear judges for explaining their decision. And at the same time, in the rest of the sectors, Luka was close and he chased very well and he did his job. And then Timofey caught up as well. So we could speak about some advantages and disadvantages, but the main thing happened at the run-in and the initiation. Let's continue. Now Roman Lovkis begins as the leader and Arseniy Tseregratsev is chasing him. Here the distance is pretty big now, and Arseniy is making the initiation with a less angle. And this is the correct thing to do if the leader is far away. There is no-go zone here, but there's kind of a no-go zone because this line restricts the actions of the leader. And now in a parallel to each other, the drivers are moving to touch and go number 6. The transition and accurate and smooth. Arseniy mimics it all, and now the last transition, Roman was more spectacular as a chaser. But you shouldn't damage the Silvia because it doesn't belong to you, just like the Mark, because these are rental cars. Yesterday, Arkady Tseregratsev posted some videos from the practice session when Arseniy commented saying, I wanted to prepare a transition, I jumped and I kind of destroyed the front of the vehicle. Here the situation wasn't absolutely undisputable. Had Arseniy been closer, it would have been impossible to avoid the collision because Roman fell in a large angle. But here, obviously, there is a great distance in between the vehicles. In the first sector, at the initiation, first of all, and Arseniy failed to accelerate as efficiently as Roman. But then Arseniy was working hard to reduce this gap. And this is the very dangerous moment, both for juniors and for adults, because you shouldn't cut the distance so roughly, because then you literally get yourself into a trap, because you hit the front wheel of the leader, you're stopping, then the leader presses the accelerator, starts running away, and you are trying to start off from there, you continue running after. But what Arseniy did, he handled the situation pretty well, but there was also a gap, that kind of air pillow that worked well for Arseniy. He got close, and then Roman also figured out the situation. It all worked for the benefit of the chaser. But if we imagine a hypothetical situation, if we're both close to each other, then the chaser would have had some problems. And here is the thing. If the leader presses the accelerator on time and the chaser goes too much inward, then the chaser may still stay close within the pin. But once they go on a wider part of the sweeper, he won't have enough speed, enough acceleration to hold on, and then he will be running out throughout sector 3. So Arseniy Tseregratsev and Arkady Tseregratsev just appeared on your screens, and both of them are watching the screen, looking at the screen. So are we, but we are looking at it from the other side. But the lead runs are mostly identical, and we will see the verdict about the rest. And it didn't take the judges a long time to think. They didn't even require any replays. Arseniy takes 2 points for this run. Oh, sorry, 3 points for this victory. If the judges couldn't make up their minds, it would have been 1 point. But here the leader's mistake worked against Roman. With a good chase run, and with not the worst lead run, it worked out like this. One inaccuracy, one little fault can resolve it all. And this sweeper from touch and go 4, touch and go 5 will also be of a critical importance tomorrow, especially in lead runs, because we remember how hard it is to compensate this falling behind. Even if you are ultimately close, if you don't know, ask Dmitry Sherbira, for example, who could have defeated Tommy Kiley, but he lost 21 points as a leader, and it was impossible to compensate, even though he was ultimately close as a chaser. And what are you reading, Evgeny? The situation was the opposite. But okay, it doesn't matter. So I suggest that we play bingo of Russian Drift Series. Did we not have this season? 100-point qualification. If we count today, no, all the events that we have had, all the 5 events, yes, we have had it. Oh, more today, including today. Or do you mean adults? The adults didn't. Okay, the juniors had it, so it counts. More than 10 drivers in the 90-plus club. Yes, we had it today, even at the first event and more. Drivers of 3 different teams on the podium. Yes, we have had it. A Siberian Derby. Yes, even more than 1. A rookie wins the qualification. A rookie? What do you mean by a rookie? A rookie of the season? A rookie of the season? No. A rookie of the team? Yes. An intra-team derby? How many of them? Lots of them. 2 OMTs within 1 heat? Yes. 3 points for a team within 1 event? Yes. System Electric Держимый Motorsport, for example, in Nizhny Novgorod. If we count Arseny, then it's 5. A rain during the event? Unfortunately, yes. A collision in tandem runs, yes. Spinning around, yes. 0 in the qualification, yes. A rookie wins an event. Tommy Kiley counts, yeah. 3 different decisions of the judges within 1 heat. I think yes. The qualification winner loses in top 16. Not excluded. Needs to be verified. A false start in tandem runs. Yes, we did have it. Yes, we did have it at ADM Raceway. Yes. So we have played this game, so it's all clear, but you can play the same if you are a driver. It must be especially fun for you. But if you're a spectator, you can buy our magazine. We've got lots of great runs, but when else can you get such a great portrait of Ivan Palmin? I'm sure that Ivan Palmin will also purchase one, because I'm sure that he hasn't had such a good picture of himself. And this is not a photograph, it is drawn, maybe based on a photograph. So someone did a really good job. Maybe not a person, maybe not a human, but still. And now suddenly we all relax and we see flags instead of the lights, because we start the tandem practice that traditionally we show on air this season. And today we have a chance to see them until 6:15. And this is the rehearsal of the tandem runs. This is Ivan Palmin versus... Who is this? Who can it be? Ivan Nikulin, yes. The Ivan battle. Yes, one commentator is broken, get me another one. So Ivan Nikulin is indeed working hard to keep up, and even overcooked a little and almost crashed into Ivan Nikulin. But then they figured it out, because this is one of the top 32 tandems tomorrow. Tomorrow they will have to fight for the top 16. So this is a rehearsal, literally. And their head-to-head score is 0-0. Who could ever think? Because when Ivan Palmin joined us, Ivan Nikulin was away. So he suspended his performance in RDS GP. Now he's back. And he is coming back. But did we count how many seasons Ivan Nikulin missed? It's very easy to count, in fact, and while the drivers are warming up, Evgeny will also warm up his statistical engines, because I haven't checked. 3 seasons. Ivan Nikulin missed 3 seasons, but in 2022, Ivan Nikulin was only on 3 events, the first, the second, and the third, and then in the middle of the season, he decided to refrain. And in total, Ivan Nikulin was in 32 events, and this is the 33rd in his career. And he started on board a Toyota Mark II in 2016. Then he changed for a Silvia, then for a Mark II, then Silvia, and this is Mark II again. But this is a different Mark II this time. This is not a rehearsal of tomorrow. This is just a why not kind of thing. Georgy Chevchan and Danilo Vorobyov, 2 very highly qualified drivers. Oh! They're very qualified as of today, and one of the headlights of the Z is flying away into the grass, and this is what the drivers from Takuma Forward love doing. During the qualification, I also noticed, I didn't say it out loud, that the bumper of Timofey Dobrovolsky Z was heavily wounded, and everyone who wanted to practice with him on Friday also have wounded bumpers, because he has no mercy for anyone, including himself. The judges remarked that Timofey needs some more stability on this track. he has the passion, but the passion dominates the mind and the reason. So he's very spectacular. Just they speak about that band. They play so well because they play so loud. This is exactly, yeah, that was a pain. And this is another no, this is a slow-mo of the same episode when Gocha lost his headlight. Yes, this is mostly about aesthetics. I don't think that there was significant damage because the run went on. I guess that all the essential parts are hidden deep within. But we know how much Georgy Chivchan loves his car to be nice and beautiful and sparkling. And he's also the winner of the qualification, just for a second, 98.5 points. And now I wonder what's gonna be in the reverse Ivan battle. It would be fun to watch because in the qualification of Ivan Nikulin, we saw that this vehicle is designed for a different kind of tire. So he's having quite a lot of difficulty on this grippy tire. A couple of weeks ago, this car had only 500 HP, so they changed the turbocharger and set it up so now it's 650. It has got a Pulsar turbocharger, 3900, so theoretically it can get to 900, but in the practice no one has ever done it. And plus, this is not alcohol, this is petrol 103, so this is not even 108. There is a certain compression restriction and the ignition angle, and for this reason you cannot get any more power out of it. Ivan Palmin is absolutely amazing as a chaser. I love the way he is mimicking all the curves of the other Ivan, and the speed is kind of very uneven. And Palmin also, having this power reserve, does exactly this. And many drivers in this transition from 6 to 7 failed in tandem runs because as a chaser you cannot make a sharp transition because while you're stabilizing your vehicle, the leader has already rolled it through with the acceleration and he runs away. So you've got to keep the acceleration under control and keep it pressed and adjust yourself to the leader. This is the only way it can work, because otherwise, if you do it sharply, then the leader would simply fly away from you into the far and far away. But thankfully, okay, I'm being very poetic now. Sorry, but whatever. This is the end of the working day. Roman Tivadar and the roaring Ilya Fyodorov, the coyote under the hood of his vehicle. But Ilya Fyodorov is following behind at the run-in, but he is working and trying hard because for Ilya Fyodorov, this is a well-familiar track. For the first time, he competed here in 2012 in a Super Drift battle that was a terrible rainy weather, disgusting. And back then, Ilya Fyodorov on the wet track, together with RDS East, managed to smash everyone without leaving anyone any chance. Interestingly, the drivers who are in the top 32 bracket have never met before. No, this is not the tandem that we're gonna see tomorrow. Another driver from Fresh Racing will be checked by Andreas Tapov. This will be the leader of the personal competition, Tommy Kylie. Now this is Denis Migal, who almost won the qualification with two very good runs. And now Andreas Tapov is running after him, almost glued to him. And here Denis is doing a little better with the transition from TG6 to TG7. I'm checking the bracket, and here's what Denis Migal decided for himself. He's already in top 16, and he's like, okay, Tommy Kylie is clear. Now I've got to rehearse with Andrei, because Denis is gonna meet the winner of the Tommy Kylie versus Andreas Tapov tandem. So this is how they qualified. Tommy Kylie with 94 points is on the 15th place, just for a second. Some sparks from Anton Klimko, because this is the titanium exhaust pipe. And Dmitry Sherbina, this is another top 32 tandem. And they have a 1-0 head-to-head score. And now check out, Anton Klimko doesn't have the power deficit, but still he failed to catch up in this lowest sector. And he let him go with the run. And if you do, then you can definitely try. You can try doing it in the first two curves, but then you will have such metamorphosis with the line, so you will simply lose the line. Pyotr Borodin is very aggressive, followed by Timofey Dobrovolsky. It looks like all the rest are afraid of practicing with Timofey Dobrovolsky, but Pyotr Borodin has no choice. because they are both from the same team, from Takema Forward Auto. Timofey synchronizes one transition after another, and Piotr has got so much aggression. It looks like Timofey Dobrovolsky is trying to be merciful to his teammate, because they've got the same mechanics to share. And for the mechanics, it makes a lot of difference whether to fix one car or two. We've been recalling some sayings today, like, if you love it, let it go. It looks like Timofey doesn't love Piotr Borodin, he doesn't let him go. But we are all against abuse, just for you to know. And now in the burnout area, we see some other tandems of drivers, but now I will give the floor to a guest of our studio. We've got 3 judges, we have spoken to 2, so who is gonna be with us today? Maybe Nikolai will bring us another interlocutor, or since we are constrained in time, I would like to introduce to you in a moment, I will introduce to you our guest on air. And here is, in our commentator's tent, we've got Andrei Pauli, one of our judges. Hello, Andrei. Hello. So can you please tell us what it feels like on the judges' tower? You know, we were prepared for everything. I took some boots and a raincoat and an umbrella because I was expecting a storm, but it's very sunny and warm, so we had a lot of fun. But it looks like this is the most comfortable place on the track because you're in the shade and there is breeze, because down here it was very hot. Yes, that's true. And also, to my observations, I would say that by the 5th event, this is probably the best position of the judges' tower. And here the red ring, because I can see everything. But how is your neck feeling? Isn't it? Does it hurt because you are looking in all directions? But it's okay. We are standing there, 3 of us, and we are not getting in the way of each other. I wanted to ask you a question. We've been speaking about designing the judges' assignment. How is it done? How do you make up the assignment for the drifters? You know, that's a very big, a very interesting question. The main thing is that unfortunately we have a little time to work on the assignment, especially compared to the previous season, because usually our Thursday was a practice day and Friday was an official competition day. And now, especially on the first event, do I have to comment on the run? No, just answer my question, because please answer my question and then we will switch to the run. Okay, so unlike the last season's judges, we've got 1 day less. We've got to do all the work during Friday. Some of the autodromes can be challenging for us because they start making the assignment on the foundation of the previous one, the previous season. So it's a little bit easier. Mikhail Davidyans was a judge last year, so now I'm replacing him here, substituting. I inherited this position from him, and I'm trying not to let him down. So I'm keeping everything under control. Briefly speaking, the foundation is Mikhail's previous season's assignment, and then I adjust for myself, because we change the line every time. Somewhere we move with the TG, somewhere we increase the no-go zone. The angle assignment also changes in some details, but it does, so that the drivers have some fresh impressions. For example, here, compared to the previous year's transition, this transition used to be sharp, now it's smooth. But a sharp transition here is possible, but it causes some problems in tandem runs. Yeah, it's true, and we've seen it. Timofey Dobrovolsky made a qualification mistake here. He wanted to surprise ourselves or himself, and he had to reduce the angle immediately. Did you see how Denis Migal just operated his angle? Yes, I just got informed that tomorrow on RDS TV, our spectators will be able to see the same replays that are available to you. How different the replays that you have from the ones that the spectators see. You said that we've got the best position of the tower in all the 5 events. There's the other side of this medal. The spotters are looking at the track from the roof. Can we see some replays? Well, theoretically, I guess we can, and I hope that we will. Yes, let's analyze who is guilty. Yes, here's the angle. It looks like Klimko opened up too lately. I would love to watch the data of drift dynamics. Well, we can check the drift dynamics, but such episodes are better to watch on the move. First of all, yes, on the move, because in slow-mo you do not see some things. According to our angle assignment, the angle over 90 degrees is a very severe mistake, and here he was definitely close to 90. Let's get back to the replays and the angles. Yes, so I've been watching the practice sessions, and Anton was standing on the roof, Anton Novikov, the judge, and I saw one of the drivers making a correction that I would usually penalize them by 4 points, which is the initiation to a large angle and then followed by the falling angle into the inside TGT. He would reduce the angle because sometimes the front axle simply slips, and this is a big problem. I spoke to Mikhail Davidians about the same. It means that you are late with pressing the accelerator, or you get too much speed and you see that you are flying through the inside touch and go, and you are trying to do everything, whatever it takes to get in there. So Anton was making a video for me, and he looks at the vehicles from behind, and from there you do not see anything. Yes, exactly, there are such things, and even on the cameras we had to look very, very carefully to see those corrections, because from the cameras, through the cameras, you do see them, but it doesn't look that severe. It doesn't look like a 4-point penalty worth. But live, it looks terrible, especially considering that the chaser has got to aim at the front wheel. It's very confusing. So if you see it on the camera, it means that in reality it's X2 or X3. And we'll know how it can influence the tandem run. By the way, these are two former teammates, Ivan Nikulin and Georgy Chivchan. By the way, Ivan Nikulin started his career in Russian Drift Series Grand Prix with the forward order. He had a forward racing S15. It was a white color. The same as he's got now, and he was in the team for 2 seasons in a row, and then he changed for Fail Crew. He was a 3-time champion in teams competition. Yes, a legend. And this is the continue of the battle between Timofey Dobrovolsky and Pyotr Paradin. We've been making jokes that no one wants to practice with Timofey, so he's got to practice with his teammate because he has no choice. Timofey showed an absolutely insane result. So do you think it is expected? In the morning, when I spoke to him, he had a practice session. He couldn't simply run through the configuration. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but Timofey likes sleeping longer in the morning. So maybe this is the jet lag, because he's from Moscow. This is the 4-time difference, the different time zones. I came up to him and I asked Timofey, have you even woken up? And I guess this is one of the reasons. Anton Novikov mentioned that he wanted to show the best of him, to show some ultimately sharp transitions, and this is maybe the reason why the precision was out of question. And what you are looking at is the conformity with the judge's assignment. When I commented the Miridatulin's runs, which was a 98-point run, if you don't look into the drift dynamics system and only watch it on air, the first and the second run looked identical, almost identical. But there is an important moment. The Miridaturin in the second run was 5 or even 10 kilometers per hour faster than everywhere. But visually, you don't really see the difference. To you, it looks the same. And I said, well, maybe you shouldn't expect an improvement. And at the end, I said, I may be speaking nonsense. And then it was verified with a 98-point result. These are the details that we are trying to compensate or mitigate, but it doesn't always work out. Here's a life hack for you. When I analyze the ADM runs, when they're double replace in tandem runs, they are synchronized in the majority of the cases, and sometimes the leader of one run is already finishing, but on the other he's still somewhere on the track. So it means that one lead run was faster than the other. They synchronize with the beginning of the move. This is what they do on air. This is a very important indicator. Ilya Popov and Tommy Kiley are practicing together. And here's what's interesting. Tommy is gonna compete with Andrei Astapov tomorrow. And he and Ilya are not even on the same side of the bracket. And these are our juniors, Timofey Kolobov and Arsenij Tseregratsov, and we will see this heat tomorrow. It was very interesting to work with these little guys. At the beginning of the season, we decided we judge them just like we do with adults. And without the data from Drift Dynamics, it's very hard. But how can you do it with an atmospheric VQ35? And he was super linear. But theoretically, you can make a sharp transition with atmospheric edge, but it will be around TG2/1. Then you will be flying on the straight wheels through everything. You can always make a sharp initiation with a large angle, but it has to be as late as possible. But this is also a risk, but this is also spectacular. So think about it. Maybe at Moscow Raceway, we will see some innovations in terms of the Furidashi, because it is possible to be introduced. Yes, it's first smooth and then sharp uphill. All right, so this is the group of two car-wheel racing drivers, Ivan Palmin and Dmitry Sherbina. It looks like Dmitry has done all the wrong things during the practice, and in the qualification he showed a very nice and integrated run. And I'm really wondering, we don't see this driver on the track this far, but Denis Migal really made us all very happy with his run. So where is the penalty of 1.5 points coming from? Wait, first of all, this is a very interesting run. Anton Kozlov as a leader and Arkady Tseregratsov as a chaser. Very good. Yes, and Arkady is using the maximum of his experience. He knows what to do. It looks like he needs a little bit more of speed, or maybe he's just staying on the safe side because he doesn't want to make any extra effort. Maybe this is also the reason why the gap is growing later. So it looks like you are running through a longer distance, but also it helps you gain more speed on the way. At the briefing, we were emphasizing everyone's attention on the last transition, because yes, this is light and easy, but you shouldn't slow down for a long while. And we reprimanded Mikhail Davidyans because he was the only one who was making a very long transition. I told him that if there is an incident in tandem runs, you will be the guilty one. And he corrected the mistake. So we used him as an anti-example of the transition. And Denis Migal, when he had 1.5 point penalty, he did exactly the same. Omitted transition, opened up, and he stayed there for too long. And at the same time, he failed to run on the outside border, and this is because he lost too much speed. If not, that transition would have been much better. We were comparing him to the run of Georgy Chevchan, because at that moment he was still the leader of the qualification. And at that place, we had no questions to Gocha. But here's how Migal surprised us. Oh, wow, yes, this is a contact. This is an inevitable thing. This is an important part of any tandem runs at the Red Ring circuit. This is inertia drifting, because when you press the brakes and you cannot press the accelerator, then you've got only two pedals left, the clutch and the brake. And you cannot slow down more than you're already slowing down. So you've got these constrained resources, and it makes you be super precise. This is a very difficult moment. Now the juniors are back to the start. But what else I wanted to point out? 4x98. That is amazing. Yes, the qualification was amazing. Yes, I thought, wow, 92 is cool, but he's 13th. But the best one who's got 92 is 17th. Because, yeah, the configuration is so well familiar to everyone. So everyone knows this place. Everyone is very good at this venue. And those who were not lucky in the qualification, they are also good at it. But this is just the bad luck. Roman Lovkis and Luka Migal. With every run, Luka is gaining more and more confidence. And this is, by the way, one of the best lead runs that he has done this far. When they were doing the competitive run, I had some doubts about how he can do it, but he just pulled himself together and did it. Dmitry Sherbina and Ivan Palmin continue their exercise in tandem drifting. Though the opponent of Dmitry in top 32 will be Anton Klimko, and the opponent of Ivan Palmin will be Ivan Nikulin. The Ivan battle we have already seen. And there Palmin was incredibly good. And Ivan is a great specialist of qualifications. When he was in RDS Europe, when he gained the bronze prize, he won the majority of the qualification. And he was extremely accurate. And what distinguished him from the others was the ultra stability in terms of the angle. So from the A90, they made the A90 move just in the same way as an E36. I've been looking at him and thinking that he's got all the chances to be on the podium, because he got on the Supra and it failed him. It was at Agora, I guess. And he took the backup car, the E36. Was it this year? It was this year. Then the 46, not 36. No, this year he had an F22, yes. This year their backup car is the F22. And the E46, the former car of Grigory Burlutsky, was there, and the E46 was the car that initially belonged to Ivan Palmin. Then they swapped the cars because Grigory Burlutsky was driving an E46. So they exchanged the cars, and this is how the thing worked. So this is the turnaround of BMWs. And as a local guy, can you tell me, I love seeing these bodies, 190. I used to be local a long time ago. I moved out from here around 9 years ago. But still, at RDS, it's very great to see these cars back in business. But if it's a Mark, then it must be in 1000 HP. It must be something insane, like Losev's Mark II, something roaring, something noisy, very wide and smoky, running up to like 300 kilometers per hour of wheel speed. The juniors have much weaker vehicles, like 500, 600 HP or something around that. And these are the cars that are very decent, but they would have looked better in RDS Open, because in Kazan, for example, 600 HP is enough. If you've got around 500, it's hard, because the other guys have 700, 750. You fall behind at the run-in. And we've got Georgi Chevchan preparing for his run with Tommy Kiley. Georgi Chevchan versus Tommy Kiley. Georgi Chevchan is one of the 3 drivers who have managed to defeat Tommy Kiley. It was the second event, Agora Drive, in the final. Georgi Chevchan won the battle versus the Irish racer. Yes, Georgi Chevchan was great. He knows how to control his car on the wet asphalt. You can tell that he knows every bump on this road. In the qualification, you probably do not listen to us, but Georgi Chevchan is the first man in history who drifted here at the Red Ring Circuit, and it was 18 years ago. Because he's at home, and you can feel it. He's got an incredible experience. He knows every little pebble on this asphalt. And plus, moreover, at last, he is 100% into this platform, because for Gocha it's very important to have the right vehicle. If Arkady can hop on any car, plus or minus, for Gocha it's very important to have all the fine adjustments, and for him it was pretty hard to change from Silvia to the Z, because he has been driving Silvia for 16 years, and changing a platform is not an easy thing. And what I was really afraid of, and this is what happens to Timofey Kolobov, he cannot catch up with the turbocharged vehicles at the run-in, even at the run-in, because he's been doing everything he could, but the opponent has 2 or 3 times more power than he has got. And this is going to be very interesting. Anton Kozlov versus one of the most expressive and Japanese-style drivers, Roman Tivadar. I think Roman Tivadar will probably stay cautious now, and this is the right thing to do, because this is one day before the competitive tandem runs. We're going to start tomorrow pretty early. So if you didn't know, first of all, follow us on the social media, where you can get updated about our schedule and everything. We've got channels on all the known messengers and social media, and you can find the schedules and the plan for tomorrow there. Tomorrow we will begin at 10 o'clock in the morning, 10 past 10, and for the greatest drift lovers, for those who like coming earlier, at 9 o'clock we begin the practice from 9 to 10, and the entrance for the spectators will open at 9 o'clock, so please come in advance. And according to the weather forecast, don't forget your sunglasses, your hats, and maybe some clothes to cover your skin. not to get sunburned. And here's what I wanted to share with you. We didn't discuss it all through the last season. I was a video assistant, and at the first event in Moscow Raceway, the first qualification, I was very emotional because I was watching the car running. I was like minus 0.5, minus 1. Then I approached the screen to check the replay, and the Moscow Raceway, the first run, I was like minus 0.5, minus 1, and on the TV it's all different. It's all perfect. And as a person who's been judging all the runs on the screen throughout the season last year, I didn't expect to see such a big difference. But tell me, is it a 0 for the chaser? I didn't really see. He was far away, so I guess this is a huge minus. If all the rest was equal, I think we wouldn't have counted that. But for the judges, it's very important if the driver is making any effort to catch up with the leader, or he's just running after the way he does. So it's better to go for a compromise and to get closer, but to be stable but far away. Now, if you go for a compromise and you're close enough, it's okay. But if you are far away and you're also cutting through the edge of through the borders of the track, because you fell behind for a reason. But let's model two situations. We've got two chasers who are very far from the leaders, 2 car borders away. So one driver continues running like this, 2 car border lengths away, but the other is doing everything to cut the distance. The first thing we're looking at is the proximity. If he's trying to get closer, this is good. But if he makes a work to get closer, this is good, no matter what kind of flaws he makes on the way. Yes, this is why we've got the no-go zones, because the chaser can get there. He can use them to get closer to the leader. Anton Kozlov had nowhere else to go. Through the inner ward line, he reduced the radius of the turn and got closer. By the way, those who used the no-go zones last year as chasers, they would often fail because there was a puddle that was covered that wasn't really visible. But then many contenders discovered it and realized that there are some hidden traps throughout the track. And I really hope and I really look forward to having a good weather throughout the Krasnoyarsk event. I hope that we can enjoy nice and smoky and beautiful drift, so that there is a lot of smoke over the Red Ring circuit. So Arseniy Tserigradzev is controlling his speed very well. But tell me, as a driver, how hard is it to chase a slow leader? Both on a Lada or an E30 or a Silvia S13 that I've got, I know that many people judge me, but I've got a separated brake, so I'm super comfortable. But I hardly ever drift on large autodromes. So if the initiation is 100 plus, I can fail. I will start working with the brakes, and with the blocked front axle, I can simply slide somewhere. So the 2 suppers I've got in the rear are very helpful. So I always feel comfortable, and I will run in a semi-burnout. Okay, this is the way it looks. This is the major part of our scored section of the track. And our air time is coming to an end. And gradually we start approaching the procedure of saying goodbye for today. So Andrei, let's sum up today's racing day. Compared to the previous event, I enjoyed it a lot. I'm happy to see that the guys are listening to us more attentively at the briefing. I can see them progress. Even though this is a top league, they still have a lot to learn. And I can tell that the battle is going to be really intense, especially considering that our champion-to-be is racing with Andrei Astapov. By the way, their head-to-head score is 2-0. Yes, and Andrei knows it. Yes, thank you, Andrei. Thank you very much. And I remind you that tomorrow on RDS TV, you'll be able to look behind the scenes and to see the replays that the judges use. Also, I remind you that our general sponsor is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competition is the premium Motorola manufacturer IMOL company. I remind you that the boot camp among the juniors is held under the auspices of the IMOL Junior Young Driver Support Program. Don't forget about our RDS shop, rds.drifty.ru, where you can buy such t-shirts and such t-shirts. And those who are coming here tomorrow, again, please drop by RDS shop, where you can buy the magazine. this is it for today. I thank you all for your attention. And those on the grandstands, I want to thank you for coming. Please stay until the end of the tandem practice. We still got some time. I remind you that the tandem runs begin at 10:10 and the practice begins at 9 o'clock. This is Krasnaya time. So for Moscow time, you need to deduct 4. I wish you all the best. Bye-bye and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ и не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Главный чемпионат страны по дрифту возвращается в Москву. – 29 и 30 августа. Яркий динамичный финал сезона вновь принимает гоночная трасса Moscow Raceway. Ищите билеты на этапы РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.